Is that peer reviewed?
Yes, it is. And under all of the casework that we perform undergoes what's called a technical review. So that's a review performed by somebody who does that same type of examination. And then it also undergoes an administrative review. So that can be done by any scientist in the trace evidence unit, and they look over the case for administrative errors.
And have you ever previously testified as an expert in the field of trace evidence analysis before?
Yes, I have.
And approximately how many times have you so testified?
I've testified twice as a fiber expert and about 4 times as a hair examiner.
Your Honor, with that, I would move to have the witness qualified as an expert in the field of trace evidence analysis.
Any questions? No objection? Okay. This witness's testimony will be accepted as an expert in the field of trace evidence analysis. You may proceed with your questions on the motion in this case.
Thank you, Your Honor. And ma'am, in connection.
And we are live on the alternate point of view. I am exhausted. Oh, good morning, Gwen. How are you?
Record number 25. May I actually, sorry, let me start with, I'll start with 105. May I first run? You may.
I don't know why we can't hear.
Is proposed exhibit 105 a copy?
There's always something.
The author in connection with this case.
Yes, it is.
And does that pertain? Report that you're holding fairly and accurately depict your analysis and your findings in connection with this particular report?
Yes, it does.
Your Honor, I move to admit exhibit 105.
105 will be admitted.
And in terms of the evidence that you received to look at for purposes of this report, can you explain to the jury what it is that you obtained?
Yes. And then another additional container that had a folded Post-it note with.
Well, their mouths are moving.
Possible hairs or fibers.
Okay, and when it comes to the possible hairs and fibers, what did you do with those to analyze them?
So the folded Post-it note.
Hi, Butterfly.
Under a special type of microscope, it's called a stereo microscope. So stereo
Oh gosh,
is a little bit different.
Gwen, you are just like the catch-all for all kinds of stuff. I swear.
Working distance and a lower magnification. So it goes anywhere from 8 times.
I don't know why we can't hear them talking. I guess we're supposed to learn how to lip sync, but it is way too early for that. For me, I am so tired.
And I can scan the entire item under that microscope and examine it for possible fibers that are there. So this is what I did with the adhesive note. I opened it up and looked at the sticky portion of that adhesive note.
I don't know why I have no sound.
Fibers on that adhesive note.
Okay, and when you observe those fibers, did you do anything to compare them with the clothing from the victim, the fibers in that clothing?
Yes, I did. So for the first step of my analysis, I have to then remove those, like I said. So those questions.
I'm seeing if anyone's in here talking in the chat if they can't hear.
They get placed on a glass slide in an oil, and then a cover slip gets placed on top of that to secure the fibers in place.
Nobody's saying that they can't hear. It's just me.
That has a higher powered magnification, and I can record a lot more detail.
Well, that guy really sucks at the camera.
But I can report optical properties. I can determine the possible.
Well, now he's looking at their evidence page.
Has in the shape or the cross-sectional shape of those fibers. So once I looked at those question fibers, I saw that I had yellow and blue and gray cotton fibers, and I also had 2 brown apparent synthetic fibers. So I looked at the clothing next. I looked for areas that might exhibit those same colors. And so, because like I said, I found blue.
I'm just going to put it on something else and see if I can hear that. Make sure it's not my.
Would you settle, pull that mic nice and close to you, please, and state your name and spell it for the record.
Erica Anderson.
Yep, it's clearly something wrong with me.
Anderson.
Thank you. You may proceed with your questions.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ma'am, could you tell the jury what it is that you do for a living?
I am a forensic scientist in the biology unit for the Michigan State Police.
Okay,
And,
well, we'll try this
within
again.
the biology unit with the Michigan State Police, do you
It's always fun to try new things. You can hear? I am like apparently deaf or something. Very strange. Okay. I might be deaf. If I had a brain, I'd be dangerous. I'm just telling you right now.
eliminate the question fibers as coming from the?
Oh, thank you.
And
Yeah, I saw you on the chat after. I couldn't see the chat while I was on my phone.
kind of walk through
I was at work.
general types of
Those poor old
results.
people.
What are the sort of
They're
general types of
probably.
results that are
I was hiding in another room.
this type of analysis, comparing question fibers to a known source like the victim's clothing?
So further on down in this report, I don't know if you want to show it, but there's what's called an association scale. So it provides the whole range of conclusions that we can reach as a fiber comparison. So it can range anywhere from an elimination, like I've just talked about, to what's called an association for typical question fiber to known fiber comparisons. An association, because clothing articles can be mass produced, my final determination, if
Hi, Lucy.
similar and I find no differences.
Well, apparently Jeff is all forgiven at the synagogue.
So that's the opposite.
He
There's a whole range
was allowed to hold the Torah
conclusions that can be
the other morning. I think they're pretty satisfied with his I was having a manic attack. So he's good to go. I learned a lot.
Not this type of fiber analysis, but a level 1 would be possible if I had what's called a fracture match exam. So if there was a large portion of material ripped from a clothing article, I could piece those back together just like you would put together pieces of a puzzle. That could be an identification. But for single question to single known fibers, a level 3 is the most common type of highest level of association.
Okay, can you I guess read for the jury the description of that type of level 3 association?
Sure. Can I read it from here? Or do you want me
Sure.
to? So for the level 3 association, items are consistent in observed and measured physical properties and or chemical composition, and therefore could have originated from the same source. Because other items have been manufactured that would also be indistinguishable from the submitted evidence, an individual source cannot be determined.
And so is that type of association, again, the best type of association you can get when doing this type of fiber analysis?
That's correct.
And does that type of association give us the sort of level of association that, let's say, DNA comparison gives us?
No, it does not.
So is it fair to say that all you can say with that type of association is that the question fibers have similar characteristics compared to the known fibers?
That's true. I could say that the question fibers and the known fibers are similar to each other, and that that known material is a potential source of those question fibers.
Okay, and here, when it comes to the
And whose fibers is she looking at, Butterfly?
Leatherman tool, you were able to exclude those fibers as being associated with the victim's clothing, correct?
I was able to exclude the clothing items as being a potential source of those question fibers.
And for purposes of fiber analysis, did you receive any other sources of questions fibers to examine?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Did you receive any other fibers to examine other than the Leatherman tool fibers?
Oh, the Leatherman tool. Okay.
And
This
so
is where we're finding out that
if
there was just
fibers were
lint.
collected during the body fluid identification stage of a knife being analyzed, you wouldn't actually then get those fibers to analyze for trace evidence, correct?
If question fibers weren't collected, then I wouldn't be able to compare them.
Okay, and you also mentioned
Another useful
a
witness.
type of analysis, a fabric analysis that you did in connection with this case.
That's correct.
And I'm holding what's been marked as proposed exhibit 116, and that's record number 21. May I approach, Your Honor? Amen. Is proposed exhibit 116 a copy of the report that you completed when it comes to fabric analysis in this case?
Yes, it is.
And does that fairly and accurately depict your findings that you did when it came to fabric analysis in this case?
Yes, it does.
Your Honor, I move to admit proposed exhibit 116.
Okay. 116 is it?
And
They do it here.
look at if we look at the evidence that you received for purposes of this analysis, can you explain to the jury what evidence did you receive for this analysis?
So again, I had the 3 articles of clothing that were labeled as coming from the victim. So it was a zipped up hooded shirt, a striped shirt, and then a pair of jogging pants. And then I also received 2 folding knives and 1 multi-tool.
Okay, and that multi-tool, the Leatherman, that was the same one that you received for purposes of the other report.
That's correct.
And for purposes of the first folding knife listed, where it says agency item 154, do you see that?
Yes, I do.
I'm holding what's been admitted as exhibit 87 there, Approach, Your Honor. Do you see the agency number on that exhibit?
Yes, I do.
And what's the description read on that particular exhibit?
It says 1 blue and silver folding knife removed from Michael Jackson pants pocket.
And on your report, you see the next folding knife down that's labeled as agency item 173.
Yes.
I'm holding what's been admitted as exhibit 118. Does that have agency number 173 on it?
Yes, it does.
And what's the description of that item?
1 Stanley folding knife from pocket of Moose Knuckles coat, placard 11.
Okay. And when you received the 2 folding knives, what condition were they in when you received them?
They had been disassembled by the previous examiner.
And when you received them, did you do anything to attempt to reassemble those knives?
Yes, I did. I took pictures of them as is, but then I also used tools in the lab to put them back together.
And were you able to successfully reassemble both of the folding knives?
For the first one, the blue and silver one, that folding knife, I was not able to get it in its complete working order as it had been originally. One of the screws was bent and the handle was broken, so that meant that the blade wasn't going to stay in the open position. So when I was performing my test cuts, that provided a limitation to performing those test cuts because it was a safety hazard to myself. The Stanley folding knife, I was able to get all of that put back together. Some of the screws didn't seem like they fit exactly into the handle, but I was able to open the blade and have the blade stay in the open position while performing those cuts.
Okay, and so when you get these items, you get the victim's clothing, you get these 3 knives. What do you do with them to analyze them for purposes of the fabric analysis here?
The first thing that I do is look at the clothing that has the possible areas
Yeah,
of damage to it. So
And again, how is this in chronological order? Because didn't we just have like
So it's important
an
to
expert that was
understand
talking about
question material first, make an assessment of the
Blood.
damage that I see, and I can make.
We already had someone
recommendations
talk about this
as to the
stuff.
Possible type of tool that could have created the damage. So when I looked at all three of the articles of clothing, I saw that there were 6 areas of defects on the back of the zipped up hooded shirt, and though there were also corresponding areas of damage from the striped shirt item, which is my item 9B. For the jogging pants itself, I noticed that one of the pockets was ripped, but not an area that looked like it was created by a sharp tool. So that I set aside. The striped shirt I also set aside, since that was said to have been inside of the zipped up hooded shirt, and focused on the outermost clothing, which would be that zipped up hooded shirt. So I looked at all of those areas of damage. To be able to look at those areas of damage under the stereo microscope that I talked about before, I had to cut out those areas of damage so that I could put the whole thing under the microscope. So I look at it visually with the naked eye and make determinations such as the size, the shape, overall shape. I also know what each end of the damage looks like. Is it sharp? Is it pointed? Does it look like it has a nick off to one side? All of these types of physical characteristics can help give me an indication as to how that damage was made and what type of tool could have been made. So then when I take it to the stereo microscope, I zoom in on the individual fiber ends and look at the ends of each fiber. Are they neat cut or do they look frayed? And those can also give me an indication as to the type of tool that was used to create the damage.
And so if we scroll down in your report to page 2, looking at the photo, what does that sort of depict?
This depicts a photo that I took of the back of the zipped up hooded shirt.
And the little triangles that are apparent though, what do those reflect?
So I cut out pieces of paper to better show where the areas of damage were. So as you can see, there are 2 in the back of the hood on the left side. There are 3 on the upper left shoulder blade area, and there's 1 towards the center of the back.
Now, from putting those areas of damage under the microscope, were there any conclusions that you were able to draw as to the type of tool or instrument that caused that damage?
Yes, so when I did all of both of those examinations that I talked about with those areas of damage, I concluded that they were caused by a single edged blade with a scab cut action.
And what do you mean by a single edged blade?
So some blades can have a double edged versus a single edge. So your typical knives, cookie knives in the house, those have a single edge to them. The opposite end of the sharp portion of that blade is.
Good morning, Jenny.
There are some knives that have.
Or whatever time it is in
and those are called double edged blades.
South Africa.
Based on the microscopic analysis that you performed using the microscope, were you able to, in doing that sort of analysis, were you able to see differences between fabric damage inflicted by a serrated blade versus a smooth blade?
Yes.
And what are those sort of differences that you might observe as a general matter?
For a serrated edge, I would see more pulling of the threads. There would be more fraying of the threads as well. If you can just imagine what a serrated blade looks like, there's a lot of pointed edges along that blade, and so those provide an opportunity to snag those fibers or snag the yarns as they're penetrating the fabric material.
And in terms of your microscopic analysis of the damage to the jacket, were you able to see any evidence of a serrated blade being the cause of that damage?
Not a serrated blade. I concluded that it was a single edge blade, but I also saw some areas where it looked like that indicated the blade might have been dull, maybe had a nick in the blade, or maybe some kind of damage to it, just because I wasn't seeing neat cut threads all the way along the length of that, of all of the defects, of all 6 of them.
Okay, so would this damage be, I guess, consistent with a serrated blade or inconsistent with a serrated blade?
I would say inconsistent.
Okay. And from there, after you examine the damage to the hoodie under the microscope, what's sort of the next process or the next phase of your analysis?
The next phase was then to examine the folding knives and the multi-tool that was submitted. So I already talked about putting them back together, and then I perform what's called test cuts. So in an area of that hooded shirt away from the areas of damage, I performed my own test cuts using all three of those items. And then all three of those areas where I have my test cuts from those three items, I do the same as I did with the questioned areas of damage. I cut out those portions and look at them under the microscope, look at them visually as well, and make my recordings and observations of what I'm seeing.
And when you're performing test cuts, what fabric are you cutting into?
I use the same hooded shirt.
Okay, so just different areas that were damaged?
Correct.
Okay. When you performed, did you perform test cuts with what's been described as the blue and silver folding knife?
I did, but I have to be careful with that one. Like I said, the blade wasn't staying in the open position, so that was more of a safety hazard to myself. So I made more slower, deliberate cuts into the material.
And just want to briefly go to what's been admitted as Exhibit 113. Would this be the knife that we're discussing here?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And so can you describe, I guess, what if any conclusions you could draw from doing test cuts with that particular knife?
So the conclusion for this knife was basically an inconclusive result. I couldn't include it and I couldn't eliminate it because I couldn't get it in the working condition that it would have been originally.
Okay. And in terms of what's been described as the Stanley folding knife, would this on
Oh my gosh, is a 5-year-old running this camera?
Page 5 be that particular knife?
Yes.
And if we go back to your report, when it comes to doing test cuts with that knife, what, if any, conclusions were you able to draw?
With this knife, I concluded that the damage could have been caused by this blade or any other blade that had similar characteristics, including that single edge blade, maybe some dulled portions. So I couldn't eliminate it as it being a potential tool that was used to create the damage.
Okay, and just to be clear, this doesn't conclude that this is the knife that caused that damage. You can't make that sort of determination.
I can't, that is correct. I can't have an identification conclusion.
Okay, but a knife sharing characteristics with this knife could have caused the damage, is that correct?
That's correct.
And that would include a smooth blade on one side, correct?
Correct.
And how about the Leatherman multi-tool? Were you able to reach any conclusions with respect to test cuts using that tool?
Yes. So there were 4 blades within that multi-tool.
Ooh, what's for
There were also
supper?
some tools. So the 4 blades that were inside of that multi-tool, I performed test cuts on all of those, and I eliminated this as being a possible tool that could have created the damage.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
Good morning.
Morning.
You go to Exhibit 115. You stated that you were able to exclude the fibers that were located on the Leatherman's multi-tool from being associated with any fibers from the victim's clothing, correct?
That's correct.
And you were not provided any other fibers that may have been collected from any other knife to compare?
That's correct.
And now you lost me, Jenny.
You aware, were there that other knives that were recovered as part of this investigation that contained potential fibers?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Were you aware that other knives were recovered as part of this investigation that contained possible fibers or hairs?
There were no other knives or question fibers submitted to me for examination.
Okay. So if they're not submitted, you wouldn't know what else was collected. That be fair?
Yes, that's fair.
Now, in regards to Exhibit 116, you were provided 3 knives to do an analysis, correct?
That
All right, y'all are jumping off into another realm for me.
I can go to exhibit number 30, slide number 12. And I believe this is exhibit number 31. Were you ever provided this knife to perform an analysis on?
No, that says Buck. I had a Stanley folding knife,
Okay.
so that looks different than the Stanley folding
Now,
knife.
if you examine this, just by the picture, I'm not asking you to do a full analysis on it, of course. But does this particular knife have what you would categorize as a single edge blade?
I can't perform an exam just by looking at a picture, unfortunately. I need to be able to see the whole thing. It's kind of hard to tell, so I wouldn't want to say one way or another.
Yeah, this is a 3-inch knife. Like, they've got it measured. It's 3 inches. I swear, I think I'm going to go back to the Emmy's
So I prefer to have something like
testimony. I think she said 3 to 6
You also
inches, maybe
indicated in your
centimeters.
report,
I don't know.
number 21, that item 47, which was this blue.
My thing is did they look in her kitchen
you indicated that
for
the
any
position of these
missing
knives, which is including 47,
kitchen
provided
knives? Did she have a
potential
butcher block?
limitation to the test cuts created, correct?
Well, as I mentioned, this knife had been disassembled before I received it. I was able to put it back together. I was able to perform test cuts with it, but it is impossible for me to know if it was in the exact working condition that it was before it was disassembled. All I can say is that it was in working condition and I was able to perform test cuts versus that other folding knife that I was saying I couldn't have that blade stay in the open position and perform absolute test cuts with that one.
Okay. And in your report, you indicated that there could be a potential limitation, correct?
That's correct.
Slide number 88. Were you ever asked to do any analysis as far as any cut analysis with this particular knife?
That was not submitted to me.
And we go to exhibit 113.
The other one was 10, you said?
Yes, the last one was exhibit number 10, slide number 88. And if we go to exhibit number 113, slide number 1. Were you asked to do any type of analysis for this particular knife?
No, I was not. That was not submitted to me.
Now, you indicated there were 6 areas of what you classified as defect on the back of the jacket. From your opinion, would that indicate that, especially in relation to the hood, from your experience, would that indicate that possibly the person was wearing their hood when 2 of those particular defects entered to that material?
That's beyond the scope of my analysis to say how it was being worn on the person.
Okay. But you did indicate that there was at least 2 defects in the hood area of that material, correct?
That's correct.
Now, do you know if there is such a, I guess, science, for a lack of a better word, where an individual will be able to get a suspected knife and compare it with potential stab wounds on the victim to determine whether or not that particular weapon could have caused those particular wounds on the victim?
That would not be part of my type of examination.
Okay. And are you aware if that type of examination even exists?
I cannot recall. I think that a medical examiner might be able to perform an exam like that, but I couldn't say for certain what a medical examiner does.
Okay. And you also did analysis on some pants, correct, from the victim?
Well, I observed damage to the pants.
Okay, but you stated that from your observation, you didn't believe that that particular damage was been caused by any type of stabbing, correct?
That's correct. It looked more like it was torn.
Like it was torn?
Correct.
Now, as far as, I guess, your experience, when you stated that the knife could, or another single-edged blade with similar characteristics could have caused the severages observed in item 9A. I guess what level of association would that be as far as your analysis?
I guess it would be most similar to that level 3, but we don't really use the level of association with these fabric damage exams. So the question that we're trying to answer is, could this tool have been used to create the damage or not? Can I eliminate it as having created that damage or not? So those are the questions that we're answering, not necessarily providing a level of association.
In item 47, is that, from your experience, a typical type of knife that you might find in the world, or an atypical knife?
I actually don't know how to answer that question. I mean, can you rephrase it? Maybe there's a...
Is it a normal type of knife, like a normal type of folding knife that you may find maybe possibly at a gas station, or just in a plethora of different areas?
I know just from being a person in the world that there are a lot of knives out there. There's a lot of folding knives. There's a lot of different kinds of knives, but I'm not an expert.
Come on, Brian. She said something very, very important. There's a possible nick in the blade. Did any of these knives have a possible nick in the blade?
Knife that you never seen a knife with similar characteristics. Is that be fair?
That would be fair. I've seen folding knives before with single edge blades.
Okay. Based upon your experience, is a folding knife with a single edge blade, is that common that you would come across in the analysis?
Again, I can't really speak to the commonality of the type of knife. I have been submitted single edge blades before. I've been submitted folding knives before.
This is
If I were to
it's excruciating right here.
item 47 side by side with exhibit 31, would you be in a position to say whether or not they had similar characteristics, or you would have to have the knife?
I would have to have the knife. I can't do an examination on the stand. I want to look at both of them with just visually, and then put them under the stereo microscope and observe characteristics as well.
Okay, so you're not in a position to say whether or not these knives have similar characteristics from your vantage point of being on the stand, correct?
Correct. I would not want to perform an exam while on the stand.
Now, your inability to, I guess, secure the screws in item 47 as to the position they were originally in prior to disassemble, to what level would you, I guess, estimate would affect your ability to do a proper test cut analysis?
So just like that blue and silver folding knife, if I hadn't been able to get the blade to stay in the open position and close it and get it to in some working order, then I would say that I would be able to, that would provide a limitation to that exam. For the Stanley folding knife, I was able to put it back together in a way that allowed me to keep the blade in the open position and open and close it repeatedly, and then perform those test cuts.
Okay. Was the blade, was it loose a little bit when you, I guess, were able to put the screws in there?
It did not feel loose.
You indicated that one of the screws in the handle didn't fit securely?
I'm sorry, do you mean the Stanley
For
folding?
item 47.
For the Stanley folding knife, there was one of the screws that didn't seem like it went all the way through, but I didn't know what it looked like beforehand. All I knew was, like I said, that I was able to put it back together, to keep the blade in the open position, and to open and close it repeatedly. So it seemed like it was in working order.
Now, when you, I guess, simulated or performed these test cuts, did you have any type of hard surface that was behind the jacket that would, I guess, somewhat simulate a body?
I was using styrofoam behind the garment, which is a suitable type of substance to use when performing test cuts.
Is it styrofoam is a suitable type of substance?
Correct. Yes.
How does styrofoam compare, I guess, as far as its rigidness or hardness compared to a human skull?
Well, it's recommended as a type of substrate that we can use when performing these. So I would say there are some similarities there. Obviously, it's not going to be the exact same as skin or tissue.
You ever use like gel, ballistic gel, or anything like that?
We don't have that available in the lab right now.
Have you ever used ballistic gel in any type of test cuts?
I have not used ballistics gel.
Is ballistics gel, as far as you know, in the industry, is that a common practice, or is it always styrofoam?
It can be used. I've read journal articles where they talk about.
I've read articles,
ballistic gel.
but we're Detroit. We don't have that kind of money.
Articles, is there a comparison between ballistic gel or ballistic soaps compared to styrofoam?
No, I haven't seen an article like that.
And I guess you never did an independent test yourself to see what the differences are. Between styrofoam and ballistic gel.
No, I have not.
What is the width, I guess, of the styrofoam?
I actually don't recall. I didn't take note of that in my notes.
Oh my gosh.
Do you
What
know
is the...
how far you entered the knife into that styrofoam?
I took the test cuts at different levels of penetration into the styrofoam. So I made short, quick stab actions, and then went at least as far as I could go. Most of the time it was halfway through, the blade was halfway through that. So I used varying levels of penetration into that styrofoam.
Were you provided a copy of the autopsy report prior to performing your analysis?
No, I was not.
If the autopsy report would have contained the depth of the cuts or the incisions on the body, could that have helped you in your analysis when you perform the test cuts to know how maybe approximately how far you would go to that styrofoam?
Well, I try to keep myself from having too much information that I don't need when performing my exam. So I don't want to bias myself in any way. So when I am performing these test cuts, all I can do is try to perform test cuts in varying angles of the blade as it penetrates the substrate and different levels of penetration and how far that blade will go through. So I just try to make sure that the test cuts that I'm creating show a range of variety and characteristics of how that blade would create damage into a material.
Okay, were you ever able to come to any conclusion or I guess estimation of where maybe a person would have been standing in relation to the victim to perform these cuts?
No, I don't. I'm sorry, can you rephrase it?
Were you able to ever come to any conclusion of where an attacker might have been in relation to the victim in order to perform these cuts?
No, that's not part of the scope of my analysis.
No further questions.
Are you ready?
Nothing further.
Questions from the jury? Don't see anything. Can you sit down? Give the sentence back. Your next witness?
This time the people called Tiara White.
Oh, get out. That's his girlfriend. Or was his girlfriend. Oh my gosh.
Please state your name and spell for the record.
My name is Tiara White, TiaraWhite.
Okay, Ms. White, I'm just gonna ask you to keep your voice up a little louder because everyone has to be able to hear you. Keep your mic a little closer to your mouth. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Miss White, do you know somebody by the name of Michael Jackson Bolanos?
I do.
And do you see him in the courtroom today?
Yes.
And can you just point to him and describe where he's sitting for the record?
In the middle of the table.
Your Honor, the record could reflect that the witnesses identified the defendant.
So noted.
And ma'am, have you been in a
They're not going to show her.
romantic relationship with the defendant
Wait.
for a period of time?
I have
And when did that relationship start?
early September.
2023?
Yes.
Okay.
Wow, she looks old.
There's there was some video that has been shown and some photos of 454 West Alexandria Street. Did you live there back in October of 2023?
I did.
And did the defendant stay with you from time to time?
Yes.
And looking behind you at the screen, what's been displayed here is Exhibit 89, page 56 for the record. Are you familiar with that jacket?
Yes.
And is that the defendant's jacket?
Yes.
So if I'm gonna object to these, please ask them any questions.
Judge, under 611D, I believe I'm allowed to read this for the witness.
Oh,
Oh,
Judge O'Rourke.
And ma'am, so just to be clear, that's the defendant's jacket, correct?
Correct.
And at some point after the date of October 21st of 2023, did you wash that jacket?
I did.
Okay. And do you remember when that was that you washed it?
Not exactly, no.
Okay. But it would have been obviously before the police came to your apartment on November 30th.
Yes, I believe it had been about a month or so time in between.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. No further questions.
what the?
Good morning.
Morning.
Ms. White, you indicated that you have been in a relationship with Mr. Jackson Bolanos, correct?
Correct.
And you indicated for the record that you indeed washed this jacket, correct?
Yes.
Did Mr. Jackson Bolanos ask you to wash this jacket?
No.
What was the reason that you ended up washing this jacket?
Out of habit. We live together, so I do the laundry.
Do you regularly do Mr. Jackson Bolanos' laundry?
Yes.
Has he ever asked you previously to do his laundry?
No.
Now, let's talk about the date that you did this laundry. Where was this jacket when you went to go do this laundry?
In the laundry basket.
And did you have an opportunity to look at this jacket before you put it in the laundry?
Not as far as analyzing, no.
Did you see it though?
Yes.
Okay. When you saw it, did you see anything shocking about this jacket?
No. Not to the naked eye.
Did you see blood on this jacket?
Not at all.
Did you see blood on any of the clothing that was inside of that hamper?
Not at all.
And you indicated that you don't recall when you washed this, correct?
Yes.
But that you are in the habit of consistently washing the clothes in the house, right?
Absolutely.
Let's also briefly talk about the night in question, the 20/21st. Isn't it true that you and Mr. Jackson Bolanos have always shared location with one another?
Correct.
That location has never been turned off since you guys have been in a relationship with one another, correct? So any point in time, you're able to see exactly where he is,
Yes,
and he is able to see exactly where you are.
yes.
Yeah, the prosecution, they just are they're cherry picking. It's super irritating. But that's
Is
their
it true
job.
that Mr. Jackson Bolanos has previously told you
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
Is it your understanding that Mr. Jackson Bolanos has not wanted you to do his laundry before?
No.
Okay. Is it your understanding that he has? Is it your understanding that he has in fact washed his own clothes previously?
In life? Yes,
So you did this just because you chose to do this.
absolutely.
So no part of him that requested this of you.
No.
Now, on the night in question, or I guess the morning in question, at 5 a.m. on the 21st, when Mr. Jackson Bolanos came home, did he appear to you to be covered in blood?
Not at all.
Did he appear to you to look as if he had just gotten into some argument with someone or anything? Did anything appear different about him?
Not at all.
If there had been something such as this, do you think that you would have had an inclination of it?
Yes.
When he came home that night or any time after that night, did
Hi,
you
David.
notice any scars on him?
No.
Any scratches on him?
Thanks for having me.
Any wounds on him?
No.
No. Nothing that appeared as if he had been in any sort of fight?
No.
No further questions, thank you.
I just saw today that Israel, they're like very upset. They're doing a draft. The Orthodox Jews are not happy.
Your Honor, this time the people called Detective Patrick Lane.
I thought all Jewish people had to be in the military in Israel, though. Does it not apply to Orthodox Jews? They don't want to be drafted. Nobody wants to be drafted. Golly, whoever is operating this camera, I just want to like smack. They're new. Oh Lord have mercy. They are brand new. They're like an intern. Whew.
Patrick Lane, PatrickLane.
Patrick.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, could you tell the jury what you do for a living?
I'm a detective with the Detroit Police Department Homicide Section.
And how long have you been a homicide detective?
Going on 10 years.
And
Wow, he looks older than that.
What's your current role as a homicide detective with the Detroit Police Department?
I work in a homicide task force as a detective.
And as part of that role, did you play a part in the investigation into the death of Samantha Woll?
Yes.
And in connection with your role in the investigation, did you have an opportunity to take a statement from somebody on November 30th of 2023?
Yes.
And the individual that you took a statement from on that day, November 30th, 2023, you see him in the courtroom today.
I do.
And
Oh.
to him for the record and describe what he's wearing.
He's wearing a purple suit.
Finally,
Your Honor, if the record could reflect the-
I think we're gonna get to the interview and
Where
interrogation.
was this particular statement taken?
At our homicide, at headquarters in our homicide floor.
Okay, and is that in the city of Detroit?
Yes.
And when that statement was taken, was there anybody present other than yourself and the defendant?
It was just he and I for the first hour. Sergeant Ford joined in after that.
That's Sergeant C. Ford?
Yes.
Okay. Now, do you know how long the defendant had been in custody at the time that you spoke with him?
I don't. Maybe 45 minutes to an hour.
Okay. And to get him to make a statement, did you make any sort of threats to him to get him to talk to you?
No.
Did you use any sort of force on him to get him to talk to you?
No.
Did you use any sort of coercion on him to get him to talk to you?
No.
Did you have any reason to believe when talking to him that he had been deprived of adequate food, sleep, or medication or anything like that?
No.
Did you have any reason to believe that he was intoxicated or under the influence of anything at the time that you spoke with him?
Not that I could tell.
And in your experience, do you have some experience looking for signs of whether somebody is intoxicated or under the influence of something?
Some.
And nothing stuck out at you?
Correct.
Okay. Before you took a statement from him, did you advise him of anything?
His constitutional rights.
And was that advice of rights documented in any way?
It is.
I'm holding what's been marked as proposed exhibit 106. May I approach your honor? Is this a copy of an advice of rights form?
It is.
And is that what's commonly known as?
Oh, that's crazy.
It is.
Well, they're doing it. It might be the end of Netanyahu.
Of his Miranda rights, did he indicate whether or not he understood those rights?
He did.
And did he agree to waive those rights and speak with you?
By way of his signature, yes.
Okay, and his signature is on that form that you're holding that's marked as proposed exhibit 106?
Yes.
And were you there when he signed that form?
I was, yes.
And does that form appear to be a fair and accurate copy of the original that was executed in your presence back on November 30th, 2020?
It is.
Your Honor, I do admit proposed exhibit 106.
Okay. People's 106 is admitted.
And for purposes of
Yeah, I was at work. Don't
statement,
tell anyone.
is the statement recorded
I was hiding from all the old people.
in any way?
By audio and video.
I'm just pulling up,
I came out to muffins on my desk.
Do you see where my cursor is? Can you just read this sort of paragraph in the jury?
I understand these are my rights under the law. I have not been threatened or promised anything, and I now desire and agree to answer any questions put to me or make a statement.
Okay, note to everyone, anytime the cops want to talk to you, whether you're guilty of something or not, it does not matter. Ask for an attorney and say the words, I want my lawyer. I will not talk without a lawyer, period. Do not talk without a lawyer, ever.
And you mentioned that the
Never.
statement was recorded, is that correct?
Yes.
And that recording has audio and video?
Yes.
Have you had an opportunity to review that recording in preparation for testifying today?
I did.
And I'm holding what's been marked as proposed exhibit 107. It's a disc. Is it your understanding that that recording is contained on this disc?
Yes.
And other than audio redactions for certain content that isn't admissible in court, would it be fair to say this is a fair and accurate recording of the statement that you took from the defendant back on November 30th, 2023?
Yes.
Your Honor, I do to admit exhibit 107.
People's 107 is admitted. You may publish.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, before we start this, I want to ask, at the time of this statement, was there any DNA back in connection with the defendant on this case?
No.
And did you have a certain approach or strategy going into this particular interrogation?
I did.
And what was that approach?
Well, we knew that there was a question of stolen glasses that were pawned by Michael Jackson Bolanos. So I started with that line of questioning to see if he had any knowledge of that. There was also break-ins in cars going on in that area, which was documented by video and corroborated with phone records from him.
Okay, and what was the purpose, I guess, of starting with those less serious issues than going straight into asking him about Samantha Woll?
Just to
Because
warm up.
that's
Getting
strategy.
a banter with him.
Part of interview and interrogation.
Now, during the course of an interrogation, do you always share with a subject of an interrogation all of the information that you have on that person?
Not
Never.
right away.
And what's the purpose of that?
Again, just to see where his mindset's at, the truthfulness of his answers, seeing if he'll admit to anything we might present to him.
And during the course of interrogations, do you sometimes use deception on your interrogation suspect?
Yes.
And what would be sort of an example of that?
Thanks, you guys.
I mean, the case in point here is that I believe he believed he was being arrested for those question about stolen sunglasses or stolen glasses. That would be one form of deception.
Do you sometimes tell interrogation subjects that you have more evidence on them than you actually have?
Yes.
Yes.
And what's the purpose of doing something like that?
To try to get them
Keep
to
that
admit to
dialogue
something.
open, just to see if he'll give us any more information.
Yeah.
And the use of deception on the subject of an interrogation, is that a common form of interrogation method that's accepted in the police community?
Yes.
Yes.
And did you use some of that tactic here in terms of your interrogation of the defendant?
I didn't so much as Sergeant Ford did, but because I was presenting photographs and asking questions about where his whereabouts were that night.
This is my favorite thing is
Those are known
interviews and
things to me. They
interrogations,
weren't
you
really
guys.
deceptive.
Cops use, for the most part, they use a thing called the Reed technique. I use the Wicklander-Zawalski technique. I don't think cops use the WZ technique as much as they use the Reed technique. The Reed technique is a little more straightforward. The WZ technique is where you build a little more rapport with the person. The Reed technique is a little more straightforward, and they have a little more deceptive ways that they are allowed to use.
Skipping ahead to 32 minutes.
For instance, saying they have DNA evidence. They're
Anything
allowed
else
to lie.
that we're seeing in the video at this point, who are these people?
That's myself and the defendant.
Okay. Your Honor, do you mind if I take a seat?
With my technique, with the WZ technique, I basically wouldn't ask you a question I didn't already know the answer
You
to.
told me why they brought you here, right?
Yeah, man, I got pulled over. I was leaving my girl's apartment, changing my ring camera, and troopers was waiting at the corner. I guess I was already turning in to go into the store, but they pulled me over, said my name was clear, but then somebody called him, was like, I gotta speak to some detectives about some property, so I'm here today to answer your question.
Appreciate you. I need the last name.
Jackson Bolanos.
What is your current address?
That's taken on
This here? That's 19371.
my current address was really like homeless for,
Homeless?
yeah,
Why is that?
well, it's not by choice, but just like bad luck and turns type.
What is your phone number?
248-906-5529.
906.
5529.
Okay. What are the other numbers?
No, sir.
All right.
They say it was like some property, like I'm being arrested or something. Like
Well, I mean, you are in custody. We'll see how this goes to figure out whether you'll stay in custody.
Yeah, I work at two.
Where do you work?
At Fresh Roots, 97 West Warren,
97.
right there by the potato place, across from Wayne State.
By Wayne State.
I'm a manager.
Okay. I'm sorry, you say you started what time?
I started at 2, but 2:45. I was supposed to take my girl to Zuzu for a job interview.
What is that?
A restaurant downtown.
Zuzu?
Yeah, Zuzu.
Is it a rest? You said it's a restaurant? What kind of restaurant?
High end, I believe.
Okay. So this is a divisive rights form. All right, I need to, you go to school, high school?
Yes, sir.
You know how to read and write?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Read this first line for me, initial there, if you understand what that means.
So if I'm reading my anger rights out loud,
Yes.
so I'm being arrested.
No, I said you are in custody.
Okay.
Yeah. You did hear it out loud though. Right. I need to hear it out loud. Yeah.
I have the right to remain silent. I do not have any answer. Any questions put to me or make any statements.
Do you understand that?
Yeah.
Okay, like an initial there, did you understand that?
Let's stop at 36 minutes and 2 seconds. Is he initialing the advice and rights form at this time?
Yes, he is.
And what hand is he using to initial it?
His right hand.
Yes, sir.
Any statement I make or anything could be used against me in a court of law.
See how he's not like he's using words like in custody. He didn't say you're under arrest. He's not reading his rights to him. Usually they read the rights to them and then they have them sign this paper.
For me, I can't decide at any time that it's not words.
So those last two lines, let's read that out loud.
What I have, I understand that he's under the law. I have not threatened or promised anything. I'm not desired.
And so their signature here signifies that you understand your rights. Okay. So they told me you were talking about,
Hi, Kirsten.
something about a pawn shop, right?
Yeah, they said something about a pawn shop. I don't steal. I don't hit no licks. I don't rob anybody. I don't know nothing.
So
I ain't robbed no pawn shops. I don't know nothing about no pawn shop.
have you been to a pawn shop?
I have been to a pawn shop. I saw a pair of glasses that I found.
A pair of glasses you found?
Yeah, I found a pair of glasses. So like when I was walking downtown and like I was leaving the mix, it's Brick Town and shit.
Next, I know the next, yeah.
And the dude had lost his glasses and I just grabbed him, just like you feel, like off the floor between the back doorway and just.
Well, glad you stopped
inside
by.
No, not inside the mix, it was outside, like he was standing outside, they have the outside part and then like where you go in through the back. So the outside part is in the back. He was right here, he dropped his glasses, he had dreads, he got the tripping out. Like, oh man, I lost my glasses. I'm just watching, on looking. So I got the glasses. I didn't take them out of the strong room. I didn't do nothing to nobody.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah.
But you didn't get it back?
No, I didn't give them back.
Why not?
I mean, dropped them like, I didn't think it's, I'm homeless. Like, you feel me?
Okay. Wow.
Yeah, I didn't. So, nothing. I know I've been to the one on 8 Mile and I don't remember the time or the date, but I know that was when I took them glasses and so there, like nothing, I didn't do no crime to get them or nothing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay. Well, I mean, that's kind of like a gray area, right?
What do you mean?
You saw who dropped them, you could have just handed them back to him, but instead you.
Well, I mean, I seen the guy tripping with dreads, you feel me? So when I went to go get the glasses, I just see a guy tripping, oh, I lost my glasses. I'm not sure to say that I physically seen him drop them, but you feel me? This guy was tripping out like, I lost my glasses, asking everybody in the club, hey, you see my glasses? You see my glasses?
Yeah. Okay. All right.
That's the only time I've been to a pawn shop was on my 8 Mile, and I could take you up there, or you can take me up there. Okay, I've been in there.
That's what's got us, talking to you.
Okay.
So, this person may report that his glasses were stolen, okay?
Oh, no, I didn't steal it.
And with the pawn shops, there's a program that you can research, your glasses have serial numbers, some glasses have serial
Yeah, that's
numbers,
cool.
right? So they were put in the system and it's stolen and, followed it back to where you had sold them.
Yeah.
Right, so that's how we're talking about that today, all right? Your phone, where's it at? Is it in your car?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Why, what's happening with my phone? Like,
So
I need my phone for it.
part of our investigations is that we often, go through phones to see if there's anything to, corroborate what we already know, all right?
Hi,
Any
Kirsten.
text messages, any, photos of any items that might have been taken.
Oh, no, I don't have nothing. I'm telling you right now, I'm off. I took a pair of glasses to this pawn shop and sold them. They only gave me like $300. I could pay whatever the glasses are. Like, I could give them $400 or something.
Right.
I didn't commit no crime in getting them. I didn't take them strong arm. I didn't rob nobody.
I hear you.
I didn't threaten nobody. I didn't do nothing.
What kind of phone do you have?
I have an iPhone.
What color?
It's got a black case on it.
You don't know what color it is?
No, I think it's pink or red.
Okay. And that's that 248 number?
Yes, sir.
Is there a code on it?
No, it's facial recognition, but,
Usually there's a code for a backup, isn't it?
yeah, I think I got a code, but I can't remember right now because I'm kind of nervous because I don't know what's going on. Like, I
They might.
didn't do nothing. Like, I'm telling you.
Okay, well, that's what we're here to talk about. Let's not get ahead of ourselves, okay?
Yes, sir.
I think there's a reason they're not covering this.
But it's not on my property, so I don't want to give you permission for my phone.
It's not on your property,
Meaning it's in my car.
right?
Right. It wasn't on my person.
So you're saying that's not your phone?
No, that's my phone, but I'm saying it wasn't on my person, so how can I give you permission to go to my phone that wasn't on me?
Easy, it's your phone.
Right. But how can I give you permission? I'm telling
It's
you.
your property, right?
Right, it's my property, but I'm telling you everything. Like, I'm telling you everything. Like, I've been to this pawn shop, I saw a pair of glasses that I found that the guy lost at the club, and that was it.
Okay.
I don't know nothing else. Like, I'm not involved in nothing. I don't rob, I don't steal. I work, I'm a manager at Fresh Fruits. Look, I was supposed to be at work today at 2:00. I was on my way to work. I don't commit no crime. I'm sorry for this mishap. If this guy or the victim or something or whatever, I could pay him or something, or like, please.
Yes, we're going to be live every day for this trial.
We have been getting so many cars broken into downtown, okay? And, that's why you're here today. We want to talk to you about that.
All right.
But one thing leads to another, as far as me looking at you, okay? Because of that, I started looking at you for other meetings.
Okay.
All right, I understand what you're saying about that, I get that.
Well, B&Es, I don't do B&Es. Like, I haven't committed nothing with no, like, I haven't done nothing.
These breaks in the audio, those are audio redactions, is that correct?
Yes.
Here, I've been working, I have not committed no crimes, I'm literally homeless, I sleep in my car.
Okay.
I sleep.
Oh, that's right. It is Independence Day
So
Thursday.
who stays on the boulevard, or not the boulevard,
Mac.
Girl, I'm gonna
apartment
sleep.
building?
Well, I'm gonna do another video about Samantha. I'm gonna do videos about Samantha every day.
What street is that? Off of Woodward,
Alexandria.
Alexandria,
My girl.
Yeah, it's
That's
because
my
they're
girl. Like,
redacting.
that's my new girl. She's a server and stuff like that. Like, I'm not on no bullshit with nobody.
Mhm.
She stays there. You feel me? And I sleep there from time to time because I work at Fresh Foods, just right up the street. I'm just trying to stack my money. Tierra White. Yes, sir. I'm just trying to stack my money, man. I go to work from her house and that's it. Like, I don't do nothing.
You can't stay with her?
I do stay with her when like at night times and stuff like that. But the way like the leasing for all apartments, you know, they want to know who's staying with who. So I try to be like, so she doesn't get in any trouble. If I come at night or I probably stay in the just keep our girls to her gate. I sleep in my car too. Like, man, I'm not like thinking of nothing. I swear. I don't commit no crimes. I just want to work. I'm a manager. I just got, you can ask my boss 15 Ezekiel. Like, I don't do nothing, bro. I literally, I'm on the right track, sir.
Okay. So, as I said, you're on our radar, right?
Okay.
So we've had you followed for a while.
Okay.
And we can track you with cameras everywhere.
Okay.
Right? And we've seen you trying doors on other cars that on a particular night.
You seen me?
Yes.
Me physically. You know, I have any pictures, please. That's not me.
That's not you?
No, sir.
Sure about that?
Sure about that. What is that?
Same phone.
What is this?
So I'm gonna ask you. The apartment on Alexandria, right?
Yeah, that's me.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So we're able to follow you from your apartment all over downtown.
All over downtown.
Yes, downtown.
But I was not hitting no cars. I'm really like homeless. I walk around.
Mm-hmm.
I have not hit no cars or nothing.
I mean, but the cameras and us following you say different.
Bro, I'm not hitting no cars on. So, listen, this is me right here.
Mm-hmm. And this is you leaving an area where you were empty-handed and coming back out with a bag.
From stores. This was a store. This is a store bag.
Yeah, it is.
Store bag, right?
But it's not, there's no store open.
The gas station is open. If I'm downtown area, the gas stations aren't open. So why isn't that a store that was open?
Because you got this after going into a parking structure.
I didn't get nothing going after going into no parking structure. I have not hit no cars. I do not hit cars. I don't do that. I'm not lying to you, sir. I literally work every day. I get up, I go to work. I've been working for the last 2 months at this job. I'm a manager. I have not committed no wrongs. I don't go downtown to go hit cars. My auntie stays on Mac. You know where I say? Y'all know everything about me, right? Y'all know everything about me. So y'all say y'all watching me. I'm literally, I walk around downtown. I do not steal. I do not commit no crimes. I'm not strong arming, robbing nobody. I'm not stealing from properties or doing nothing of the sort, sir. I'm not. I've literally been on this right track forever. I'm 28. I'm homeless. I just applied for a bridge card. I got a bridge card. I sleep in my car. How embarrassing this is. I was with a girl at first. We were together for 3 years. The reason I was changing the ring camera because that's her apartment. Airbnb, not scared, but another girl. You feel me? I'm changing the apartment, and that's where I be at. That's where I was with all this time. Tierra is my new girlfriend because me and my last girlfriend broke up because she lives with her mom downtown. Sometimes I walk on Brush Street. Sometimes I walk by Fort Field, bro. I have nowhere to go. I literally take showers at my new girl's house and go to work. I'm trying to stack up my money so I can invest into my new job's business. I'm not on no bullshit with anybody, bro. I will tell you anything. I will tell you weed houses, fucking Syrian trafficking houses. I will tell you all that, and that's all on the east side. I will tell you anything you need to know. I'm not on no bullshit, bro. please, I swear I'm not on no bullshit. This is me. And if that speaks to what I swear I never even went in no car, bro. I went to the store for some bags.
Which store?
It's a BP gas station. It's something over there by Jefferson. It's a BP gas station, all type of gas stations over there. Listen, I don't go in cars or nothing. I'm looking at you as a man to man. As when I was a kid, I
Don't
was
do
just,
that.
no, listen.
I think that prove you wrong.
I mean, listen, if you prove me wrong, listen, I'm telling you, I have not been committing no crimes. I have not been doing nothing. I don't steal cars anymore. I don't do nothing of that. I got a chauffeur's license. My name is good. My driver record is good. I'm like trying to be a productive citizen. I'm working.
What time did you leave out that night?
What time did I leave out this night? I don't remember. It's like no times. I don't remember.
Do you remember this day?
I don't remember none of these days, but that's me. I don't remember the date or times, but I know this right here. I didn't know.
How long did you stay out at night?
Well, when the weather was straight, like I would just stay out, like I would go for walks to clear my head.
Yeah.
I would go for walks to clear my head, but that's me too.
Kind of dark, but yes.
Let me see.
Kind
The
of dark,
parking
but
structure we're
yes.
talking about, you scaled this wall into a parking structure, and you came out with this bag. Your hands are empty going in, but you came out with this
That's
bag.
not
I didn't
true.
scale no parking structure.
That's not true.
I most definitely didn't scale no parking structure. I didn't scale no parking structure. That's not even me. This is me walking right here with bags I came from the store. This store is all over there. This is, bro.
That's not where he got the bag. We watched the video.
I'm not lying to you. I'm being honest. I will tell you anything you need to know. I don't hit cars. I don't steal cars. I don't rob pawn shops. I don't do nothing.
That they cut and spliced, by the
I took some
way.
glasses to a pawn shop that I found where Sierra White works at the mix. She's a server. Y'all say y'all been surveillance and y'all see I don't do nothing. I'm not committing
No,
crimes. I literally go to work.
that's not true. We have been surveilling you on that, this particular night. They surveilled you from home, walking all around Jefferson, Lafayette, Larned.
Yeah.
You were standing on Canfield for a time. You're walking down by the stadium. You were
Yeah, I'm all around homeless. I feel walk and clear my head. I don't want to overcrowd my girl like she's already letting me into her space and stuff like that. My original girl that I was with before, Sierra White, lives on Brush Street with her mama.
Okay.
Those new apartments.
Russian what?
I'm not sure. So when I'm coming from Mac, if I make a left, it's those newer white apartments.
Okay.
Those newer white apartments with like all the glass facing. That's it. Like, bro, I don't do nothing, bro. Like this.
So
Like you could survey me.
we have like a lot. I'm telling you. So you obviously must know this, right? We're in the age of cameras and surveillance, right?
I know you can't escape the eye. That's the right, brother. I know you can't escape the eye.
Exactly.
That's what I'm telling you. Like, please, I'm not doing nothing wrong.
So from 12:30 at night when you left home, her home, right?
Okay.
All the way to almost 5 o'clock in the morning, you returned.
Right. I walked to my auntie house, which is on Mac. You feel me? Check. I didn't go inside or nothing. I just normally walk. I just walked.
See, remember he went into a building, it looked like,
Walked to the store
before he went over to that car and got that bag.
Some snacks for her and shit. You feel me? Like, I didn't do nothing, bro. Like, I'm telling you, bro. And that's not me. So like this right here, is me. You say you know something I don't.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so tell me.
I'm telling you.
I
I
know.
followed you from there. Tons of different cameras and angles all along. Yes, you walk, but you also go into parking lots and try
I don't try handles. You wanna know what I really do? I don't try no handles. I don't jump over the parking lots or nothing. I walk around and feed my fucking mom, bro, because I'm homeless. I'm 28.
Mm-hmm.
I'm 28, just trying to make it, bro. I'm 28, struggling. I was just living off a girl for 3 years that works at Chrysler. I was just working at Chrysler. I'm not trying to commit no crime.
Stop the video at 53 minutes and 30 seconds. Who is now taking a seat in the room?
Sergeant Stephen Ford.
Okay. Resume the video.
Yes.
I'm not doing nothing. I literally was just walking, brother, free my mind. This is here White House, me leaving. You said from 12 to 5, yes, I walk. Ask here, you can call here right now, here's her number. Hey, Michael Jackson, does he leave your house to walk at night? She'll tell me, yeah, he goes to free his mind or some shit. Like, bro, I'm in so fucked up, bro. I have no money in my bank account. I have no bank accounts. I don't go out to commit crimes. I'm literally struggling inside my head in this playground of doing right all the time, and I'm doing right. I work at Fresh Roots. I became a manager. That's how hard I'm working, and I'm trying to invest into this. I swear to you, about 2 months or a month ago, most I'm starting to do it. But still, it's like, I'm not trying to do no wrong. I'm not bullshitting. I'm not trying to bullshit all balls or something. I would tell you, like,
So we can get past the bullshit. Every time there's a picture taken, your cell phone is along with the picture. Right, so we know these pictures are you. Right, I mean, there's no question. We're not even asking. That's issue. I know it's me. That is you. So, all the way down to you on the park structure.
I never jumped no wall. I never jumped no wall.
Everything, listen to this. Every picture's taken. We have a cell phone ping matching it. You understand what I'm saying? Okay. So you know, your phone is always sending out information, right? Right. And it's talking to the towers. Right. So it's talking to towers here, it's talking to towers here, here, here. I mean, those are the same. You know what I'm saying? Right? So we have you pretty much locked down. Your whole route. Okay. You never leave your auntie house. You never did.
I never leave my auntie house. When I leave her house, I literally go to my auntie house. On that. I cross Grand River, past Motor City, I literally go to my auntie house.
Past Motor City?
Yeah, past Motor City. I walk all the way around. I literally walk downtown.
Yes, you go straight downtown, Grand Central Park, go through to Grand River, walk up Grand River, what's that guy called? Madison? Is that Madison? Say that Madison, cross that shit, over to, I think that's the same one. Antietam, walk down the line, I mean, we have you all the way down, all the way.
That's crazy. But I'm not hitting that hard.
I'm not lying to you.
No, you're not lying to me.
That was your
I'm
lie.
not hitting those cars though. I'm not hitting them.
You're literally picking on door handles. Matter of fact, when you get up here, you put on gloves. We see it all.
Right there.
I mean, that shit got to lie about. I mean, we showing it to you.
Right? I'm not showing it to me, but I'm not.
I don't know why you put it there, I don't know.
I'm not hitting those cars.
Look, I know you have your heart. Listen, I know you have your heart. And I can understand that.
I swear I'm not. I'm not robbing nobody. I'm not hurting nobody. I'm not doing nothing, so.
You didn't make the cars. So what? Right now, we have you doing that. You understand why security got that whole area over there, the town, behind Harvard Town, all on lock. Every step you made was on video. That whole area. Didn't you see that big ass building you was out there? Just on the water side? When you walk past Enterprise Park? You don't remember that?
All that whole area, yes, I was over there, but I was not hitting no cars.
But that was just over the parking structure.
I didn't even jump on the parking structure. I climbed over this. This wall looks familiar down the street. I'm not trying to bullshit you or nothing. This wall, you told me I jumped over a wall. I had to look at the structure. The structure is by Harvard Town. Yeah. For sure, I jumped over that wall. But bro, all right, man. So then, it's a group of guys, bro. This is why I'm telling you, I'm not hitting cars.
That's what I wanted you to say.
Listen,
how many guys is it?
Listen, I'm not saying it's a group of guys, but it's a group of guys that ask for cars. They go on Telegram or shit like that, or then they tell you like, hey, yeah, if you can find sketch, you can make money, bro. Instagram, you go to Instagram, 717 trying, you feel me? They only ask to take pictures of cars, bro. That's all I was doing.
So why are you hitting the handles?
I'm not hitting the handles.
Dude, we see you.
I'm not hitting the handles.
That's good stuff.
Bro, I'm not, all I do was take pictures. All I'm just gonna take pictures of stuff.
Do you understand video?
Yes, I understand video. Video's never gonna lie. Video's never gonna lie.
630 gigs a video of just you. That's no lie, no exaggeration. 630 gigs of video just of you.
What can I do, like, bro? I'm trying to cooperate. Like, I swear I'm not trying to get no jail time.
We just trying to explain, for you to explain.
I would go undercover. I would get you guys from races. I get you guys that's stealing my cars, Hellcats, all that, bro. And I just really want to work, bro. That's all.
Mm-hmm.
I have a daughter that I never seen.
So, how did you know about this area here?
My homeboy Weedsboro lives in there. Well, like, if you ever heard of like Babyface Ray the Rapper and all them, the people that be close in the circles, like I'm a music manager. If you go on my Instagram, I manage artists. I manage 2 local artists from the east side. So we're always in the same venues, but the same guys that still be doing rapping and all that street shit be trying to pay people. I'm 28, bro. What I look like? I'm fucked up. I don't have no cheese. I work to try to take care of everything I need. I pay everything out of pocket. I've been on my own forever. All I was just doing was going around taking pictures of cars. I took a picture of a fucking white Challenger scat pack, you feel me? That was it.
So what is this?
That's from the store. I told you I went to the store, bro. I'm not capping about that. I really went to the store on Jefferson. Like, I'm not lying.
So,
It's a gas station. It was a gas station. I
you
went,
walked by the gas station. Yes, you're absolutely right. You walked by.
right, I went to a
Listen to
store.
me. Didn't I just tell you how much bigger we had?
Right, I'm not trying to lie.
The gas station you walked by, matter of fact, was a green light.
Right, you was a BP.
Yeah, you walk by it, then you walk by the Golden Foods, and you walk down the street. Then you walk down to, I'm gonna lie about the name of that street, what is that down there? White?
No, I know listen, I know where I walk to. I walk all that way for sure. But I don't know.
You didn't go,
Right, bro.
listen to this. Do you see that bag when you go up there? You see that bag right now?
This is not even going that way.
This is coming back. That's coming back. This is going back. So, it first goes. So you walk,
I never left no parking structures with no bags.
listen here. When you're absolutely right. And you threw that in the bush before you jumped up here.
I threw what in the bush?
That bag.
No, bro.
Dude, I'm telling you,
It's right in the bush.
the bag.
No, that's not where he got it.
Right?
Oh, bro, I already had gloves on.
We can see you putting gloves on when you get up there. We see it.
Bro, I already had gloves on. You basically fixing them. I already had gloves on.
Well, okay, that's fine.
Listen, I'm not hitting no cars. All they want me to do is take pictures of cars, of scat packs and Hellcats. You feel me? That's it, bro.
Well, I don't understand. You taking pictures. So what does you taking a picture have to do with you picking up the handles? What was the purpose of taking the handles? Because you did sell your handles.
I'm not remembering anything. I'm not trying to bullshit you, bro. Like, I'm being honest. I would give y'all anything. Anything, bro. I'm not capping to y'all. I'm looking both y'all in y'all eyes, bro. I would give y'all anything y'all want. I'm not trying to be locked up. I'm not committing crime. I'm not hurting nobody. I'm not doing nothing. I'm not stealing nothing. I don't know.
So let's break this up. You leave your girl's apartment, right? Go through downtown, walk over through Rivard, right? Go over to Harlem.
I walk all downtown.
Yes, you walk. We added it up. You walked 8 miles.
I wait
All fucking miles. You were going from 12
to like 5 or something.
to 5, yes.
Yeah, I walk just what they want me to do, bro. They just want me to take pictures of cars. I could, listen, I'm not bullshitting you, bro. Like, I could take all over there. They got key fobs, they got pro pads, like all that shit. They got 2 Hellcats in the garage. Like, I'm not capping to, I'm not trying to go to jail for something that, please. I really just honestly work. You could call my boss, you could ask anybody. I work with anybody that knows me. Bro, I'm just trying to be productive. I'm just in a shitty ass position.
I want to see if you, where you at? When you cross over Gratiot, and you come, when you cross over Gratiot, you come up to Cantina.
I don't know the streets by heart.
So you know Gratiot,
I
right?
just know downtown just by visual. Like, if I walk
So you know
around
where the court is. You know, you walk by 36.
the well.
Yeah, the well.
Yeah. So, but you continue walking and you walk to the wine, what is it called, the wine vineyard.
Yeah.
The old Stroh's building.
I don't know what that is.
So it's the building that was to the left when you made that right going down to Brevard.
To go to Harbortown.
So you took Brevard going towards,
I'm not saying Enterprise.
no, that's over at Harbortown when you walk. Walk over there.
I don't know where Brevard is at.
Brevard is the street you walk down.
Is that on the other side of Grand Street?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, to get to there, to get here.
Yes.
So on the other side of the freeway, basically.
Yeah.
To get, okay, to get to there, yeah. But
So where are you going for that? So once you walk over Brad, you tell me where you went.
I just walked down on the side of the freeway to get down to, I wanna say Jefferson or some street to turn to go to Jefferson, to go down that way, to go east. That's all, like, bro, I just be
Who
walking.
do you know at MLK?
On MLK?
Yeah.
My auntie stays on MLK.
No.
You said that.
And, and the King Homes. Who do you know over there?
And the King Home?
Yeah. You were talking to somebody, you were standing on the other side of the wall. Somebody was sitting in the car, and you looked like you were talking to somebody. I don't know if it was girls or what.
And the King Home?
Yeah.
I don't even know where the King Home is.
Over on Shane and Lana. Between,
They're all white.
Yeah.
The buildings are all white.
before you,
Oh, it's a, wait. So is there a liquor store right there?
well, it's a liquor store on Shane.
And then like the apartment's white on this side?
Yeah.
It's a girl I had met like one night, but I only seen her one time and never been back over there.
This night, you were standing like right against the wall of one of the courts, and it looks like you were talking. I can't hear.
Was that like car or something? I don't know. Like I wasn't there with nobody. I left by myself and walked.
I mean, you could have just asked him a question. I don't know what the other conversation
I
was
don't
about.
even know. I don't even remember seeing nobody that night. I literally was just out walking by myself that night. Literally. I went to Harbortown, all that, but I did not steal nothing. I did not obtain no objects, no property or nothing. I did not go nothing.
So, what are you wearing over here?
What do you mean what am I wearing?
What are you wearing? What do you have on?
I don't know. I got on a hoodie.
Okay, is there a backpack?
No, there's no backpack.
Right.
But when you return, you got a backpack, right?
Yeah, the backpack was out of my car. My car is in that parking lot.
Ah.
And put the bag in the backpack.
Put what bag in my backpack?
The bag that you was carrying.
No, bro, I didn't stop buying nothing. Listen, I don't have no backpack on until I got back here. The backpack is in my car. The backpack is my work bag. It's a great backpack.
Listen to me.
Oh.
Everything's on video. We know when that bag showed up, when it didn't, right?
See,
We know you didn't walk out with that bag in your hand, right? You told me on that part, right?
I'm telling you, yes, I'm not.
I knew there had to be a simple explanation for that
We know
backpack.
exactly when you got that bag. We know exactly what car you got that bag. I mean, where you fill that bag up at. Rock has video everywhere now.
Where did I fill the bag up with?
One of the cars, man, it's so much video. I can't tell you exactly what, but
So where is it?
See, they're trying to twist him up.
Investigated me, telling me that I'm out there being known in the cars and obtaining property. No, I did not take no property from no cars or nothing. This bag, bro, I remember, I'm trying to remember walking. I remember this street because I remember having the bag, but I went to the store. There's gas stations over there. The King Homes, I don't know nobody
now,
else
so
over
you
there.
mean to tell me, we got all this video on you. All this video on you. And we didn't get the gas station where you went to go buy?
I don't know, bro. I'm telling you, bro, when I walk, I'm going out like I'm walking. I'm not like, I'm not committing no crimes. I'm not hurting nobody. I'm not doing nothing wrong.
So, let's talk about when you're coming back.
Okay?
What's the plan when you're coming back?
What do you mean?
What do you do? So you know where Peace Papa is, right? Peace Papa's on Jefferson.
No, Pizza Pockets is in the strip.
On Jefferson.
No, on the strip.
Oh, Jefferson, it's up, no, not that one. The one that you walk out right there, it's Jefferson and.
By the Chase Bank, I think, too.
Yeah.
Okay,
Jefferson Shane,
what
Jefferson.
happened there?
No, that's where you walk it.
Okay, I don't know, like, I went to a store over on Jefferson, I know for sure I went to a store over on Jefferson, because I had to stop and grab something.
So that picture right there is taken at 3:28 a.m. Right? I'm telling you, that's what time it is. And from there, you continue going towards downtown. So you make a lap onto Larner. So Peace Poplar sits on that corner. Is that St. Albans or is that?
It might be St. Albans.
I'm not familiar, but
No, maybe that's it.
long story short, this is me, but I'm telling you guys, I'm not hurting nobody, I'm not doing that, I'm not trying to do that, I'm not even trying to do shit, bro, like,
Yeah.
just want to work, bro. That's all I'm doing is
This is the issue. Again,
This is a very bad interview, by the way.
tracking the whole time, right?
Very, very bad.
On the way back home, walking up Larner. So you go up Larner, and then you walk into another sub, right at, what's the sub? Subdivision,
Housing area.
housing, condos and all that, right? I mean, that's not a question. I'm just telling you.
There's an elementary school right there.
what elementary school?
See, this is
You know Lafayette Park?
No, I DoorDash over there, like when I DoorDash, I stop by the wheel.
You definitely not DoorDash.
No, I'm not DoorDash, I'm saying, but when I know Lafayette Park from, the pizza place right there, the nail salon, I took my girl to the nail salon there, I took her there to the nail salon, but that's it, I DoorDash over there.
Mhm.
So, yeah, I was DoorDashing that day, and then we come back around because I seen some cars to take pictures of, you feel me? That was it. I was riding past the area and I seen some cars to take some pictures of, that's it, like.
But again, you're over there hitting handles again, right?
But am I getting anything? I'm not hitting.
I don't give a damn what you got. You know what I'm saying? I'm telling the story. Right. I can tell the story probably better than you. Because I've been watching this every video probably for a month now. Right? So you get into this area over there by school, right? You go over there hands. Then you walk down the sidewalk and go towards a couple of the condos. Right? All that to there, see you on video, right? What's going on over there?
I'm not sure, like, I didn't do anything, like, I don't know, like, I just probably walked through the neighborhood, I walked through a park or some shit, like, that's it.
You're familiar with that area, right?
No, I just drive down.
That's what I'm asking. I mean, are you familiar with that area, or you just used to going over there, or?
No, I just walk around, I'm literally homeless, I stay with a girl. I literally have nowhere to go, so from time to time, I don't drive, if I don't have gas, I just walk around. I'm not like outside.
So, when you're over there, do you see anything out the way or anything out of normal?
I didn't see nothing out of the way or normal.
Okay.
You guys say like I'm just hitting cars or whatever, I'm not doing nothing out the normal, I didn't see nothing out the normal.
So, for a moment, so you hitting the door handle, then you go towards a couple of the condos, I keep saying apartments, but they're condos. You kind of disappear for a minute, and next time we see you, you're running. Running, full speed, like somebody on your ass.
No, nobody's on my ass.
Why were you running? I mean, this whole time, I take that back. So when you were up here and you jumped off the parking structure, you hauled ass, because I think there was a car coming, because we see a car coming around as soon as you jumped out.
Well, if I ran from a park on another one, then there probably was another car coming, like, I don't know.
So if it wasn't a car, that's what we're trying to figure out, what the hell happened?
I don't know, nothing happened, I don't know nothing, what the fuck, like, I'm telling you, bro, like, I literally walk around downtown, I I work now, I don't do nothing, like, I'm not. I even stopped taking pictures for them niggas, like, I don't even do nothing, bro, I literally.
So, I mean, I guess we're trying to figure out, so. There was an incident in one of the condos, right?
What incident?
There was, somebody got into it with somebody in one of the condos.
I didn't get into it with nobody in no condos. I don't have no interaction with nobody. I didn't have no interaction with nobody this whole night, nothing.
So, when you hit the doors, nobody came to the door?
Nobody came or nothing. The only thing I seen was a white security car with the yellow top light. There was just one around and I looked from there, like.
But, I'm glad you said it, you're right. But, you disappeared into one of the condos, well, I can't.
I disappeared into what?
Going towards the condos, right?
What condos? What
The
condos?
doors. Condos is the actual individual.
You actually make sense there. You actually are absolutely right. In the place that he's trying to describe to you, you see the security car, and that's why he ran.
Right, and I
But you were trying to
left.
handle in that part.
I left the whole night, like I don't know nothing. I didn't see nothing out the way besides that, and I took off running.
Why take off running though if you're not pulling angles?
Because, bro, I'm not doing nothing, man. I don't know, man. I'm not.
So,
Please, I could pay back people, bro. I could do anything. I didn't take no property, nothing of value or nothing. I'm not doing nothing.
my only question is, when you went to the condo, to the actual doors, because one of the doors was open.
What do you mean?
One of the doors over there was
To the
open
car?
to one of the homes.
No, I ain't going no home.
You sure?
I'm positive I ain't going no
Remember
home.
I told you about your phone, right?
Right.
You've been saying I don't a lot, but then you finally admit to
Right,
it.
but I'm saying, I ain't going to
So
no home.
remember, did I ask you or did I tell you? Did I ask you or did I tell you?
What are you talking about?
Man, I already know your path.
My path for what? You
That's
know,
why
I passed on a
everything.
lot of everything I did, but I didn't have no interactions with nobody. I didn't go into no houses or nothing, bro. I went out clicking a few handle doors, bro. That's it. I was taking a few pictures of some cars. That's it. I did not do nothing.
So now you admit that it didn't happen.
Bro, you telling me this, so I'm going along with your story. Like, I didn't do nothing. Bro, I'm just trying.
When you hit the handle and the door was open, what happened?
Nothing.
If you could explain that to me.
Nothing happened.
You just walk away when the door opened?
I didn't go on no vehicle. Listen, I didn't go on no vehicle or nothing. I didn't go on no vehicles that night.
No, I said for a condo.
For a whole condo.
For the person condo door that was open that you went in.
I didn't go in no person's condo.
You definitely, the door was open.
Well, the door was open.
So her motion, we can tell her door is open because you know they got the little.
This is a terrible, terrible interview.
There was activity when you went in.
He has no idea.
You crossed the plane, right?
Listen, bro, I did not go.
So this video, so we have you going that way, right? We have you in that area. Your phone is there, but ADT goes off at the same time. Just asking you, what happened?
Who? What happened to what, bro? I didn't go in no house, bro.
The house you went into.
I didn't go in no house, bro. I didn't go in no house. Security came, I ran. I didn't go in no house, bro.
Security came after.
Bro, listen, bro. I seen security come, bro. I seen the white car circling around, bro. I ran. I didn't go in nobody's house or nothing, bro. This whole night, I just went walking around. Like, I'm not trying to make nothing up. I'm not lying to y'all or nothing. Like,
You've been lying the whole time until we confront you with evidence, right?
it's not that I'm lying, bro. It's just that I don't know what y'all want or what y'all asking for. Listen, bro, I'm an individual just trying to save myself. Meaning, like, I went around doing this, right? Y'all said that I did this. I had to pass the cars. Okay, cool. I understand that. But I swear, bro, I've been on the right track. I'm not doing nothing out of the norm or nothing. I've literally just been working.
So this is not out of the norm?
I mean, this is out of the norm, of course, man. The guy going around filling on door handles, you feel me?
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Yes, but, bro, I just had one task to fucking take pictures. Maybe I took a little farther by filling the handle, but I never took nothing out of no property, no cars.
Even though we see you.
Bro, I went to a store for this. I'm telling y'all, man, I know I went to a store for this.
So explain when you got the backpack then, because you didn't get it from your car.
Oh, that's why the security came. The backpack came out of a car. The backpack came out of a car. That's why the security came. That's why security came. That backpack came out of a car.
Which car?
I don't know. I'm not sure. I don't remember the car.
You didn't have the backpack until you got to the last place over on Regard, off of Regard.
No, I had the backpack before then.
You didn't.
I did, because I got the backpack out of a car in the garage structure.
The garage structure is after that. This is garage structure, right? That's on the way back to Regard. Right?
Oh, bro, I don't know, bro. I'm not.
That's what I'm saying. I don't know where they go, I don't know where they go. Saturday night, right? I mean, that reminds me of heaven. I can probably tell the story better than you can. Right? I'm comparing your phone to this video, to her ADT.
So who the fuck is her?
One of the houses in the area.
I did not go in no houses.
You ain't going to lease.
I didn't go in no house. How can I go in the house?
You tell me?
Tell you what, I did not go in no house, bro. I simply went in parking structures and walked around all fucking night. I didn't go in no house. I literally walked around in parking structures all fucking night, bro. Walked around all downtown all night. I did not go in nobody's house except for this fucking house right here.
So,
I'm not lying to you. I'm not trying to make nothing up or nothing. I did not go into nobody's house. This is the only place I went into. My girl's apartment. Left there and came back there. That's it, after my walk.
so I want you to understand, in the beginning, going back to the beginning, right? You just said you were walking around and you went to your auntie house, right? That's how we started this conversation.
Walk around.
Now we would evolve.
My auntie house lives in the area, so I do walk that way. When I go on my walks at night, I do that.
Go to the auntie house this night, particular night, this particular night. We agree on that? You didn't go to your auntie house on this particular night.
What particular night? What
This
was the
particular
day?
night.
What day?
This is October 21st.
Yes, I did go to my auntie house that day.
Maybe earlier night was night though.
Not when you left at 12. Right?
Yeah, bro, I didn't do nothing, bro. I don't know what y'all want.
We're just trying to figure out what happened out there. That's it.
We're just trying to confuse the ever-loving crap out of you.
Bro, all I did was go to a few parking structures.
We have zero foundation for this interview.
With nobody because I ran every time. Like every interaction, even had to like security run around. I'm ducking and running.
Did you see anything unusual?
I didn't see
Anything
anything.
that shocked you?
I didn't see nothing that shocked me. I didn't see nothing that shocked me. Besides security, bro, I'm 28. Homeless. 28 homeless. I'm sleeping at a girl's house and going to work just so I could wash my ass. Before that, I was taking showers at Planet Fitness. I'm not doing or hurting or committing no crimes or doing nothing like, bro. I'm literally just trying to make it as a 28-year-old. With no real support.
Trying to scrape by any way you can, right?
Right, but straight by I can means what? Like, bro, I'm not cards, but I'm not in the cars, bro, because I'm not even getting shit in cars.
You got a backpack, you said?
Bro, that ain't had nothing in it. A fucking empty ass backpack that I use as my work bag. That's it.
That's what you're using now as your work bag.
Well, I use it as my work bag, like I go to the gym with it, you feel me, that's it, but I didn't, bro, I don't steal nothing, like, I can't keep saying that because I usually buy those little cars or something. But I'm saying, like, I didn't see nothing shocking, I seen security, and I ran, that was it, I had no other interaction with nobody else that night, I did not go into no homes of nobody that you saying, I don't know nobody.
So,
All I know is,
this is, so, all I need is you to, so when you walk towards the actual doors,
what doors?
to the actual condos.
So I never walked to no doors and no
No,
condos.
we see you.
Well, you see me walking on the sidewalk. I
I
never walked to no doors.
Yes,
I
I
never,
don't see it.
bro, I never walked up to no doors.
Buildings are all black.
Yeah.
2 stories, all glass.
Yeah.
I've never walked up to no doors.
So, not only do we see you walk to the doors, one of the alarms goes off the same time you walk up there. So you know, any of your houses used to have an alarm on it, like ADT or
I
whatever.
don't know, I did not do nothing.
So anytime you have an alarm in your house, every time there's somebody passes, one of the motion detectors or a door opens or whatever, there's action on that count. You understand that part? So at the same time you're walking that way, we got action on that count, right? So that's how we know. And your phone also.
What is my phone? Okay, my
Yeah,
phone.
you already said, you already there.
I never went in nobody's house or nothing, like, bro, I only went in parking structures and walked around the whole fucking night. I didn't see nothing out the norm, I didn't hear nothing or nothing, I only, bro. I'm not trying to bush hardball or play with y'all, I swear, bro, I'm telling you everything I know. Look at my hands,
Go back.
look at my hands. I literally don't do nothing, bro, I have small hands.
That you do.
I don't do nothing, bro, like, I
I mean, your whole body made it very easy to track you. I mean, look at the picture, I mean, you can see your frame is.
But my frame is me, like,
Yeah,
what?
that's what I'm saying.
We're the same size.
Yes, it is, but when it's not a lot of people out, this particular night, while we're doing the track, you understand that? And plus, I mean, with your outfit and everything else, so, I mean.
It seems like you got a uniform that you wear when you go out and do this.
I don't have a uniform.
No, I mean, the way, what you wear, it's all black, right?
It's October.
Yeah, mask that goes over, yeah, face mask that goes over, you can see your eyes from time to time, right?
No, bro, that's, bro.
What are you wearing here? What do you normally wear when you go out?
I don't know where nothing, bro, I just dress normal, like, bro, I don't, it's not a fucking uniform, like, what? I wear regular clothes like you would just walk out.
Every time you go out and break into cars?
I don't go out to break into cars, I go out for walks, this is one night, this is one night,
Come on.
this is one night, bro.
Regardless of how it many nights, this particular night,
Well, on this particular night,
when you're on your mission, taking your pictures and hitting on knobs, on your route, at the end of your route, when you get to this last subdivision or what else would you call it?
I was just saying, I was in here, bro, I tell you, I never went or entered nobody's houses, I never did nothing.
You really pushing it on this, bro.
How am I pushing, bro? I'll give y'all anything y'all need.
Because he's not saying what they want him to say.
We just trying to figure out what made you go there, why that particular, in that particular area.
Bro, I was walking.
So, if you remember the security guard, then you remember that area. So it's kind of
I
like,
don't know if the security guard was a male or female or nothing.
no, I'm not talking about the security guard. But if you remember that, you remember that area, and it's kind of behind bushes, it's almost like you have to be familiar with that area to go into that area. You understand what I'm saying?
I'm not familiar with no area.
But for you to go over there, you had to have some, or was it just, that was a bad thing, you just so happened to happen upon it, or you?
Bro, what are you talking about? If you guys said you guys were surveilling me the whole night, then you would know everywhere I went. And there wasn't no, I know this route, I know this area. I just randomly fucking walked around that night to clear my head and came back with a backpack and some other shit.
What was your other
Fucking snacks. Some snacks, some fucking snacks. That's it.
So you got snacks out of people burn?
Oh, bro, what do you want from me? Like, I literally came back with some fucking snacks, bro.
What kind of snacks? You
It was chocolates. No, it was fucking chocolates.
That's a lot. That's a pretty hefty bag.
It was a snack bag, with a snack bag, like Halloween chocolates. It was chocolates. It was fucking chocolates in a bag. It was Halloween chocolates, candy. You feel me? I had it in and just kept going. Like, bro, I did not do nothing wrong. I didn't enter nobody's house. I don't know nothing about nobody's house or nothing what you saying. I know parking structures, yeah, cool. I had no interactions with nobody else because I ran. Every time I see security, I'm gone. Who the fuck wants to get in trouble? Like, I'm not trying to get in trouble. Like, I don't know nothing else of what you're saying or what you're referring to. Like, bro, I just know this, like, yes, I walked around.
We're just looking for explanation, bro.
That's it.
We just look for
I'm not trying to bust y'all balls or hold y'all up.
But I mean, it kind of seems like it because
I'm not, though.
so I have to prove to you every step of the way of how much information we know.
They don't know anything. That's why this interview sucks.
This is not us following you physically. This is us following you with the camera.
Right. And that's understandable, and that's cool.
So this is what happened. We went back from the ping on her door. From the ping on her door, we went backwards, following you all the way backwards, back to Harbortown, right? Once we get back to Harbortown, then we realized you actually came all the way from over on Alexandria, right? Because we went all the way, took you all the way backwards. So that's how we figure out this picture, right? So we go all the way back and figure out that's where you came from. So we track you after when you started at 12:30, leaving there, taking that whole route. You know what I'm saying? But the original start point for us was her ring on her door. Was her activation on her door, right? That's how.
Whose ring?
The door that was open, right?
What door that was open? Bro, I did not go into no houses or no doors.
Did you even just listen to anything I just said?
I did, you just said everything. Y'all pinged me and followed me the whole night, but I never went in no house.
So, what I'm saying, listen to me. Just listen to what I'm saying. Understand? If you have on your door, any type of motion or
I got a
whatever.
ring camera.
Okay, so every time it's activated, you get a notification. Right?
Someone's at my front
So
door.
it's just like ADT. Every time it's activated, they get a notification on her account, right? So we had to go through her notification and found out she had activity around the same time you were there, right? So from that time, listen to me, just listen. So the time that door activated, not that door, that motion detector activated, right? We were able to monitor video and see you and took you and went all the way back to Harbortown, all the way back over to Alexander, right? So just starting with that motion detector on that door, just that motion detector started this whole circle, right?
Okay.
So that motion detector, we see you, right?
I didn't go in nobody.
Well, maybe it's coincidence.
You said a motion detector, you
The
said.
motion detector goes off, right? Then we see you come out.
Right, you see who? You see my face, you see like how you see right here, me come out of a house.
So yes, we see you come out of there, so we're going backwards. Because at that point, we didn't know where you came from.
I never came out of no fucking house, bro.
You really just not listening, like,
I am, bro, I'm.
And stopping the video at 1 hour and 33 minutes. Detective, what Sergeant Ford is saying about video showing the defendant coming out of a particular house, does that video actually exist?
No.
Okay. And again, what's the purpose of saying that at this point?
to get him to admit that he
Try to
did,
elicit a response that would coincide with the evidence that he has.
that you don't have.
Resuming the video at that same time.
So, you're in, right? You're in, you get a notification.
Yeah, somebody.
So that's what we're going with, the notification. We see that notification on hers. So we're looking at the same time, and we see you coming from that area.
Yeah, so what, you got a notification I opened up a car door?
No, a house, it was not a house door, but a house motion. It was a motion activation at her house.
Yeah, and I didn't do nothing.
And that's what we're trying to figure out.
Oh, yeah.
What happened?
I don't know.
You came, soon as when we see the activation at her house, we see you, right?
You see me where?
Leaving.
Right, because security came as I was checking doors. Like, I didn't go in nobody's house.
I'm talking about an actual physical house. It's a
I
condo.
get what you're saying, that's still somebody's house condo. I never went inside or entered nobody's property.
So,
That's what I'm telling you. I never entered nobody's property.
again, and maybe it was, just so happened, you were walking away, or walking by, or whatever, when this was going on.
What was going down, bro? You can listen.
The motion, dude.
Yeah,
Then the motion goes off, right? And then we see you coming from that area, right?
This is hard to watch because this is absolutely terrible.
Your phone mirrors everything we got here, right? You got it?
So now my phone.
This is everyone that's in the area of a particular incident.
Okay.
We pull those phones. And that's
And what was I doing in it? And my phone set up because I was in this area in parking structures.
yes, you were in every area, including her place.
Whose place? Who the fuck is her, bro?
Yeah.
I don't know who she is.
Yes.
Right, so why do y'all keep saying her? I didn't
I mean, the person, if you were in the,
I never had no interaction with no guy. I never had no interaction.
They're allowed to lie.
I just really, we've been at this for over 2 hours. Does anybody need a restroom break? Or should we go through till lunch? Okay, I just wanna make sure, because normally we don't probably.
Yeah, they're allowed to lie.
I never went into nobody's condo, nobody's place or nothing. I only went to parking structures.
This is how you can see how they wear people down.
Bro, I've never did nothing else. I didn't see nothing else out the norm. I didn't hear nothing else out the norm or nothing. I'm not getting what you like looking for. You keep saying her. Who the fuck is her? I didn't have no.
What I say is all your phone pings, we can track the whole. That's how we got all this video.
Right.
The same thing for this break-in in this home.
A break-in? I didn't break into no home.
It-
That's not even my style, bro. I don't break into no home.
this wasn't your style here either. You know what I'm saying?
What you mean? What's not my style?
You started out saying this wasn't your style.
Yeah, it's not my style. I'm saying I haven't did this since a kid, but I normally walk around. I became homeless when my girl moved back in with her mom, you feel me? And then I met this beautiful young lady named Sierra, who's been nothing but nice to me and all type of shit, bro. And I've been working at Fresh Roots, just giving her the money that I get from Fresh Roots to help her out because she let me into her house. I'm homeless, bro. I'm fucked up. Like, I don't go around doing nothing else. Yes, I went around doing a few handles or some shit, taking car photos for guys who be looking for scat packs and all that shit so they can steal them. So if I'm aiding and helping in that, then I'm.
And that's what I really think.
I'm just fucked up.
That's what I'm really thinking, that you're acting on someone else's behalf, because it is out of your character. It is. I'm not
I'm
asking
just
you.
trying to make some money. I'm just saying.
Listen. I'm not asking you a question. You don't like these, what I'm telling you. I already know the answers. I already know what happened.
What happened to what though?
As far as your movement.
Right, and that's true.
And I think that I do not know. I know you crossed that threshold.
I never crossed no threshold of nothing.
Well, okay.
I never crossed anybody's
So
threshold.
your phone crossed that threshold.
My phone never crossed no threshold.
It did, bro.
Bro, listen, I'm telling you, my phone never went inside nobody's house. I never went inside nobody's house. This whole night I only walked around, I jumped the wall, parking cars, like that was it. Took pictures of cars. I never went inside nobody's house, had no interaction with nobody, seen security and I ran. That's it. I didn't do nothing. I don't know what y'all looking for. Like I could tell you anything else. Like I'll give you my anything. I don't know. Like I tell you where I caught weed from. Like I don't fucking know, bro. I don't know what you're looking for. I'm not like trying to fuck with y'all or nothing.
So, I mean, I really don't want to sit back here and go back and forth with you to get you through all.
They have zero evidence, like nothing. They're literally just badgering him, hoping that he will admit to something that is not true. They don't have any DNA evidence at this point. They have zilch. They have been monitoring and piecing together his cell phone evidence and this camera evidence. Clearly, they've been dumping a lot of time and effort into putting him in the location.
I stopped stealing cars. I did time. I did 5 years in joint boss half my life. Everybody involved except for me. That's why I'm still stuck in this stagnant place of being fucked up, not having no money because I have to get jobs and do things.
So he was talking about your phone. Do you want to consent to your phone or do you want to?
Don't you think that us going to your phone will help your story?
Yeah, if you go through my phone, but you know, go through my phone and do what? Like look at my, but
Absolutely like that.
right, but see, I got, and then if you go through my texts and things like that, I'm giving you permission to go through everything. And I got like, and stuff like that. Like I said, I manage artists, and if I'm telling you all, bro, I don't even want to say nothing because it can be used against me in the court of law.
So it really matters if you give us consent or not. We're gonna get a search warrant. We're gonna go through your phone anyway.
Okay, well, listen, y'all can't go to my phone, but I'm saying like I got, bro, in my phone, like, see, whatever you got looking for, because can I have like a lawyer or something to get like the understanding of what exactly you're trying to search my phone for? Cause I got video, that's what I'm saying, like, bro, I'm trying to see what y'all, like, bro.
So, are you requesting a lawyer or?
No, I'm not requesting a lawyer because I'm trying to work with you guys so I could go home or go about my life or still come back and ask me more questions, like, I don't know, like.
So you willing to keep talking?
Yeah, I'm still talking. You can search my phone and all that. Like I would, can I do it in my present?
Yeah.
I will see, like,
Yeah, I'll put it on the machine.
Yeah. Nobody cares about the old pictures and all that stuff. It's pretty much to verify the information that we all talking about right now. That's what we're concerned with.
I'm verifying, sir. This was not.
Listen, how far did we have to go through to get to this point? I mean, be honest, just be honest.
What point were you talking
This
about?
point where you finally admitted that you were going through hard.
Well, I mean, it started from a pair of glasses that I found at the Mitch, you feel me? And then it went to me, oh, he brought a picture like, oh, you doing VLEs. I'm doing VLEs of what? And then it said cars. And I haven't hit no cars, but besides fill a couple handles and take some pictures. That's it. How
At the beginning,
yeah.
in the beginning, you said you wouldn't get no handles, right? You
I was just taking pictures.
You said, I'm saying, but see, how that has evolved and
I
evolved.
know because you guys are looking for something that I don't know nothing of. You feel me? We're asking me, and I'm a guy, I'm not nervous or nothing, but anybody would be nervous in the position of getting asked questions. You feel me? Trying to protect yourself. And all I'm trying to do is work with y'all. Like, I'm not against anything or nothing. Like, I will let you.
Yeah, till you realize they're trying to pin a murder on you.
But damn, I got like, you feel me?
To be honest, I mean, I don't think you're a bad guy. I just think you ran into some bad times.
That's a classic line.
That's what I'm saying. Like, I didn't have no interaction with nobody or nothing. You can search my phone. If you want me to sign, I will sign. You can search my phone.
What's the code on your phone?
284999.
Should have just let him get the search warrant.
Is it your initial here that you're consenting to your phone?
And what exactly, I'm giving permission to freely and voluntarily. I have not been, coerced or threatened by any manner.
You kind of have, because they told you that you were.
Involuntary, what? It's not being specific.
Yeah.
For your phone.
Right, but what exactly are you trying to look for? It's not specific of what you're looking
Because
for.
we can't piece out what we want from your phone. We would put it on a machine and extracts everything from your phone. That's why we can't be specific in this.
Okay, well, go ahead.
Initial and signature.
It's crazy, bro. It's crazy. You know, I say y'all got your things on me. I'm just trying to go to work. Like, I'm probably fired. Like, I'm a manager. Y'all could keep me. Y'all could keep tabs on me, everything. I just work. I don't really do nothing. I'm not trying to bust all balls. I swear to God, I'm not. Y'all can have my phone ball that searches or any of that.
What's wrong?
I don't know what is there. I'm just trying to figure out what's going on, man.
What's that, bro?
They literally have no evidence, like nothing. This is the worst interview. It's one of the worst interviews I've ever seen. They built zero rapport with him.
There's no confusion. Well, first off, there's no.
I didn't go to no threshold. I didn't enter nobody's condo. I just went to parking lot.
I see everybody else out there.
I didn't see nobody else out there besides security.
Okay. Didn't bump into anyone?
Didn't bump into anybody. It was, there's the security, across the street. There's a big building, tall building, there was security out right there. Like, I didn't see nobody like that.
You know, I'm trying to say you kicked somebody's door in or broke somebody's window. I'm not saying
I
that.
didn't break into entry, I didn't enter, I didn't entry, I didn't do none of the sort. I just went to some parking
Your door
structures.
open?
I didn't see no door open. I just went to parking structures, cars. That's it, bro. That's all I ever fucked with in my life is cars. I don't do nothing else, bro. That's it.
Kind of like an opportunity, right?
I mean, not an opportunity, but like, bro, I'm fucked up. I'm homeless, you feel me?
And open door, bro, open door.
And I sleep with an open door, but not to no fucking home, bro. Like, I wouldn't want somebody opening up my door coming into my home.
Would you want to open your car door?
No, but I had that happen before.
But, I mean,
I was
I'm
actually sleeping there, too.
it's not a big difference, though, is it? I mean, you open up a car door, you open up a house door. I mean,
No, it's a big
this
difference.
is just an opportunity. Opportunity is.
There's no opportunity to open up my house door.
And you explained to us how desperate you are because you're living in a car. You know,
I'm explaining, not desperate, that I don't mean I'm desperate, I'm just, you feel me? I'm just trying to get back on my feet, like, I had some fucked up previous situations, like, don't know, bro, these are two girls that mean the most to me, you feel me? The two that's been helping me, she helps me out because I go to work from there, you feel me? And the first one, the one where I got picked up at was in Southfield. That's my first girlfriend, and she held me for a pretty long time too. Like I
So
didn't
those
really,
two your girlfriends now, or you?
well, the first one in Roseville, we're just like more so like business partners because the Airbnb. So I just go there and just change the ring camera. But this is my main girl, the girl that's on the paper tier, white, the Alexandria. That's why I live with.
So, do you know where you're at now?
I'm downtown, right across from MGM.
But you know what office you're in?
Just the detective bureau. Oh. No, hell no, I ain't kill nobody. Hell no. I don't even get down like that. They saw me property. That's it. I
That's
don't
part of
know.
it. That was part.
Stopping the video at 2 hours and 1 minute, approximately 40 seconds. At this point, did you shove something across the table for my client?
Yes, I handed him my business card.
Okay. And does that business card say anything about homicide on it?
It does.
I ain't know nothing. I ain't know nothing about none of this, bro.
So again, this is how we lay it up to you.
Okay.
Her apartment, right, or her condo,
Okay.
her alarm activates, what comes to you as a notification. We go from that notification, and that's how we pick up on you.
Okay.
So you're there.
They have been in the area, so you got my phone from the cell tower being in this area around this time of something that happened. I don't know what happened. I just only was checking car doors and taking pictures of cars. That's it.
So you're saying that you're in that area, just so happened, pulling on doors, but just not that door.
I didn't pull on no house doors, no condo doors.
But you're
Only in parking structures,
lot. So
parking lot, parking structures, parking garages, that's it. That's all I was doing that whole night.
even though we have you walking towards,
You don't have me walking towards nothing. I did not walk towards nobody's house.
do we have to break down the videos again?
Break down the videos. I'm telling you, I did not go through none of this or nothing. You say you're homicide, bro, that's cool and all. I've never even caught a body. I don't even do shit like that, bro. Don't know why I'm here,
So
bro.
when you walked out, you took that pathway out towards the big building. You described, right? You see that, immediately see the big building.
The big building is what you can see in that
Across.
lot.
Yes. And you walk, that's what you walk. You
Just
see,
because security was coming up the roadway, and that was the only way out, so I ran from this roadway that the security was coming up, and ran through the lot and out through here. I don't know nothing about those here. No, I did not run from there, bro.
this right here is right by the road, right?
Listen, I'm telling you, bro, I don't know nothing about this. You keep talking to me about a house, a person, I don't know nothing about, bro. I only was fucking with car handles. That's it. That's it. Was out just walking around. Whatever this happened, I don't know what the fuck. I didn't see nobody. I had no interaction with nobody except for security, and I ran out of that place. I don't know what y'all looking for. I could give y'all anything else. I really don't know shit about no homicides. I'm not into that shit.
So moments after you run away, she's found laying out here, right?
I don't know.
Yes. I'm not asking.
I don't know.
So yes,
I don't even know what you're even talking about.
a body is found laying in front of you.
Okay. I don't know nothing about nobody. I didn't encounter nobody or nothing.
So it's just a coincidence that she found dead as you ran away.
But what am I running away from? Running away from security, bro. I did not run away from a human being. I didn't run away from an actual physical person. I ran away from a guy in a fucking white car with a yellow fucking light, bro. That's it. I didn't run away from nobody else. I didn't see nobody out there. I didn't do nothing. That's it.
So
I don't know what y'all looking for.
just like you didn't go on knobs, you didn't go on no cars, you didn't climb no pocket structures. I mean, this is just over and over again. We're going through this.
Right, and we're going through it. You guys are homicide, bro. I'm not in the same fucking field. Being me is totally different from a fucking homicide. Getting into a car is different, bro. I did not do no homicide. I don't know nobody. I didn't see nobody. Bro.
This happened over a month ago, so we've been working on this a while, right?
Okay.
So we're having this conversation after we've been working this constant.
Okay.
So even though the media wants that information now, we want to make sure we have the right person in front of us.
And I hope you guys get the right person, but this is not me, bro. I don't do that. I only fuck with cars, and I'm a music manager.
So even if that's true, even if what you're saying is true, you would have tripped over her.
I would have tripped over who? I didn't trip over nobody. There was nobody there. I only seen the white fucking car and the yellow light. Why do you keep trying to go back to the same person, bro? I don't know nothing about this. You keep saying her, I don't know no her, no him, no them, us.
Okay, listen, we never say her or him. You would have tripped over a body.
I didn't trip over nobody. There was nobody out there. So I went to a few fucking cars, walked around and went.
Moments. I mean, all of this is too much of a coincidence.
What's the coincidence? You're saying moments. Moments of what, bro? I didn't hear nothing. I didn't see nothing. I only saw security coming up the real path that's in the middle. I took off running.
How are you, Sixth Commandment,
Ran through some
China?
bushes and was gone. Out to the main road. Sent the building over there. That's it. I didn't see nobody laying down. I didn't see nobody hurt or nothing. I don't get what the fuck you're asking, bro.
When you got out to Lafayette, what'd you do?
What do you mean? I just went that way, like went straight back to the casino, Greektown.
Mm-hmm.
That's what you guys said you see me from the courthouse. That was it. I didn't do
Ew.
nothing else besides it. I only walked. That's it.
My mother-in-law just had to have that, or she had a broken foot.
On my life.
Well, you were in the wrong room when we first started this, right?
I don't know. I was only told. I don't even know what room I was in from what I was told. This was.
But even for the property, he was in the wrong room, right?
No, I wasn't in the wrong room because I usually told him when he asked have I been to any pawn shop, and I said yes, I've been to a pawn shop, and I sold a pair of glasses.
And then when we went on to the property claims, you denied, you haven't been.
Because I didn't.
You didn't deny how else you was.
Right, and those are all the ways that I walk.
Mhm.
Those are all the ways that I walk. You asked me what I do when I leave. When I left from this house, I told you what I do when I leave. I go for walks. I walk all around downtown.
But
I get space to myself.
when we finally got to the end, you made it just still in the bag, you made it still in the bag of candy, you.
Bro, that was all, bro. That was all. Like, what do you mean? Like, that's all. That's all. I don't know nothing about
Showing a pattern of not being
Yes.
honest is what he's trying to say.
But I am being honest. I'm showing you.
Because I'm
I'm in the detective's office room, and now I'm being asked about fucking murder. I'm not lying. Bro, I told you I will give y'all anything. Anything. I'm not lying about no fucking murders or nothing, bro. I didn't do nothing. I don't know nothing about nothing, bro. I only hit a few fucking cars and left.
This is my issue. This is my issue. Everything lines up.
So what?
What evidence?
Nothing lines up, bro. I don't remember this place. I never went to nobody's house. Did you check my phone?
But that's what you started about with the party
Check
structure.
my phone. Check my phone, bro. I did not do
We
nothing.
have you there, bro.
I don't have you there either. Yes, I never went to nobody's house, bro. Why do you keep trying to make me think that I went to somebody's house? I never went to nobody's. No, I don't.
Your phone was in her condo.
My phone was not in her condo, bro. So who the fuck is her? You keep saying her, so you just said there was no her and no me. Whose condo? My phone was never in nobody's house.
Let's say this. Your phone is there. Your phone is there. I'm not saying you did anything, but I know your phone is there.
My phone was there, bro. My phone was in the whole lot. Yeah, my phone was in that.
Your phone was up here.
My phone was not up there.
It was in the lot first, but it made it up here.
So if you say my phone made it to doors, people's doors and stuff like that, then check everywhere. I did not go in nobody's fucking house, bro. I only went in fucking cars, bro, and left. And got the fuck on when I said security, bro.
It could be something simple.
I did not see nobody. I did not trip over nobody.
I wish you just.
Oh, bro, listen. On my dead brother, if I would have seen something, bro, I would have told anything I knew, bro. I did not see nothing of the sort, nothing wrong doing. So besides the shit that I was doing, which was filling on door handles, that's it, and taking pictures.
You cannot talk to me all you want,
I'm not
but
trying to.
I'm just trying to explain to you what our evidence is. What our evidence is. The whole time I've been telling you what our evidence is. I'm not asking you questions. I'm telling you what our evidence is.
Right.
Just like I told you climbed that structure. When you denied, you climbed that structure. Right? I didn't know you climbed that
I'm
structure.
telling you your evidence. I did not do nothing here. I did not go to nobody's threshold. I did not walk in. I did not see nobody. You saying I didn't see a human.
Our evidence is true all the way up until here. That's what you're telling me. That's what you're telling me.
I'm telling you, I walked those routes. I was in that area. I did not hear nothing. I did not see nothing out the norm. I seen security and got the fuck on.
All the other information I showed you was true, right?
You're telling me that.
You're-
And you're telling me you got all this evidence that shows that I'm true, that what you're saying is true. Well, I just agreed with you and told you that I was in these areas and was filling on car doors and taking pictures.
Right.
Besides
That's
that,
why I told you pictures. Yeah, that's me. But when you get here, no, that's not me.
that's not me. Bro, you're showing me a picture of a fucking house that I have no knowledge of. I did not pass no thresholds. I did not go anywhere. I did not see nobody laying down nowhere. I did not hear nothing or nothing, bro. I sent security and ran out of here. I don't know what else y'all looking for. Like, I seen security and ran out of there. Bro, went back to my girl's house. If you say you watched me on cameras, you can see everywhere I walked. I walked past the courthouse, walked past all that, and went back to my girl's house, walked up Woodward.
Yeah, they're gonna
I did
deadlock.
not see nothing or nothing. I don't know nothing, bro.
I'm interested to know
I'm being
which
dead ass
direction.
Oh, now you.
I'm being dead ass honest because you're coming to me telling me I'm in the homicide room, bro. I don't even kill nothing. I never even fucking killed or hurt nobody. I never even been in a fucking shootout.
And again, I did not say you killed anybody.
Right, but I'm saying that
Listen, you're so eager to try to prove your innocence.
because I'm in the room being questioned about something that I just told you I did before.
You're trying to out-talk me, and that looks bad. I mean, you're showing all the telltale signs that you're trying to out-talk me, for me not to think it's you, but it's making me think more and more that it's you.
All right, well, sorry to not out-talk you or to be out-talking, but I have a problem with being defensive. When I'm being accused of something, I'm very defensive because I like to prove
Which is
my
what you should be if you're being accused of something.
That's all I got.
I'm not saying you did anything.
Right, but you keep saying you did
All
though. Because if you said
No, I did not. All I said is you were in that threshold. That's all I can say. I don't know what happened. You could have opened the door and saw something or some scared you or whatever. But I know you're in that threshold.
I didn't open no doors. I didn't see nothing there. I didn't open no doors. I didn't see nobody laying outside or nothing. What you said?
No, what I said is,
You said you see somebody laying down out front.
I said you would have, because.
You see how you would get worn down at some point and finally just say, yes, I saw someone, I touched them, I rolled all over their body, whatever you had to say.
Going all the way back, going to Harbor Town, going all the way back, going to, Alexandria, to the apartment, to the Elaine apartment, what is that apartment? No, the apartment, it's Elaine.
Alexandria, I don't know.
There's Elaine, I think.
All I'm saying is,
So when they were, just from the notification on her door, on her motion detector, on her alarm, that's why we focused on you.
okay.
And we could have came in here and you could have just said, yeah, I walked out and I peeked in, or whatever happened, and then I left. What I'm saying is, this is what we have. We have her notification on her alarm, the victim notification on their alarm, see you, backtrack you to try to get you identified, end up all the way at Rose apartment.
I didn't go through no thresholds. I didn't see nothing out the norm. I don't know.
You're not listening to shit I said.
I am.
So how do we come to you?
Because you just said you followed my from
Strike
towers.
win.
That's
Some
cool. I was
schmo.
in this area, not from towers.
We're all just schmoes.
We see you go backwards, all the way back to
You see me go backwards.
No,
Describe that.
we go backwards. So take your image, right? Go backwards. So what are those pictures? So those pictures I showed you, we going backwards. And we end up going all the way back to Watertown, all the way back over to Alexandria, right? We realized you started earlier, so we went back and got additional video to get the whole 5-hour trip, right? But what had us focus on you is her notification from her ADT, from the victim. I'm sorry, the victim. So the victim notification, we see you coming from that area. That's why we focused on you.
Okay, and that's cool. I was coming from the area because I was jiggling on car handles and
You were not coming from a lot, and here is two different areas.
How is that two different areas? I did not come from here or here. I did not come from here.
The lot
is right here.
Yeah.
I did not come from nowhere near here. I ran because the car was coming up the driveway of where the parking lot is, where the fan comes up. I seen them and I ran, that's it. I did not go near nobody's house, I did not go to thresholds or nothing, bro. I don't know what you're looking for. I did not do nothing of the sort, I did not see anyone, I did not hear anything.
So, I was thinking this was a simple explanation, right? Because I'm not here asking questions.
Okay.
I'm not.
No, you're telling me.
This is what I know.
You're telling me what you know.
Yeah.
And you believe that I went through a threshold and I did not go through any threshold, bro, besides a fucking car threshold.
What I believe, what I know, is what I see and what I can improve, right?
Okay, so what you know, what you say, what you can prove.
That you came from that threshold.
I did not come from the threshold, bro.
You came from that threshold. Just like you came from on top of that road, just like you went through Bedrock's cars over there that you said you didn't do, even though we have you on video doing it. I mean, the whole thing, this is things we know. I can't tell you what happened inside of nowhere, right?
I can't tell you, I never was inside of nowhere except for parking garages, parking lots, and cars, that's it, bro. I can't tell you nothing what happened to you either. What are you trying to get at? Like, I'm being dead ass, I can't tell you nothing that I don't know, bro. I bought the fucking pair of glasses, took them to the pawn shop and sold them.
So, when you were in that area, was there anybody else in that area with you?
No,
I mean,
just
I'm not talking about security or nothing. Let's just stop and think. Let's just stop and think. When you're standing there, getting ready to go to the car,
where?
in the parking lot, you got me saying structure now. In the parking lot, do you see anybody else around?
No, I didn't see nobody else around me. I didn't see nobody else around or nothing. No, I didn't see nothing, bro. I went to a car, checked the handle.
When you took off running,
That was when security was coming up.
besides security, did you see anybody else running?
No, I didn't see nobody else running. I seen a homeless man walking. But that was across the street, you feel me, by that security booth, where the security guy was standing in the booth. So that's it.
So, but you didn't see nobody else on that side that you were at,
No,
besides
I didn't
security?
see nobody else. I didn't see no person laying down. I didn't hear nothing. I didn't see nothing. All I did was check a few car handles, and that's it. Take pictures of cars, and that's it. Like, I didn't see nothing out the norm or nothing. Like, bro, homicide is not even my thing on my side. I could tell you everything about weed and cars and other shit, but I don't know nothing about no fucking homicide, bro. I don't know nothing about a her, him that you keep saying. I don't know nothing, bro. I'm not really lying to you. Like, I could physically take you to, like, bro, and give you weed houses and stuff, or like anything. Like, I'm not lying to you. I'm trying to work with you guys. Like,
Who did you
that's
call after you left here?
Huh?
Who did you call after you left there?
Who did I call?
Mm-hmm.
I don't think I called anybody. Yeah, I don't think I called anybody.
You didn't call nobody?
No, I don't, not that I remember, I didn't call anybody.
Yeah, I saw it. That was very
Right.
fast.
You called your girl to open the door, right?
Yeah, that was when I got to the house, that was it.
Yeah.
That's it. I don't call her to tell her like just open the door. That was when I got back, but that was it. I didn't make no calls or do nothing. I don't even call her, bro. And gave you my phone and shit, like, bro, I don't know, like, I didn't do nothing, bro. I'm being that ass serious. I went to a few car handlers, fucking took pictures, was in a lot, parking structure, went to a store for sure. I know I went to a store, the King Homes. Well, I know a girl that live over there, but I ain't seen her ever since, like, you feel me, cause she wasn't talking about nothing. You know, I'm a young guy, so like, it's like, you don't do relationships, but you'll talk to a woman for like a sexual, you know, or something, but that didn't even happen, so I just wound up never speaking to her again. I don't know, but like, other than that,
I
bro.
went to the King Homes this night.
No, you said I was in the King Homes. You said I went to the King Homes and just by a liquor store or something like that. So I remember going to the King Homes taking pictures.
You asked me, was it about liquor store? I said, yes, I'm ashamed.
Yeah, and if it's some white buildings, I know, you said who do I know over there, and I only knew one girl that lived over there. Yeah, that's it.
Where'd you take the pictures over
Of a Charger, or a Challenger, I told you, I took a picture of a car, a Scat Pack, that was it.
there? In the King Home?
No, in the parking structure.
King Home don't have parking structure.
I don't know what it has, I said I took a picture in a parking structure of a car that night, that was the only picture I took. I don't know what else y'all looking for, like, bro.
So good, you good?
I could come back, like, literally come back and give you anything you need, like, I'm dead ass.
You're gonna come back tomorrow, but, you're going to the DC tonight.
I'm going to DDC for what?
Again. We're not looking for the story.
Listen, close the door. I'm telling you, I do not kill nobody. I don't know what happened. I didn't see nobody get hurt or nothing, bro. I physically just went to cars.
Dude, you could have easily explained this away, but you constantly lying
I don't
about
lie because I'm being honest.
and you stop doing that. Let me finish,
I'm sorry.
and then you can talk.
Very defensive. I'm sorry.
Alright? Understand this. I've actually explained this situation over and over again, haven't I?
You did, but you also reversed your words, sir. Like you trying to catch me up like I'm a criminal. I'm not a criminal, sir. Listen, I don't know you and you don't know me. I'm looking at your name, you say Stephen Ford. Listen, Stephen Ford, you can ask everybody that knows me. That's not my forte, bro. I don't do nothing. If I knew anything about anything, I probably was at the wrong place at the wrong time. You feel me? I did not question the threshold. I did not see anybody. I'm being a man to you. I'm telling you as a man, yes, I be stealing cars, bro. I used to steal cars when I was young, all that. But I haven't done nothing since. I haven't even stole no car, nothing. I have a good driving record. I work. Bro, I got 2 girls for money. I have a whole daughter that I haven't seen that I'm still trying to secretly get back. I'm not trying to work with you guys or nothing, bro. I don't know nothing about nothing. I went to these parking structures, took pictures of cars, took a few hundreds and left. That's it. Suspicion of murder is fucking crazy. Suspicion of murder is fucking
Describe this other homeless guy you saw.
Oh, it's just like a black guy, like just walking up the street.
What was he wearing?
I don't know, it was dark. That's what I'm saying, it was just a black guy, I just seen him walking across the street when I was running up. Because, so listen, when I'm running from security, you know, your awareness is up. I'm running, damn, I just see security, so I'm looking over, I see security in the booth. I don't know if they're connected or if these people work together, so I just ran in that way, and then I see the homeless guy walking, that's it. I don't know nothing else. That's all, bro. When you came in here, you initially sat me down and was like, hey, was you at a pawn shop? Yes, I was at a pawn shop because the circuit needs for cars, you said, right? Right, that's cool. Bro, I haven't stolen nothing out of no cars. These glasses I took to the pawn shop because I found them at the mix. I'm not lying to you or nothing. The suspicion of murder is fucking crazy, bro. You could check my whole history, my background. I don't have nothing violent crimes or nothing, bro.
At some point in the videos that they were tracking you, looks like you lost one of your gloves.
I didn't lose my gloves. I didn't throw.
You only had one glove on.
I did not have one glove on. I had 2 gloves on the whole time, bro. I did not do nothing. That was just so I could take pictures of the car, and that's it. You feel
You
me?
think just like the gloves?
Huh?
The gloves was so you could take pictures.
No, the gloves is like, you feel me? I'm filling on car doors. Like, come on, bro. What's that on gloves? Like, you're filling on car doors and I'm taking pictures of cars. Like, I think the suspicion of murder is fucking crazy. Like, dead ass.
So you don't know what this other homeless person was wearing at all. You ever seen him before?
No, I never seen nobody before besides just that guy across the street walking past the security booth. That was it. And then the security guy that was coming in a white car. You think, I don't know if it was girl or female, but it was a white car. Yellow little light on top. I just took off running. That's it. I didn't see nobody laying down. I didn't hear nothing. Nothing.
Yeah, well, these guys need Jesus because they this is a terrible, terrible interview.
It's crazy. If I gotta go to the DDC, then that's crazy. I'm not. Didn't hear nothing.
Hey, how much longer is the video?
I believe it's about 10 minutes.
Okay, we'll go through to the end then. I just didn't know how much further it was.
Everything you need to know. I never even seen these doors. I never even been through a door or nothing besides
So
calling.
this, my issue is not,
You guys, the surveillance, you everything, all that. I tell you the truth. Like, I only go to weed houses, work,
so me surveilling you now would do no good, because what this happened back in October. So to say that we tracking you, this is long gone.
and I do.
So all we have now is our evidence. That's all we have. And so I'm an evidence guy.
Okay.
That's it. That's why you can explain it, but you can't
Listen, man.
deny the evidence.
One thing you will never beat is evidence, big brother, and all that. That's true and factual. That's cool. And one thing I'm telling you, bro, I don't know nothing about no fucking homicides, bro. That's not my lane. I don't know nothing about none of that shit, bro. I don't know. I didn't see nobody. I didn't hear nobody. I only fuck with cars. I only fuck with cars. Check my history, bro. I only fuck with cars. I haven't stolen no cars because I'm not trying to go to prison. Like, I'm literally, I grabbed a bag of fucking candy and a fucking gray book bag. That was it. A bag of candy.
And the gray book bag came from.
I don't remember what car it came from, bro. I was everywhere that night. I don't remember where it came from.
Where's the bag now?
I don't know.
So you use it for work, right?
Yeah, I used it for work, but like I don't know where it's at right now.
When's the last time you seen it?
Probably like a week ago or something when I was moving some Amazon carts.
Amazon cards.
Yeah, like the little things. I got a whiteboard, so when I be in Roseville, not to be offensive or nothing, but we just call him. But he works at Ryder. His name is Carter. Ryder Gates, and he buys like the Amazon totes.
Okay, but where was that at? The last time you saw it? At the apartment? In your car?
Well, yeah, that was in my car. Yeah, that was in my car. Yeah, like
What did they lock you up to?
Where did they lock me up?
Yeah.
Here.
No.
You were on the east side somewhere, weren't you?
Oh yeah, I was on the east side. Yeah, you asked me where did they lock me up? I was locked up here. Like, I don't know where.
They put your handcuffs on the east side.
No. Just like ran my car and was like, hey, you're clean, you're good, your car's clean. That was it. Like I didn't have no drugs or no weapons or nothing on me. Like he just put me in the car and said he got a call to take me downtown. That was it.
Gotcha.
Like he wouldn't tell me nothing. I kept asking him what was up. Like why am I being detained if you just told me I was good? That's it. And then he said detectives for property and only property. Remember with some fucking glasses and that's it. Like he said, a pawn shop. He said some pawn shop crimes. That's what the trooper said. Pawn shop crimes. I'm like, bro, pawn shop crimes. I don't steal from pawn shop.
So because this is a homicide, right? A lot of DNA evidence we'd have to go through.
Bro, that's cool. Do what you guys gotta do, bro. Like I'm not taking. Like I really didn't.
Off the brakes. So I want to know if you can also give me consent to get a buffalo swab sample from you. DNA sample.
Yeah, cool.
All right. I'll go on and get the kids to come back.
consent form that you sent in for, your phone? Sorry. It's a multi-use form, okay? We use it for other things, right? Like if we were to search someone's car to get a buckle swab, that's what I just talked to you about, or, to the inside of your mouth, right? So by initialing here, you've already signed, you're agreeing for me to be able to get a buckle swab from you.
Damn, so you really just finessed me in the water.
Finessed you how?
I don't know, but I'm just trying to comply. That's
There's no finesse in here. You already, until you initial this, I can't take this buckle swab. So there's no finesse. No, I know, but you're really, I sound like I didn't.
No, I'm just saying I had already been thanked out.
I'm a fan, you did it, I'm a fan.
So I gotta go to jail for suspicion.
Yeah, we're gonna check a few things, all right? And, we're just gonna have to sit one night until we do that, all right? Let me ask you something. Why do you lie so much?
Because I'm a defensive person. I don't lie. It's just that I get defensive. And bro, like, I know I do wrong. I know my situation is fucked up. But I'm a quit, bro. Like I told y'all, I was in sex trafficking houses, weed houses, drug houses, gun houses. I work with y'all with anything on these, but I ain't do nothing like this. I don't do it. I only ever fucked with cars in my life. That's it. I never did this for shoot out or nothing. Have I held a gun? Yes, I held a gun before. For homicide, bro, I ain't killing nobody, bro.
Or not? Thank you. You always carry a knife?
This was in my car. My car, I have to notice the seatbelt cutter. That's all.
A seatbelt cutter. I got a seatbelt cutter.
You know, I drive an RT, so like if I ever get into like an accident, I'm wearing my seatbelt.
Oh, in case you gotta get out.
Yeah,
Oh, I got you.
So it stayed in the car.
I got you.
It was just funny because it pulled me over, and I was changing my ring camera and some. And it was in my car, and then when they pulled me over.
You have any other bags?
Yes, sir.
Where do you get your gloves from?
It was.
Where's your wearing them?
I have to wear like no specific type gloves, what type of gloves.
Yeah. They were winter gloves? What's the warm mouth?
Wear like no specific type of gloves.
You know where you put them?
I don't know where they're like gloves.
I mean, where are they now?
I don't know.
That's a simple question, man.
I don't know. Like, I'm supposed to remember like it was some gloves.
Yeah, it's property, right? Your property.
I'm looking at what I'm looking at, and I'm thinking about, okay, was I there? What time? What day? Like, yeah, I was there. I have to look like I'm not gonna just say, oh, that's me, and that's not me. Like, I'm not trying to lie to you guys. I just told you from the beginning, I'm not trying to bust your world. I shook your hand, told you like, hey, I'm doing that or whatever. I didn't know this was homicide or nothing. I don't know nothing about homicide. That's not my field. I'm literally landscape, bro. I do music. I manage my local artists, and that's it. And I go to work. And I'm just trying to get back on my feet. I'm 28. I'm homeless. I stay at my auntie house one time. I used to, and then I stay at my girl house. I sleep in my car. I can't stay with my other girl because she lives where I'm on Brush Street. I'm in that area downtown because I work over there. I'm in that area.
Can you guys pull him just?
I think that most of it is it.
Was that?
Oh.
Is there more for the video?
No, that's,
show it, that's all he wants to show.
yeah, that's it. There's a couple minutes left.
Okay.
I'll have a few questions for that.
Okay. We're gonna break for lunch then, and, we will come back at, 1:30, because we have several matters to do during your lunch break before my staff is taking a break. All right.
Okay, so many things to say about that absolutely train wreck of an interview. So obviously you guys probably felt the same way I did, and that was very confused. Michael Bolanos was very confused. They did not come in with any sort of structure to that interview whatsoever. They started out with the glasses at a pawn shop, which I don't even know how they got to that or what started that. But the main point of an interview, an interrogation, which they just skipped a whole bunch of steps, is to build rapport. You got to build rapport with the person in order to get them to kind of trust you and start to talk to you a little bit. But they just skipped right over that. They didn't even go there. Also, if you want a person to admit to something that they did or did not do, is you want to paint them in a corner. So you don't show them all of this. First of all, he showed them all these pictures of him walking around downtown Detroit. That doesn't do anything. You want to create a story, or you want to tell a story or show a story or whatever that paints this person into a corner that they can't get out of. So you want them to tell you the story. Like, tell me what you did on October 21st, 2023. What were you doing that night? And they will tell you what they think they were doing that night. Say he could have told them, I was at my girlfriend's house all night. We watched a movie. We did this, that, and the other. And why do you remember that? What makes you remember what you were doing on October 21st, 2023? And he can go on and say all kinds of other things, but you want that person to tell you and paint themselves into a story. You want them to get themselves into a story so that you can shatter that story with all this evidence that you have, right? You don't want to give them evidence and then them build the story off of the evidence that you just showed them. That's stupid. So basically him showing him pictures of himself walking around downtown Detroit, all that did was, like, he doesn't know what to do with that. He's like, yeah, I'm walking here, so I'm walking around downtown Detroit. That's what I do. I just walk around all night because I don't have anywhere else to go, which is probably true. But, they didn't give him anything to work with. Basically, they just started accusing him right away of you were grabbing handles, you were opening car doors, you were doing this, you were climbing walls, you were doing this. He's like, what are you talking about? I wasn't doing any of those things. So of course he's going straight into denial. If they had just asked him, what were you doing October 21st, 2023? He probably would have at first been like, I have no idea what you're talking about. I don't know what I was doing that night. And they were like, well, think back. If you looked at a calendar, would it help? This is, like something to refresh your memory. Oh, okay. Yeah. That night I was, I worked until such and such, and then, hung out with my girlfriend, lock him into something, but you don't. And then the other cop that came in there, he just like ruined everything. It sounded like they were throwing spaghetti at the wall to see what would stick, and just trying to trap him into something that he didn't know what the heck they were talking about. And they were going down streets and buildings and roads and whatever. And he's like, what are you like? Who would remember? I don't remember everything I did yesterday, like much less what I would have done on October 21st, 2023, and of every single road that I walked down and every single parking garage, if I lived in Detroit, that I went into. I mean, I wouldn't know. So, and then you see the shock that he sees when he realizes he's talking to homicide, because he's like, what, how'd that turned quickly? And then to realize that you're going to jail for murder. He's just trying to think of how the heck can you get out of here? How can I get out of this? I didn't do it. I don't even know why I'm here. Take swabs, check my phone, do whatever you got to do, but let me go home. So he is now in panic mode. He's in fight or flight mode at this moment. So what would you do? At this point, he's not even asked for an attorney. He's not done a thing. At this point, he's in fight or flight. What can I do to get the hell out of this situation? He is now backed into a corner, but it's not the kind of corner that they wanted. They wanted the corner where he is backed into that he can't get out of because he's painted himself into it where he's admitted. But they didn't get the admission. They didn't get that because they suck at this interview because they had zero evidence. This is what is called bad interview technique because they didn't have evidence. They lied. They lied to him and they didn't have anything to back that up. So they couldn't get what they wanted, which was a confession. So yes, that is the best practice when it comes to the read technique. The read technique is we have your DNA. We have pictures that put you there. That's why they kept saying, we had pictures. We have a picture of you. We have you on camera leaving that area. Because if you can get that in that person's mind, we have evidence that you're there. They'll be like, holy shit, I'm there. They have me there. How can I get myself out of this situation? They have me there at this time. What can I say to make it seem like, okay, maybe I was there. Maybe I was there. I was there, but what was I doing there? What was I doing there? So that person's mind is spinning at this point. Their mind is spinning. They're trying to think of a way to get out of the situation. How can they say that okay, maybe I was there, but I didn't do anything wrong, but I was there. Okay, they have evidence that I was there. Fight or flight, fight or flight, fight or flight. That's what he's in right now. So how can he get out of it? He just wants to go home. He just wants out of this police station. He doesn't want to go back to prison. So what can he say to get out of this situation? It's going to get there. Yeah. So, right. So all he needs to say though is I want an attorney, and he will get an attorney, but he's still going to have to sit in jail till they get him one. He just needs to say I want an attorney, but he's been down this road. He's been railroaded before. He just doesn't understand. And that's what's so sad about our system is that people who are in a lower socioeconomic class do not understand that. Please, for the love, I don't care how much money you have. I don't care what class you're in. I don't care if you didn't do it. I don't care if you did it. You always say you never speak to the cops because that's the kind of shenanigans they do. That's what they'll do is they'll pin you up and they will make you feel like you are guilty, and you will start sitting there going, holy crap, did I do it? Maybe I did it. You don't know how many false confessions are out there because people get in a fight or flight mode and they just want out. So ask for a lawyer, and you must say, I want a lawyer. Don't say, do I need an attorney in this situation? Do I need to call a lawyer? Don't question, because they're not going to tell you that. They're not going to say, yes, you need to call a lawyer. No. They're going to say, we're just talking right here. We're just having a conversation. We're just talking. So, and that's why there's a difference between their technique and my technique when I used it for retail, because I didn't have the Miranda rights to keep someone in a room with me to have a conversation. So my technique was actually harder, because with a read technique, you have to read someone their rights and they have the choice. Which my people also had the choice, but they could have got up and left at any time. They weren't made to stay in the room with me. They didn't have to say, I'm going to get an attorney. They could have just left. But 10 out of 10 people stayed in the room and talked to me. And it was all because, I would build that rapport. We'd get to talking. We'd shoot the breeze, get to know about, their life, what's going on, and kind of get an idea. And that whole situation where you're like, I don't think you're a bad person. I just think that you fell into a bad situation. And that's a common phrase that every interview and interrogation uses. I don't think you're a bad person. You just came into a bad situation. You just made a bad decision, so I'm not here to judge. I'm just here to get the story straight, because 9 times out of 10, usually in a proper investigation, we already know what happened. We know when it happened. We know where it happened. We know how it happened, but we don't know why it happened. And that's the entire point of the interview and interrogation, is to get why. So the thing is Michael doesn't know anything. He has no idea. He's flabbergasted. So this is a terrible interview. It's really, really bad. On a scale of 1 to 10, I have to give this, it's a 2 at best, because they literally, that second guy who came in just crapped all over this interview and interrogation. Did a very bad job. What Michael needs help with is I mean, really, I hope that Brian Brown can tear this interview and interrogation apart, because they did not properly, well, they have every right to lie. I mean, they are allowed to deceive, use deception, deceptive statements. That is allowed. They are allowed to hold someone for 72 hours until they can build upon what they have. And if they don't get what they need out of the 72 hours, they have to release the person. They have things they are allowed to by law. But unfortunately, all they have is this video evidence that clearly that's all they've been working on this entire time. Where are all the other suspects? Did they work on any evidence for these other suspects like they did for him? I just find it very, very shocking. So, yeah, I mean, and you have to look at his situation. Like, there's a lot of people like him who at one time, and I don't even know if he was even actually messing with cars. I think he probably just said that because I'm watching this interview and it's so sad and it's so hard to watch. I'm thinking he just gave up and said, fine, I was messing with doors. I was pulling on door handles. I don't know if he just said that just to appease them, just because he was like, okay, fine, you got me. I was doing that. That's what I was doing. But I don't know if he was actually doing that. Maybe he was. Maybe he got bored and he was just lifting handle door. I don't know. But I think he was saying that because he was just trying to get them to get off his back. Because they're like, look, we have all these pictures of you walking around downtown Detroit. What were you doing? Your MO is to mess with cars. And he's like, fine, I was messing with cars. Whatever. Can I go now? I didn't get anything. I didn't take anything. I didn't do anything. I didn't, so I think he was just at the point where he was like, okay, fine. Can I go now? So the sad part is he's been down this road before and he thought he was going to get to go home and he wasn't. So I wish that at some point in his, for lack of a better term, his criminal life, someone had told him, you need to ask for an attorney if you're ever caught up with the law again. You just straight up ask for a lawyer. Do not speak to law enforcement. I wish that was like something that's taught to people right away. Yeah, they have, all they have is him walking around downtown. I mean, is there a law against walking around downtown? I don't think so. I mean, jaywalking, but So yeah, that's yeah, dude, the pretend evidence that doesn't exist that's a common thing. I mean, that's how it's an intimidation tactic, because like even when I was doing interviews for, just like I said, I worked with shoplifting and internal theft. So internal theft was where the most of the theft, high dollar theft amounts would happen. I had a case where I worked with this person for years. I knew her. I knew her kids. I knew her. It was one of the hardest interviews I ever had to do because I knew her for so many years. But, you know, I sat down with her, and when I say it was hard to do, it's because I knew her for so many years. But I had to interview her because I caught her. She was taking merchandise out of the store by the bag loads. And, you know, she admitted to over $10,000 worth of merchandise. I didn't actually have evidence of her taking $10,000 worth, but that's what she admitted to. Because I told her I had been watching her for a very long time, and we had been able to match receipts and her shifts and the amount of closings that she had worked, and, you know, all of this. And I knew how many kids she had. And, you know, we got to talking, and we talked for a very long time because we knew each other for a long time. I built a long rapport with her. And then she admitted to over $10,000 worth of merchandise. And she was a person who had worked since that store was sticks and Elmer's glue when it was being built. And it was hard. Yeah, basically. I mean, and that's just exactly what it is. Like, she had worked the girl that I interviewed, she had worked her way up from an associate to a supervisor to a manager to, you know, and she still wasn't making enough money to support the kids that she had. And that's why she ended up stealing from the company. I'm very confused about the bag too. He changed his story several times. The first time he said that he got the bag from his car, which sounded reasonable. But he was very confused because they told him he got the bag from a parking garage, but that's not what the video shows. The video shows that he went to a vehicle, which very well may have been his vehicle, because then it shows he goes into a building, and he comes out of that building. He goes back to this car that we don't know whose car it is, and he comes out with a bag, like a shopping bag, a white bag. And he looks in the bag, and because he's walking down the sidewalk, he's looking in the bag, he looks around, he's looking in this bag, and then he disappears for a while. We don't see him. All we see is that green circle that's kind of floating around. You know, we don't know even if that's him, but there's this green circle. And then the next time we see him, he has the backpack on. So I don't know if the backpack was in that bag. He could have gotten it out of his very own car. That's what he said the first time. Then he said he got it at a store, that he stopped at a gas station and he got it at a store. Now he's saying he got it out of a car. So I don't know. I think he's in fight or flight. He's like, okay, they think I was stealing stuff out of cars, so now I have to come up with something. I took some candy. I took the bag. So I don't know. They made no sense with their entire interrogation. It wasn't even really an interrogation. It was more like here you are, you were downtown, you walked on these streets, and this woman's house was the threshold. That's all they kept talking about. They weren't really making it make any sense. They were trying to get him to put himself there, but they weren't doing a very good job of it. If that makes any sense. I'm sure it does to you guys, because I'm sure it made no sense to you guys at all what they were trying to do. It was really bad. And I felt terrible for him. This is so wrong. Yes. This is very, very wrong what's happening. And I don't know how much more of that officer or detective, whatever his name is, the other bald guy. Good Lord, there's so many bald people up north. It's kind of like in the Karen Reed trial. They're all bald. Okay, so we're still looking at the ceiling fan for Karen Reed. I'm waiting to see oh, Wait. The judge for Karen Reed. Apparently she sent them back. Yeah, he had several different places where that book bag came from. I think he was just so like messed up with how many things they were throwing at him that one cop was just like throwing like just darts at him constantly. So are you you're bald? Everyone seems to be bald up north.
The jury, I have an instruction for you. Our Constitution and laws provide that in a criminal case, the principal method for deciding questions of fact is the verdict of a jury. In most cases, and perhaps strictly speaking in all cases, absolute certainty cannot be attained, nor is it expected. The verdict to which each juror agrees must, of course, be his or her own verdict, the result of his or her own convictions, and not merely an acquiescence in the conclusions of the other jurors. Still, in order to bring 12 minds to a unanimous result, you must examine the issues you have to decide with candor and with a proper regard and respect for each other's opinions.
Yeah, they're totally different.
You should consider that
think
it is desirable that this case be decided.
Backpack came
You
out of
have
the
been selected
plastic
in the
bag.
same manner and from the same source as any future jury would be selected. There is no reason to suppose that this case will ever be submitted to 12 persons who are more intelligent, more impartial, or more competent to decide it than you are, or that more or clearer evidence will be produced at another trial. With all this in mind, it is your duty to decide this case if you can do so conscientiously.
Yeah.
In order to make a
twisted,
decision more attainable, the law always imposes the burden of proof on the Commonwealth to establish every essential element of each indictment beyond a
he's
reasonable
so twisted
doubt.
on everything they were throwing at him.
If
He was just like,
you are
I don't.
left with a reasonable doubt as to any
mean, also, it
essential
was like
element of any
a month
indictment,
before.
then the defendant is entitled to the benefit of that doubt and must be found not guilty on that indictment.
Exactly. That's how you do it.
You ought to give proper respect to each other's opinions and listen with an open mind to each other's
So
arguments.
she sent them back.
Where there is disagreement, those
continue
jurors who would
deliberating.
find the defendant not guilty should consider whether the doubt in their own minds is a reasonable one, if it makes no impression upon the minds of the other.
Yeah, that's exactly how you're supposed to do an interview and interrogation. Is you're supposed to get them to tell you. It's kind of like when you do a in the professional world, when you give someone a 30, 60, 90 day or a review, you ask them first, tell me how you think your performance is. And, that person will be like, I'm so awesome. I'm so great. I meet all my deadlines. I do everything perfectly. Everyone loves me. And then you hit them with well, this is what you do great. And this is what you do great. And you're really good at this. But here are some areas of opportunity. And it's always going to be the things that they think they do so amazing at, right? So that is why you let them speak first. Why you let them give you yeah. Yes, because he's literally, bless his heart, because the read technique is completely different from the Wicklander-Zawalski technique. Wicklander-Zawalski is made for like what I was doing, which was retail shoplifter type interviews and interrogations, where you have to build a rapport and you have to keep someone in a room with you because you don't legally have the right to keep them in the room with you. And it's a softer approach in order to get them obviously painted into a corner. That's what my boss used to say to me all the time, paint them into a corner. The read technique is much more accusatory. You kind of don't give them although they're supposed to build rapport, but some detectives just jump right in. And that's what they did. And I don't think that was the right way to go, considering they had no evidence. If they are going in order, I don't think they're going to call that guy. Since, we talked about that last night, I'm not sure if they're going to call him. Since they're jumping straight to Michael already. I think they've done I think when they went down the list the other day with the DNA analysis on all the swabbing, and they counted David out, and also they had already counted him out on the cell phone data, I don't think they're going to call him. Because we haven't heard from Ben. There was a Ben, Rob, David, Ray, Chris, Brett, Billy, Joshua, the housekeeper, Jermaine, Jeff, Aaron, Paul. There's a lot of people, and they haven't called all those people. Oh, did they? Ooh, she may not let him come back with the camera. She hates that camera in there. Whoever's doing the camera today is really bad. Ooh. Dang. Yeah, today the cameraman is bad. Okay. How is the chat over on the other side? Well, it's like we discussed last night. I mean, honestly, oh my gosh. Well, they did that the other day during the lunch break. The camera was on, but there was like a black cover over it, and so everyone heard, if they stuck around, the entire all the hearings they had during lunch. Oh, well, I think Patrick is a Trojan horse or something. I feel like he's just there to stir the pot, or there's something. I don't want to count that person out because he might know something we don't know. I feel like, how when I said this the other day, when cops go to funerals and stuff, and they check to see if the person who really did it shows up, or things like that. I feel like Patrick's like a plant, or he's something. There's something about that guy. I mean, I think somebody's going to flub up in one of these chat groups and say something. I'm just waiting for that to happen. I think we should pay very close attention to everyone's chat just to see if anyone says anything that is kind of odd. Yeah, he says he wants to have a good conversation. Well, it also went off at several other times too. He's forgetting about the other times that it went off. I mean, and he's also forgetting the fact that the door sensor, it doesn't mean her door was wide open. They also, there was motion, living room motion at 12:32 as well, which is when she came into her townhome. Doesn't mean she came in alone. And then the back door, everybody just keeps dismissing the back door situation. $124. And, you know, the front door again at 101. So I don't understand why he's dismissing all the other times. Well, I think watching I mean, I don't think they have any evidence. That's why they're showing this garbage and this fluff that they're putting out there. Did they ask him that? I wonder if Jeff would be. I thought about that. I thought about that too, because I mean, these are somebody that knows someone on the jury. But I will say, I don't know if I mentioned this last night with you, but I will say I am confident, or I feel good about what the questions the jury is asking, because they are asking good questions that are kind of leaning toward the defense. Like they really are questioning things that make sense, because I think they have the same questions we're having, like why are these tests coming back this way? You can't rule this out. Yeah, the jury questions definitely show. I don't know. God forbid, because, you know, like we talked about last night, that's insane to me. The more I thought about it when I was going to sleep last night, I was just like, because I was telling my boyfriend, even, because like I said, we're gonna do. He's not happy about it, but we're gonna do it. I was trying to figure out how I could do it without like actually stabbing myself. But we're gonna get like some markers or something. But we're gonna reenact as many different situations as we can to figure out how this happened. And now that I'm watching more and I see that her hoodie actually had cuts in it, but very, very, very important evidence that she said that maybe the knife was dull or the blade was damaged, possibly a nick in the blade. That's very, very important, you guys. I think that's very important because that's unique. That's a unique characteristic to the weapon used. So, why that's important is because they don't have a murder weapon. And wherever that weapon is, if they were to ever have found it, it could lead to who did it. But it could have been a kitchen knife. It could have been, did she have a butcher's block? Was there a knife missing? I mean, there's just so many more now that just adds more questions than anything. So yeah, if David was a person of interest, then we can talk about David. Where is David? Why hasn't David been put on the stand? Did he do a deposition? I mean, I don't know if he did a deposition. He did depositions in civil, but it is interesting that how that synagogue was basically shambles until Samantha came along, and now here it is, this amazing multi-million-dollar synagogue and event space. And like we said, this was all over national news. And now it's nothing. And it seems kind of strange that there's so many national stations not talking about it, but it also fits the again, as we talked about, right. If they had body cam footage on, or if they brought him in to the station to talk to him, yeah, they have a choice to turn their body cam on or not. Or if they brought him into the station, that would be available. If there's not connections that would stop it from being given, because that would be. Yeah, but it's like we talked about in our communities, like your community and the Asian community. Once something happens like this, it gets kind of tucked away. It's not something that, people are big into exposing. So they definitely don't want to highlight. Yeah, I'm sure he did. I mean, I don't even know what he looks like. I have to look up who he is. I'm sure. Yeah. I'm surprised that Jeff was. See, that's the other thing. Like I said, the one thing that I watched, where the jury was a not guilty, was because they gave someone immunity. And they were like, well, why would you give this person immunity? Who, it just doesn't make any sense. So I'm thinking giving Jeff immunity might be something that the jury will look down upon, that they might frown upon that. Yeah, I hope that camera guy stinks today. They must have like an intern in that courtroom today. It's really bad. Okay, so I don't know if whoops, sorry. I think the Karen Reed trial is going to be mistrial. And we also have our Supreme Court has ruled that presidential immunity for criminal prosecution from official acts. Yeah, I'm surprised they're like not coming out and saying, the jurors are really, every trial people cover somebody, the journalist or somebody will come out and be like, yeah, the jurors were really paying attention when this person was on the stand, or the jurors were really taking notes, or you could really tell her they were getting really emotional when they saw these pictures or something, but no one's saying anything like that. It's really weird. Well, I think it's terrible if Jeff did it, if he's really guilty, that he would be able to sit up there on the stand and look Michael in the face and say the things he said and just walk away like that. But I don't think we're going to hear from any more of Samantha's. If they're going in chronological order, then I'm thinking, honestly, I don't think, does anyone think that blood evidence was very strong? Is that all we're going to hear? Oh, wow. Oh, this is the guy that lost 2 races. He's old. I mean, I guess if you had to. All right, so this is the guy we're not going to see on the stand. Yeah, he's not going to get on the stand. Like I said, this does not fit the narrative. Yeah, he was supposed to spend the night. But apparently, I mean, everybody knew him, like even that friend guy. This guy? Out of her league? I mean, I just don't, I wouldn't say out of her league. I just don't think they would have been a good match because they don't believe in the same things. That would not have worked well for his career or hers. So, I mean, if there's a conspiracy there, I would say if he were an up and coming person and in Republican politics, I could see because she was the polar opposite of him. I could see where they would not be able to continue that connection, that intimate connection. But I don't know. I don't think it might be a stretch to think that they couldn't just be friends. Yeah. Yeah, but even if he's not up and coming, but even if he thought there might be a chance that he could get back in with Trump running for president. Interesting. It's just, that's just the point though. There's just too many unanswered questions and there's too many possibilities to have just honed in on Michael. It just doesn't make sense. Oh my gosh, there's so much craziness going on. I know, that's what we were talking about last night, that it's just crazy how much you know about that you didn't want to know, but now you know, that has come out in this trial. Yeah, that's what I find so odd is that the community has changed so much that it seems so like a country club type of community now instead of like a church, like everybody's welcome kind of thing. Yeah, there is literally nobody featuring Yeah, when I went to like I told you, I had to go to different churches and stuff, and I went to synagogue that one time. I took my son and didn't understand a word because it was all in Hebrew. They did have somebody in the back translating a little bit, but I learned the interesting thing, which I was going to ask you if they still did this. But what I learned was that when you go to synagogue, that what you learn in, like, if I were in synagogue right now, if they're teaching here, we would be learning the same thing here from the Torah that you were learning in Israel. Everyone learns the same thing at every service, everywhere, because it doesn't change. So I was wondering if that still was the way it was, because that's why I was curious about the whole female rabbis and stuff, because I thought that was different when I saw it on the video you showed the other day. Because that's not something that we have. Well, that's what I think about the cross contamination, because like I said, we were talking about it last night. The evidence technician got Jeff's knife and then a bunch of Michael's stuff at the same time. So I find that very strange that you would mix evidence like that. I mean, I'm sure she wasn't like having it all together, but she did get two different people's pieces of evidence at the same time to test. So I found that kind of odd. No, I just don't see. I mean, they can't even connect the dots. That when they're interviewing him, they can't even put him as a murderer. They can't even jump from you're checking cars to you're a murderer. They can't even go there. I mean, they're just trying to even get him to admit that he was in the location, and he's just like, I don't even know what you're talking about. Like, he's like, what condos, what apartments, what are you talking about? They can't even make him to be a murderer because they can't even make sense of it. How do you go from looking at cars or taking pictures of cars? They're just the prosecution is trying just to make him out to be a bad person, and they're trying to make the jury think, well, he could easily jump from breaking into cars to just suddenly, I guess, stabbing someone to death. I don't know. It doesn't make sense. People who seriously, that's not how it works. That is somebody got very angry in the heat of the moment, or somebody was planning it and did it. It does make a difference that her hood was on, though, because I wonder now if she really was laying on the sofa and she may have had her hood over her head and the person really did hit her in the head first and she didn't know what was coming. Yeah. Yeah, I don't think that David guy is very good looking, actually. I feel like she could have had anybody she wanted, but apparently, according to mine and David's conversation, it's very slim pickings there in Detroit for a 40-year-old Jewish woman. It's not that easy. They don't have I used to watch this Jewish matchmaker show. She was people that there was a Jewish matchmaker show, an Indian matchmaker show. I used to watch all those shows just to see what kind of people they're looking for. Always looking for money. I know that money is a big deal. And most of these people already have money of their own too, so they expect money. Some people are going back to the arranged marriage kind of situation. Which is crazy. Still looking at the ceiling fan. Okay, I will be right back. I'm going to put it on. Okay, well, there is. Oh, we were talking about hurricanes the other day. We have a hurricane coming. I don't know exactly where it's going, but I think it's headed up this way. Well, I'm just totally obsessed with this case. I have nothing else. I've literally focused on nothing else. I'm thoroughly investigating Samantha's case. So if y'all are looking for anything else out of me, it's going to be hard pressed. I will touch on the Alec Baldwin trial when that starts. Sarah Boone will definitely watch, but in my spare hours, I am all about Samantha Woll because I want to solve her murder. I want to know who actually did it. I don't want to just wash my hands when it's over. I'll keep doing episodes on it until somebody, hopefully somebody with some influence or some investigative skills is like, hey, this sounds interesting. I'd like to help find out who did this too. Yeah, because it's like I really feel like the entire like Detroit area just wants it to go away. I don't think anyone wants to know. I think as it was pointed out last night that the money has come running in and flooding in for the synagogue now, and as sad as everyone is that Samantha was taken away in such a horrific way, they don't want that money to stop. And there's some major donors, major sponsors, and they don't want that money to stop. They want that synagogue went from nothing to now it's a huge symbol in Detroit, and it's a lot thanks to Samantha, but they want to keep it going, and they can't have that bad spotlight on them. So no more are you hearing about the death of a Jewish synagogue leader from the downtown Detroit synagogue, right? We don't hear that anymore. So there's obviously a reason for that. Because, I mean, think about it. If you had negative press, would you be getting funding? Would you have politicians having events at your venue? Would you be having gigantic, expensive bar mitzvahs and stuff like that? Would you have people paying monthly dues to come to your synagogue? Like, who pays to go to church? I mean, everybody pays. Just kidding. Everyone pays to go to church somehow, some way. But I mean, who pays monthly dues to go to church? That's craziness. I've never heard of that. That's nuts. Duva told me there's a Facebook page for Samantha also. So my next video is going to be on her injuries, the medical examiner, what she stated about the injuries, the blunt force injuries to her the bruises in the forehead, the left eye. I'm trying to figure out how to get that in. If there was an altercation, I'm trying to figure that out. Oh, also, in talking last night, I asked about the whole why her body was released so soon. Like, why'd they have the funeral like literally like 24 hours later? And he said that they do like it is like Orthodox customary to have the body the next day, basically, and they will fight the courts to not do an autopsy, but her family was not necessarily Orthodox or even too far traditional. They were traditional, but not to the point that they wouldn't have wanted to get the autopsy done properly, and not that they were like, that he knew of, that they were like fussing about getting her body returned to have the funeral that very day, basically. So what the rush was, I don't know. But I don't know if you also watched the either the second or third video in the series where I have the press conference. They seemed pretty confident to me with all the man hours and work put into the investigation just on the 23rd of October. They seemed pretty confident and sounded as if they kind of already had an idea of who their suspect was. So to me, it seemed like they already knew the direction they were going, even though they were still asking for help from the community. I mean, they had everybody in this, the FBI, the state police, the homicide. I mean, everybody. So they were talking about how everyone was putting in all these hours. And I'm like, it's literally been like 48 hours, if that. And you're sitting here holding a press conference. So I think that's why they let her remains go back to her family that quickly, because I think they already knew or had an idea of who it was. And then that just went to shambles because there's a lot of power and money and influence in that synagogue. So that's just what I think. So she had no direct damage to her vocal cords, is what it said. No damage to her spinal cord, so she was able to walk. So she could have screamed. She could have spoken. No defensive wounds. Very strange. I need another medical examiner to talk. That's because you don't leave the house, Gwen. You're like me. You stay home. Yeah, it's tough. I don't care about my reputation, obviously. I just want to do what's right. Hey, you know what? If we could be wrong, I don't know, but I'm not wrong about that interview and that interrogation or whatever that sideshow circus was. I'm not wrong about that. That was horrible, and there's more to come of that. That's what's even worse. There's more to come, and I can't wait to watch that. That's terrible. Absolute farce of an interview. Okay, so they're going to be back in like hopefully 15 minutes. We always have trouble when they come back because they're never on time. Oh, I didn't tell you guys my mother-in-law didn't come. She texted like the day she was supposed to be here and was like, I'm not coming. So I told my boyfriend, I was like, I did all that cleaning for nothing. He was like, well, it wasn't for nothing. I was like, I mean, I guess it wasn't for nothing, but still. Every time I know she's coming to visit, I get in like this tizzy. And then she just decided at the last second to not come. So, had the room all ready and everything. No visit. Okay. Oh, it's going to Cancun. Oh, okay. Maybe we'll just get some rain from it. Well, I'm not going to Cancun, that's for sure. I am going to be in Arizona next week. So I'm going to try to figure out how to do these lives from there. Because I'm only going to have my laptop. So I got to finagle. It won't be the best quality because I will be at my sister's, but I'm still going to do the lives. Oh, great. Of course. Yeah, so I'll be in Arizona next week. I'm going to be doing the videos there, but again, I won't be on my desktop. I'll be on my laptop, so it won't be as good a quality video because I'm only going to be able to pack like my portable lighting and my mini mic. I'm going to make it work. I'll figure out how to make it work. But just to let you guys know, we'll still be streaming. I'm just going to be streaming on the road. Ooh, gosh. Monday, though, I'll be traveling. So Monday, I may not be able to stream. I'm so sorry. I'll be traveling. I'll be in the aeroplane. Darn it. So I'll have to catch up with you guys when I land. Dang. Yeah, we'll figure it out next week. I'll figure it out. I might be able to start the trial, go to the airport by the time they go to lunch. Yeah, we'll see. No, I'm glad you brought this up because honestly, I didn't remember just based off her name when you kept saying to look at this trial. And then when I finally looked it up and I was like, oh my God, I totally remember that being a topic. And then it just kind of like wasn't there anymore. But yeah. But I feel for him in that room with those detectives where he's just like literally trying to get out of there. Oh, yes. I was thinking of darn it. Darn it, Gwen. I need to stop thinking about you. Dang it. I'm always thinking of something with you. I was going through songs the other day, and I was like, oh, I gotta tell Gwen about this, but I can't just like pick up the phone and call Gwen. I gotta wait till I get on a live. Dang it. I don't remember what song it was now. Oh yeah, that's why I can't do the StreamYard. Yeah, I have to do it from my laptop when I get to Arizona. Ooh. Yeah. Oh yeah, I tried to set it up on my Twitter, but I don't remember my password to Twitter. So that's why I'm not on Twitter right now. Whenever I remember my password to hook my Twitter to link my Twitter to StreamYard, I'll do that. Yeah. I'm really, really bad at remembering stuff like that. I need to. Because I know you can stream it to different stuff. Yeah, I can't wait to get big enough that I can have like a whole production. My boyfriend's boss, his boss's wife wants to buy a studio, like a streaming studio, whatever. And I'm not at the point where I have money to rent a studio, but that's what she wants to do, is get a professional studio. And she was like, do you think your girlfriend would be interested in that? And he's like, yeah, but yeah, I'm not quite there yet. I wish I was, but I want like a team, like people who can actually edit and do all the fancy schmancy stuff that I can't do. And I need a production assistant, somebody who can like feed me information and do all the fancy stuff on the computer, that kind of thing. I can't wait to get to that point. If I live that long. That would be nice to get there. Because there's other crime channels that people like have, well, a lot of other channels where people like, they have other people doing research for them and teams out there on the ground doing stuff for them. Oh, I'm not there yet. I wish I was. I got 2 lazy dogs that don't do anything. My problem when I go to Arizona is I have a mom. She talks a lot. She's going to talk. You might hear her in the background. Okay, let's see where we're at. Did you guys hear about the 2 firefighters in Georgia that were found in Tennessee? Yeah, my boyfriend wants to take me out in the woods. That didn't sound good. That didn't sound good. He would much rather live out in the woods. Are you in the wheelchair forever, Gwen? I know, right? Yeah. All the cleaning. Yeah. At least we didn't go out and buy all the stuff that she likes because she's very like particular. And I'm not talking about like fancy stuff. I'm talking about like they're from Alabama. Okay, so let's just be real. But she just likes plain old, you know, certain things. Like she likes certain things from Texas, certain things from HEB here. But at least we hadn't already gone out and bought all the things that we know she likes before she got here or decided not to come here because she just likes certain things that she likes. But no, I had already cleaned up and got everything ready in the guest room. That's okay. She's also healing from a foot injury. We kind of didn't think it was the best idea for her. We didn't want her to drive from Alabama. That's a horrible drive. But also, we didn't think it was a good time for her to be sitting with her foot down that long already. Okay, we have 4 minutes. I'm going to make a fresh cup of coffee. I will be right back. I'm going to share this screen just in case they come back while I'm gone. Hopefully So you're going to the doctor Monday for what, Gwen? Oh, right. You're still taking the oh, those dang stones. Ugh. Ugh. Forgot about that. Well, as usual, they're going to be running behind. See, I told you he liked music. Remember, I saw that tattoo on his hand, right? He's trying to manage artist. I don't know a whole lot of Christian artists. I just know a few. I'm really big into metal music. It's terrible. I like Skillet and Devil Wears Prada. They're Christian bands. Oh, which headline are you talking about? The firefighters? Oh, yeah. My boyfriend bought me a bike, stationary bike, I need to bring it in here. That's what I need to do. So when I'm just sitting here watching trials, I can just be riding that bike. Do they have you on gabapentin? That stuff's, don't take that if you don't have to. I'm going to refresh our page. Oh, I hope she didn't kick the cameras out. Okay, still nothing. And I'm watching for the jury is still out on Karen Reed, even though they're begging to be released. She will not let them out. Ow, darn it. What do you sit on, Gwen? Doesn't your butt get like tired of sitting in the wheelchair all the time? Because I'm always fidgeting when I sit. You try like different kinds of cushions and stuff. I feel like I've tried every kind and nothing helps. Ooh, yeah. Mm. That's not going to be comfortable. No. Well, we know they're always slow to come back from lunch. Oh, yeah. I like them too. I love Red. I've seen them in concert. I love Pop Evil. I've seen them. I saw them in New Jersey last year. Yep. I have my nephew and I both have stickers of Pop Evil because I bought him a sticker from the concert. I have tons of metal concert stuff. I love metal shows. I don't think I'll ever get too old to go to a metal show. My boyfriend has gotten tired of going to those, but I don't know. That's how, like, when we first started dating, that was our thing, like going to concerts all the time. Now he's like, I don't want to go to concerts. And I'm like, I love going to concerts. A lot of the bands that we see now are the same bands we saw when they first started out, and the tickets were like so cheap, and we saw them up close and personal and met the bands. And then now they're so expensive, but you don't get to see them in the intimate settings that we used to get to see them in. Now they're so big. Oh, yes. I saw a snippet of that the other day. I thought that was weird. I was like, I thought it was deja vu. Man, I wonder if she's laying into this cameraman. They're praying for the cameraman. She already told him the last time, one more mistake. And she was going to kick him out. God dang it. I wonder if I can go ahead and start requesting my freedom of information for this case, since it's in trial. It's at trial. As far as they're concerned, it's closed. They have their man. I mean, like, I can get the Preston Lord police report when I go to Arizona. Actually, I need to get that. I meant to get it when I was there last time. Because I want to work on that case as well when it comes up. Yeah, this is going to be a short week for trial. Yeah, I know. I don't want her to. This is my only in. I mean, I'm going to request. I guess I just need to go ahead and request all the stuff I can. I mean, I'm amazed that even a local channel is showing it, to be honest. So I don't know if you saw on David's channel that he was saying that he showed, oh my God, I'm so sorry. You can see my top of my head. That Jeff got to hold the Torah the other morning at service, and I watched it. So I think that the synagogue is obviously, forgiven Jeff or thinks Jeff is good to go. So hey, Jenny, supper and dishes done, and Dustin sitting here with Yeah, that's how I feel. I have to lay flat, Gwen, because whatever's going on with my liver, I have to lay flat. The sitting hurts a lot. My arms are like noodles. I have not been doing any working out except on the bike, but it does have like these pull things. I should be working out more. I've been super lazy. I had these hot Asian guys I was working out to on YouTube, but then I started doing YouTube full time, and now I've just gotten lazy. Wow, cats. I'm not a cat person. I'm definitely a dog person. I love that Gwen is just like this plethora of knowledge that I don't know. So Jenny, I used to have some friends from Nigeria, and she would make this rice, I think it was yellow rice and chicken. Was it her that made this, right? Anyway, whatever she made was so good. And I think she made plantains. I don't know. It was her or my friend from the Dominican. I freaking love plantains. Y'all, if I could do this show laying down, I would do it. If there was a way I could get away with it, this would be a laying down show. What? Patrick, shut your mouth. It can't possibly. It better not end next week. It's going to be so hard for me if this is done next week. Oh, we're back. Wait, where's my sound?
People's Exhibit number. (107). I'm gonna play it at 2 hours, 6 minutes, and 50 seconds.
You can hear it? What the heck? I can't hear anything. Why is this
I
happening
didn't
to
see
me?
nobody hurt or nothing. I don't get what the fuck you're asking me, bro.
When you get out to,
Come back.
Shoot the pin over there, that's it. I didn't see nobody laying down. I didn't see nobody hurt or nothing.
You agree that that's one time you said you didn't see nobody land down, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, shoot. Sorry, y'all.
I believe I want to play. Sorry, I'm having a hard time reading my own handwriting.
Have they got it paused?
Now, you asked him a question about a backpack, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And he indicated the last place
Okay.
he seen this backpack was.
I think I'm just losing my mind.
And later on, he said he got out of a car.
He said he
I still can't hear a thing.
video of him actually retrieving that backpack, correct?
I didn't.
Okay. And you would know whether or not Mr. Jackson Bolanos actually went into a gas station on that particular night, correct?
I don't.
Okay. Have you had an opportunity to watch any compilation that was composed of multiple different video clips?
No.
Were you able to ascertain where Mr. Jackson Bolanos retrieved the first white bag that he indicated that had candy in there?
No.
If you know, if there was any type of follow-up to try to, I guess, find the owner of that car?
Of which car?
Of the car that this white bag suspectedly came from.
I never saw any video, so I don't know.
He also indicated that he took a picture of a white Challenger on his phone.
I think that's what he said, yes.
Okay. Were you ever able to substantiate that?
I didn't.
Okay. Were you ever able to see or review any ADT records from Samantha Woll's house?
No.
You indicated that Mr. Jackson Bolanos didn't give consistent answers. You would agree that at a certain point in time, he admitted to being out that night, for one, correct?
Yes.
Okay. He also admitted to hitting handles, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And he admitted to going to at least one or two cars, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And retrieving at least a bag, a gray backpack, and a bag of candy and other miscellaneous things, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you would also agree that in the, I guess, initial part of this interview, you were, I guess, relaying to him that he could possibly be under investigation for property crimes involving some type of pawn shop, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And it was your understanding that Mr. Jackson Bolanos thought he was there for something having to do with a pawn shop, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And he indicated that he didn't
I still
rob
can't hear
nobody
anything.
or hurt anybody to get any glasses, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you had some evidence that I guess he went to a pawn shop at some time prior to the interview, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you confronted him with that information, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And he was forthcoming as far as him taking some glasses to a pawn shop, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And the information he gave you as far as where that pawn shop was, you were able to substantiate that as being correct. Is that true?
I think it was vague on where it was an 8 Mile, but it wasn't a pawn shop on 8 Mile.
It's a pawn shop. Okay.
Oh,
Did you ever make any attempts to substantiate to see if maybe he was lying or not, or telling the truth?
About going other nights?
Yes.
No.
Okay. And I'm going to go just briefly to 2:11 and 36 seconds on People's Exhibit, same exhibit.
I did not pass no thresholds. I did not go anywhere. I did not see nobody laying down. Nowhere. I did not.
You'd agree that that's another time when Mr. Jackson Bolanos said he didn't see anybody laying down.
Yes.
You say where you were playing that at?
I started at 2:11 and 30 seconds. And the comment was made on 2 hours, 11 minutes and 36 seconds, but I started at 2 hours, 11 minutes and 30 seconds, just for the record. You'd agree at some point in time, Sergeant Ford came in to show a picture which wasn't previously being shown of, I guess, what purports to be the outside of Samantha Woll's condo, correct?
I believe it was one of the other units, not hers.
Okay.
Yes.
And there was some type of statement when that picture was being presented as of, just so there's no confusion, then that particular picture was shown, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you'd agree prior to that picture being shown, there was no pictures that was depicted of her apartment complex, correct?
Correct.
Okay. It was just questions on whether or not he saw somebody in a particular apartment complex, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And from your understanding, Mr. Jackson Bolanos went to multiple apartment complexes that night, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And without if you're asking a question of whether or not somebody ran from this apartment complex without showing them, don't you think that could be a little confusing, especially if they ran from multiple different apartment complexes?
This is the only apartment complex that had the white security vehicle with the yellow light going through the lot at the same time.
Oh, okay. So you're saying, based upon your knowledge, but you said you didn't watch the video, correct?
Correct.
So how do you know that no other apartment
literally
complex
had it.
downtown in Detroit doesn't have
Can't
a
hear it.
security unit that's patrolling? Is that what you're saying?
No, this is what was told to me.
Okay. So you don't know, we're not, other apartment complexes actually have security down there, correct?
I don't know.
Okay. And you would agree that Harbor Town is it's a pretty nice place, correct? Fairly nice.
Nice area.
Okay, nice area. So you're saying that, from your understanding, Harbor Town does not have security that's patrolling through Harbor Town?
I don't know.
You don't know. Okay. Did you ever try to find out this information to try to narrow it down as to whether or not Mr. Jackson Bolanos was being, I guess, knew which apartment complex you were referring to?
No.
Okay. And as far as a picture of a Challenger that was taken off of Mr. Jackson Bolanos' phone, did you know which apartment complex that particular picture was taken from?
I don't know if there was a picture of a Challenger in his phone.
Oh, okay. Do you know if the King Homes has security?
I don't.
Okay. From your understanding, how many different apartment complexes did Mr. Jackson Bolanos go to?
I don't know.
You don't know? Okay. But this information was available to you at the time you did the interview, correct?
No.
But you were aware that there were surveillance cameras, correct?
Yes.
Video footage, correct?
Yes.
And you knew that this surveillance video had some footage of Mr. Jackson Bolanos either near or at certain complexes, correct?
From the still photographs that I had.
Okay. And how much time prior to the interview did you look at these pictures?
Maybe 10 minutes.
10 minutes?
Yes.
So you only had 10 minutes to equip yourself with information involving, you're a homicide detective, right?
Yes.
Okay, so you only took 10 minutes.
It is my
to equip yourself
headphones.
with information concerning what you were investigating as a homicide before you questioned a particular suspect?
Sometimes it happens like that.
Okay.
It's who's available.
So who's available?
Yes.
Okay. You were available, right?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ever say, like, hey, let me at least look at these videos so I can have a better understanding of where he was and wasn't, so I can know if he's lying to me or not?
As you go along in the interview, you kind of pick up on these things.
Or you got like a sixth sense or something?
No, we all have a sixth sense.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
It's just a hunch, huh?
You got hunches too, right?
I'm asking the questions. Are you saying you had a
I
hunch?
said we all have a sixth sense.
Okay.
I'm asking the questions. That's right. Go, Brian.
Based on experience, based on getting to know the interviewing.
The homicide detective, you don't even look at
I need to
it.
get
You
some new
go
ones.
on your hunch.
I've had these for
That what you're
years.
Sometimes it happens like that where you get thrown into it. Just do the best you can.
Okay. But you had an ability to take some time because in custody, you said 72 hours, right?
Yes.
You could have took an extra hour or two to look at the video or ask Sergeant Ford questions who he said he watched the video, at least to get yourself more familiar with the facts prior to questioning, correct?
Based on the 86 gigabytes of video that he said he had, there would be no time for me to review all of it.
So he said, don't review none of it.
That's why I went to the room.
Okay. But you could have asked them about pertinent stuff as far as where did this still shot come from? Show me this portion of the video where you took a screenshot. You could have did that, correct?
You explain where the screenshots were from.
Okay, so my question is, you could have asked to watch that particular video of where that screenshot came from, correct?
I could have.
Okay. And it would be fair to say that if he took a screenshot from that particular video, then obviously that particular video would have to be at least partitioned off, narrowed down, so you wouldn't have to look through 600 gigs worth of video.
I have no idea.
Okay, you didn't attempt to even find out,
I
correct?
have no idea.
You don't have no idea whether or not you attempted to find out?
I didn't find out.
Okay. You didn't attempt to find out. I know you didn't find out, but you didn't attempt to find out, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you also had some photographs taken of Mr. Jackson Bolanos in that interview room, correct?
Yes.
Okay. By a forensic tech, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you didn't notice any injuries on Mr. Jackson Bolanos, did you?
I did not.
Okay. And you didn't notice any recently healed injuries as far as scars or anything like that, correct?
Not that I could tell.
And I'm going to publish Exhibit 107 again, and I'm going to go to 2 hours, 13 minutes, and 35 seconds, or as close as I can get to that. I'm starting at 2:13 minutes and oh, hold on, it's not playing. For some reason. Let me try this. For some reason, see your
Ooh, I love plantains. Man, I just saw your chat. When I make my first big monies on YouTube, I'm gonna buy a whole new setup. I need a new computer and everything.
I didn't open no doors. I didn't see nobody laying outside or nothing. What you said?
No.
You agree that there's another place where Mr. Jackson Bolanos said he didn't see anybody laying outside, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So we would agree that there are multiple different spots during this interview when Mr. Jackson Bolanos repeatedly said he didn't see somebody laying down outside, correct?
Yes.
Okay. He went out asked particular question, correct? Okay. Did that strike you as kind of odd as that he kept saying that he didn't see nobody laying down when you didn't ask him whether or not he somebody laying down?
No. I've answered that question times.
Okay. You didn't repeatedly ask Mr. Jackson Bolanos whether or not he saw somebody laying down, correct?
Correct.
And so it struck you as odd when you didn't ask a question on whether or not you saw somebody laying down at a particular time during the interview, but he kept volunteering that information?
No, I didn't, because he volunteered. He recited everything multiple times throughout the interview of this entire night.
Okay, but that in particular.
Along with other things, yes.
Yeah, but they asked him, did he trip over anyone? That's not a good
Mr. Jackson Bolanos
point,
repeatedly
Brian.
indicated that he never
Need you to make a
pulled
better
on
point.
any house door, correct?
Yes,
As far as from your investigation, you didn't have any evidence that would refute that claim, correct?
I did not.
And at one point in time, you stated or made a statement, I guess, along the lines of you went into cars, right? Not a house, right? You said something along those lines, correct?
It was either myself or Sergeant Ford who said that. Yes.
Okay. And then Mr. Jackson Bolanos emphatically disagreed and made a distinction between a car and a house, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And said that, yeah, I may have went into cars, but a house is totally different. I've never went into a house, correct?
Correct.
Okay. That's not my thing, correct? I've messed with cars, but I don't mess with houses. I don't go in people's houses. Something along those lines, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And at some point in time, you showed Mr. Jackson Bolanos your business card, correct?
Yes.
Okay, which states homicide on there, correct?
Yes, it does.
Okay, and that was not until 2 hours into the interview, correct?
It was sometime, yes.
Okay. And at that point in time, Mr. Jackson came, you saw emotions flare, like, oh, heck no, this is homicide. Like, I'm definitely in the wrong room, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Would it be fair to say that you heard Sergeant Ford repeatedly say you went into her house, you crossed her threshold? You repeatedly heard him use that particular pronoun of her, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And even at one point in time, Sergeant Ford said you must have seen her land or tripped over her, something like that, correct?
Yes.
And then Mr. Jackson Bolanos said, her who? And then Sergeant
Ugh. Well, I'm listening to it on another thing, but now it's spinning. Now it's spinning for everyone. Everyone's spinning. Circle of death. Oh man. Oh, great. Well, we are in. Everybody's feeling the same. This is bad. This is terrible coverage.
land.
Oh, great. Now he's
Or
just.
something like that, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
And
There
then
we
Mr.
go.
Jackson Bolanos said, her who? And then Sergeant
Ah.
for her, something like that, correct?
Yes.
And then Mr. Jackson Bolanos said, her who? And then started. For her something like that, correct?
Yes.
And then Mr. Jackson Bolanos said, her who? And then started.
Oh man. Oh, there's another person in their chat that thinks he did it. Oh boy. Well, this is a very bad channel for court cases. Detroit is very far behind. Clearly. Yeah, like I said, that interrogation was terrible. And this guy was clearly the nicer cop because he didn't have anything. He didn't know what he was going in with. He was just literally starting the conversation. But he didn't even start it off with hey, how you doing? And what do you do for work? Got any kids? Nothing. You always want to kind of try and build a rapport so that you can make them feel comfortable, because obviously he was already feeling like, what the heck? You told me when you stopped me, everybody told me I was fine. My record was fine. I didn't have a warrant. Everything was good to go. And then you bring me in for, a pawn shop thing. Like, he didn't even understand that. So he didn't know what was going on. So let me try to shoot.
Or something like that, correct?
Yes.
And then Mr. Jackson Bolanos said, her who? And then started.
Wow, it's still spinning. So what we were talking about last night was that I think her parents believe that this is, or they want to believe, the synagogue and everyone believes that Michael did it. And I think for the most part, the Jewish community there believes he did it and just wants this to be done and over with and go away. So they don't want any more highlight on this, which I find to be very sad, that they're pretty satisfied with this investigation and the trial going as is. Because they just want to be left alone. They don't want any highlight, which may be partially why this isn't national attention. It's crazy how you have some cases that people are begging for attention for. The families that are begging for attention, like Lake and Riley. Lake and Riley's case didn't get the national attention that she deserved. You have so many other cases in this country that obviously want national attention. We have the 12-year-old in Houston that's getting a lot of attention, that she was just found like near her home because she snuck out the other night, and the two immigrants killed her. Lake and Riley is one also that was killed by an immigrant. But a lot of those cases are not going to get the national attention because obviously immigrants killed them. And this is another situation, but those parents want the attention. These parents do not. And this entire community is very, very well off and very well connected, and very deep into politics and deep into the community. Apparently, from what I'm told, in downtown Detroit, there's not a huge, oddly enough, Jewish community. They're mostly out in the suburbs. So that's why this synagogue has become kind of like a richy rich place for people with money. It was a rundown kind of shambles building that they were going to get rid of. And then a bunch of people, because of Samantha, put in a ton of money into this building and remodeled it. And now it's become a place for all the rich and well-to-do folks to go and hold events. And now they have security. They have, you have to know someone to get to someone in that place. That's why he was saying that Samantha was the nicest person there, because she made herself available to people, whereas the people there now don't make themselves available. Like you basically have to know someone to get to those people. You can't just, it's not like when kind of, I guess, like when we go to church, you can talk to your pastor anytime. It's not like that down there at that synagogue. It's all about who you know, how much money you put into the place, and that kind of thing, and how much money you make. So I think that's why he was saying he wouldn't feel welcome there anymore like he did when Samantha was around. So this is super duper annoying.
Or something like that, correct?
Yes.
And then Mr. Jackson Bolanos said, her who? And then started.
Okay, so we're apparently still looking at the ceiling fan, Karen Reed's trial. I I don't know what you guys think about her trial verdict watch, but I think that if they come back with a verdict, it's going to be a very forced verdict because the judge keeps sending them back and basically telling them they have to come up with a verdict. They keep telling her they can't come up with a verdict, and she keeps sending them back. So I have a feeling that it's going to be very forced, whatever it is. I wonder which way they're leaning as far as verdict goes. Oh, who's Michael Benson? He thinks Michael's guilty. Oh, you can't see. Oh. Oh. Well, there's something wrong with Michigan then.
Or something like that, correct?
Yes.
And then Mr. Jackson Bolanos
It's
said
just stuck
her
on
who,
him
and then
asking
started
that same question. Oh. What the?
Right in the center of
What the
the
shnikes?
wearing a burgundy jacket and a black shirt.
Okay, thank you. If the record could reflect that the witnesses identified the defendant. Now, on December 10th, when you took the statement from the defendant, where was that statement taken?
1301.
Is that
Third.
the
Headquarters, yes.
headquarters? Okay.
Hold Michael closer to, please.
And inside the interview room, was there anyone else besides you and the defendant when this particular statement was taken?
No.
And in order to get the defendant to make a statement, did you make any threats to him to induce him to make a statement?
No.
Did you use any sort of force on him to induce?
Wait a second.
No.
Did you use any sort of coercion on him to induce him to make a statement?
No.
but you didn't repeatedly ask Mr. Jackson Bolanos whether or not he saw somebody laying down, correct?
Correct.
And so it didn't strike you as odd when you didn't ask a question on whether or not you saw somebody
Hold on, we have to go
laying down
back
at a
'cause-
particular time during the interview, but he kept volunteering that information?
No, I didn't, because he volunteered. He recited everything multiple times throughout the interview of this entire night,
Okay, but that in particular.
along with other things. Yes.
Okay. And Mr. Jackson Bolanos repeatedly indicated that he never pulled on any house doors, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And as far as you know from your investigation, you didn't have any evidence that would refute that claim, correct?
I did not.
Okay. And at one point in time, you stated or made a statement, I guess, along the lines of you went into cars, right? Not a house, right? You said something along those lines, correct?
It was either myself or Sergeant Ford who said that.
Okay. And then Mr. Jackson Bolanos emphatically disagreed and made a distinction between a car and a house, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And said that, yeah, I may have went through cars, but a house is totally different. I've never went into a house, correct?
Correct.
Okay. That's not my thing, correct? I've messed with cars, but I don't mess with houses. I don't go in people's houses. Something along those lines, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And at some point in time, you showed Mr. Jackson Bolanos your business card, correct?
Yes.
Okay, which states homicide on there, correct?
Yes, it does.
Okay, and that was not until like 2 hours within to the interview, correct?
It was sometime, yes.
Okay. And at that point in time, Mr. Jackson came, you saw emotions flare, like, oh, heck no, this is homicide. Like, I'm definitely in the wrong room, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Would it be fair to say that you heard Sergeant Ford repeatedly say you went into her house, you crossed her threshold? You repeatedly heard him use that particular pronoun of her, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And even at one point in time, Sergeant Ford said you must have seen her land or tripped over her, something like that, correct?
Yes.
And then Mr. Jackson Bolanos said, her who? And then Sergeant
To him and describe what he's wearing for the record.
Right in the center of the defense table, wearing a burgundy jacket and a black shirt.
Okay, thank you. If the record can reflect that the witnesses identified the defendant.
So noted.
Now, on December 10th, when you took the statement from the defendant, where was that statement taken?
1301.
Is that
Third.
the
Headquarters, yes.
headquarters?
Can
Okay.
you pull Michael a little closer to please?
And inside the interview room, was there anyone else besides you and the defendant when this particular statement was taken?
No.
And in order to get the defendant to make a statement, did you make any threats to him to induce him to make a statement?
No.
Did you use any sort of force on him to induce him to make a statement?
No.
Did you use any sort of coercion on him to induce him to make a statement?
No.
Did you have any reason to believe that at the time that you took the statement from him that he had been deprived of any adequate food, water, sleep, medication, anything like that?
No.
Did you have any reason to believe at the time you took the statement from him that he was under the influence or intoxicated in any way?
No.
And when you took the statement from him, did you advise him of his Miranda rights before taking the statement?
Yes.
And did he indicate to you whether or not he understood those rights?
Yes.
And did he indicate that he in fact did understand those rights?
Yes.
And did he agree to waive those rights and provide a statement to you?
Yes.
And was that memorialized in a standard Miranda form or constitutional advice of rights form?
Yes.
I'm holding what's been marked as proposed exhibit 109. May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Is proposed exhibit 109 a copy of the advice of rights form that was provided to the defendant by yourself on December 10th of 2023?
Yes.
And was that executed in your presence?
Yes.
And does that have the defendant's signature on it?
Yes.
And is that a copy of that form? Is that appear to be a true and accurate copy of the original that was executed in your presence back on December 10th of 2023?
Yes.
And as part of that form, does that include a waiver of those Miranda rights and an agreement to speak with you?
Yes.
Your Honor, I move to admit proposed exhibit 109.
People's 109 is admitted.
And this particular statement that you took from the defendant, was it recorded?
Yes.
Video recorded and audio recorded?
Yes.
And Your Honor, before moving into the recording, I'll pass for any voir dire as to voluntariness if need be.
Okay.
And I'm holding a disc that is marked as proposed exhibit 110. Is it your understanding that a recording of that interview is contained on this disc?
Yes.
And aside from audio redactions for material that is not admissible in court, would you say that that recording is a fair and accurate recording of the actual statement that you took from the defendant on December 10th of 2023?
Yes.
Your Honor, I move to admit proposed exhibit 110.
No objection.
People's 110 is admitted, you may publish.
Thank you. Now, on this particular day, December 10th of 2023, did you have a laboratory report in your possession that prompted this second interrogation?
Yes.
Okay. And I'm holding what's been marked as admitted as exhibit 102. May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Is this a copy of the report that you had in your possession on that particular day?
Yes.
And that's, is it fair to say that's a DNA report that, among other things, refers to some swabs from the North Face jacket?
Yes.
I'm going to skip ahead in the video to roughly the 32-minute mark.
Karen Reed is a mistrial.
32 minutes and 32 seconds.
Come on, man. What's going on? Yeah. I was at home, so. I really want to do this. All right, what I'm talking about. We didn't talk about this the last time. Right. So, a little bit more we gotta discuss. We can get this, but I gotta get past this. I get my little presents. Don't be fuck my cars. It's fine. Let me get past this part, and then we can talk about it, all right? I'm slow, man. I don't know how to. You ain't gotta read. I got you. I'll read it for you. Yeah, man. You read that right from the inside. Anything? I'm listening. Yeah, the right. The main side. No, I'm not. I'm not. I'm sitting here reading with you because you said your brother. You want me to go through this? I'm gonna listen, bro. Listen, I just want the right type of help. I want my lawyers to know because this should be illegal, bro. I really didn't do nothing, bro. Y'all just kidnapped me off the street again. Again, bro. And I didn't even get to lock up my store or nothing. You're gonna get past this and then whatever you want to do is fine, but let me get past this part first. Cool? I was at home. That's what I was at home. Inside, you don't have to answer any questions because you're making statements. You understand that? Any statement you make or anything you say will be used against you in court of law. You understand that? You have the right to have an attorney or represent you or time you answer any questions or making statements. You understand that? If you can't afford an attorney, will be appointed for you by the courts prior to any question. You understand that? You understand that? Yeah, bro. You can decide at any time to not answer any questions or making any statements. You understand that? These are your rights under law. You have not been threatened.
Yeah, she kept sending him back, but there's a mistrial.
It's up to you if you want to make any statements or. I don't want to make nothing. I just want to get this over with. So we get to that part. I just need you to initial each one that you're ready. Just that you're ready, sir. You like to read, right? That's all you sign. And you got to sign right here. Today's date is the. Never had to get my shoes and cuffs and stuff again. Like, what's going on, man? What do you mean?
Yeah, all
Like I said, I was
all that wasted time.
at work, bro. I was taking my girl to work, bro. That was it. Taking my girl to work, bro. 'Cause I didn't do nothing, bro. Y'all just kidding. Y'all the street again. Again, bro. And I didn't get the lock of my store or nothing.
right to the shop, lock it up, and make sure everything was everything. That's all I was doing.
What is Jackson Bolanos? What is it?
I don't know, whatever you want to say. I'm dead ass, bro. I don't.
Michael Jackson, what was your,
Michael Jackson. Come on, man, y'all not telling me nothing, but keep asking me things, bro. What's up?
do you want to talk to?
I do. I'm trying to prove my innocence, bro. I did not do nothing.
Okay, so you want to talk, right?
I'm listening. Tell me.
So the last time we talked, right? Your day.
I gave you everything you need.
Absolutely. No, you did not.
I did. I gave you my phone. I gave you DNA. Let y'all took clothes. Y'all took everything.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Close right? So the last time we talked and I wrote down your night, even though you didn't agree with some of the stuff, but after I hit you with the evidence, you might have came around a little bit, said some things were right and some things were wrong, right? About the pictures you have in the wall.
Bro, cause y'all asked me some shit about a month ago, bro. How am I supposed to remember the day of my life a month ago?
So if we going through that night, I know you said you had a reading problem, but we have your whole night documented, right?
Okay.
From the time you left your apartment,
Okay.
all the way.
Yeah, I wish they would have polled the jury too. I'd like to know.
Whatever street that is, bro.
Right. Over there where the lady was.
What lady, bro? What lady, bro? What lady?
The lady where you saw the emergency service, the security.
They'll set a date for retrial.
I don't see security. In the car, I don't even know if security was white or black, bro. That's it.
But you know, we talked about there, the motion in her apartment went off at the same time while you were in there.
I was in the area, bro.
So, from that search warrant we did the other day, right? It was DNA recovered. You know what DNA is?
Yes, I know what DNA is, bro.
Recovered from your pocket, from your sleeve, from your wrist, or jacket.
No, bro.
Yes, sir.
No.
It was.
I didn't do nothing to nobody, bro. So I didn't see no woman or nothing.
So remember how I told you the last time? I'm not asking you questions.
Okay.
This is what I'm telling you.
Okay.
I'm not guessing.
Okay.
This is all official.
For Karen Reed, I don't think it's guilty beyond a reasonable doubt now.
Like, bro, I didn't do nothing. Where would I come in contact with another person that make it make sense?
DNA profile obtained from your North Face jacket.
Okay, but where would I come in contact with somebody, bro? That's
Remember how I was telling you about that motion detector going on?
I'm familiar with the motion detector, but for me to have a motion detector, bro, I have to be in somebody's house, but I be in somebody's house, bro. And it's funny, I'm in the parking.
This doesn't make sense, bro. It's absolutely
Hey,
not.
you the one that said you got evidence. You said you got more like better than me.
So you have her evidence, her blood. I'm saying her now. Cause you're here for homicide now.
Okay, then I ain't got nothing, bro.
Her blood in your pocket, on your sleeves, on your elbow. Her blood.
Right, and I didn't do nothing, bro.
So let's talk about how her blood.
I don't know who the fuck is her. Who is her?
The woman that was killed.
I didn't do no.
So we gonna go back all through this whole show here.
Go through the whole show.
We're gonna go all back through
And
the
while
show.
you at it, bro, go through the whole everything. Because like I'm telling you, bro, I only that specific night, since you guys have a descriptive, scripted Of my whole life, bro, I only went to the fucking car lots.
He's like, go through it all.
I didn't run into no physical person, bro. I only seen security in the vehicle, and I got the fuck on.
So tell me how her blood got on your person.
I don't know, bro. How? What do you mean?
So you understand DNA, right?
I understand DNA, but whose blood? Whose blood?
The victim's blood.
I don't even know no victim, bro. I never met no victim. I never seen nobody else that night or nothing except for
I
her.
will say the person you killed.
I didn't kill nobody, bro. You're tweaking on my son.
I'm not tweaking, bro. I'm feeling pretty good.
I'm a young man, bro.
I'm trying to put my son in jail. I ain't trying to put you.
I'm not trying to go to jail, so I'm trying to help you all out, bro. The only thing I see tonight was hit fucking cars, bro. Take pictures of cars, bro. That's it.
How many lives did you hit tonight?
A lot, bro. I walked a lot. A lot. Yeah, a lot, bro. I walk all the way around downtown, bro. I used to live downtown.
Where at?
Everywhere. I lived in Riverfront Towers. So, like, I lived everywhere. Like, I walk around downtown. I work downtown. I work, like, around everywhere y'all just got me at. Like, come on, bro. Like, and then I'm homeless too at that, bro. So, what do you mean? I have my car. I drive around DoorDash in the area. Bro, I don't know nothing else, bro. I didn't hurt nobody. So you talking about DNA on my coat? I never seen nobody.
So, but you understand the concept of DNA?
I understand the concept of DNA.
So, someone's blood.
And that you said is a victim.
Right? Yes.
It's on me.
Yes. Right. So, I have to explain how.
Because I was in the area.
So this is my victim.
Right. Me and my boss talk about this. Like, we seen it on the news when it happened, bro. Right.
So you're familiar with this lady? You know her
Just
name?
for y'all, the news.
So you don't know her name?
From the news.
Her name's Samantha.
Okay.
Sam.
Right. Never seen that lady that night.
But you're aware that her name would be Samantha Woll.
I don't know. You said
Heather Woll.
Don't know. You said
That's what I'm telling her name is, right?
That's what you said her name is. I don't know her name. I don't know her by person.
So what does that say?
I don't know her by nothing. I don't know. I can't see. It says name of offense, manslaughter. I didn't start or do nothing to nobody.
You keep asking for it.
DNA recovered from the blood saluted. Bro, it don't say nothing. DNA, Michael Jackson, bro. What? Okay.
No, here. Right there.
Okay, that's cool, bro. You're
What
sure?
is it?
Okay, bro. You're sure? I'm nervous.
I'm not feeling good. Samantha Woll.
The paper straight, brother. You okay? It's okay,
Here
bro.
you go. Can you see it?
I've never met that woman. I've never seen this woman or nothing, bro. I just seen it on the news. Just seen it on the news.
So, understand. And you can play all this match if you want to play.
I'm not playing nothing, bro. Why would I sit here and waste your time and my time? Nigga, this is life. You talking about fucking playing, you the whole playing.
You say the last time to waste my whole fucking day.
You said, I
was at home.
And I was doing fish. I was doing the same thing, bro. Doing fish and taking care of my business.
If we didn't have this evidence, we'd be having this conversation right now. The last time we had this conversation, we just had you at that location. We know you were there.
But I didn't do that to nobody though. But I didn't see no women. I don't know women. I don't know anything about women except for when it popped up on the news, bro. That's it. And the only thing that I know that I was in the wrong area at the wrong time. I didn't run into nobody. I was in security and wasn't there for 20 minutes, bro. I was in cars and I was running. Hitting cars. I got hitting cars in the lot.
We got you there for 20 minutes.
Hitting cars in the lot. Right.
20 minutes.
Hitting cars.
In that area.
Right. Hitting cars.
And in the apartment.
Right. No.
You didn't go across the street.
No, I did go across the street.
So you went, so you came through, you did.
Bro, I live every lot in that area. Are you slow, bro? You say you using technology and science, man? I went to every lot. I never been inside your car.
Bro, so Since you're talking your dumb ass. So you walk through the whole parking lot, you absolutely right. Walk across to the other parking lot. You did, but you come back. That's the remaining time. Everything I've been killing them. Never said nobody. I mean, what are you saying, dude? Right now, you took my fucking dumbass motherfucker. Murder. Don't prove the innocent, bro. I'm gonna come out and help me with information of character. The information of character. I'm really stupid, dumbass, homeless, over there. Because I'm giving you the opportunity to tell me how you're innocent. I didn't see it in here. The last time you kept telling me you wouldn't go out. You would have just I would never. You didn't even brought up. You hurt somebody. We didn't even bring it up. That was your trying to tell you about some fucking glasses, copy cards. What is that? What you doing about it? What do you mean? You can tell me I'm sure the other side. And you fucking stupid. But not for you. You told me you already did. So I know that girl's ready for nothing. But I didn't do it, bro. Speak to him. You trying to run me and I'm going to do it. I'm not doing all that. I'm trying to see what the equipment is, bro. I'm trying to listen. I know what the fuck is at risk. I know nothing with nobody, bro. I have 55 cars because I don't get the wrong time, bro. I don't get no shit up. I'm trying to help out last time, and I just took me do it. And I'm trying to help you do it. I don't know what to do. What do I do? I'm trying to show you. Look up. Her blood is on you. Don't know. You don't see nobody. I wouldn't know why her blood is on you. It didn't just see it. It didn't just see it. When it's seen, means it physically seen and being in physical contact with somebody. I wasn't in physical contact with nobody. I didn't see nobody. So, she just threw her blood on you? Why did you put it up? You got that right. I just told this man.
So 48 minutes and 20 seconds. Sergeant Ford, you used some sort of tough language with the defendant, is that fair to say?
Yes.
What was the purpose of doing that?
Just to stay on his level.
Okay. And at any point during the entirety of this conversation that you had with the defendant on December 10th of 2023, did you get any explanation whatsoever for the findings in that DNA report?
I did not.
Thank you. No further questions.
Good afternoon, Sergeant.
Good afternoon.
My understanding that you
So this is December 10th.
a lot of surveillance video, correct?
I did.
Okay. Of Mr. Jackson Bolanos walking around downtown, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Did you share that video with Detective Lane?
Yes.
You did?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know if you watched it?
I have no idea.
But you made a video available to Detective Lane prior to interviewing Mr. Jackson. Now, during the course of this interview, you asked Mr. Jackson Bolanos questions. One of the questions was involving him climbing over a wall, right? Okay. And you indicated to Mr. Jackson Bolanos that you knew that he had stashed a bag in some bush prior to him jumping that wall, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And that wall he jumped, would it be fair to say that you saw Mr. Jackson Bolanos run from that particular wall after climbing down and jumping it?
Yes.
also fair to say, did you watch a video compilation?
I did not.
Okay. Would it be also fair to say that shortly after he ran from jumping down from that wall, he ran again down a street, correct? A back street, correct? So it'd be fair to say that prior to 420, you saw Mr. Jackson Bolanos run multiple times, correct? More than once?
More than once, yes.
Okay. And do you know whether or not those areas he ran from had any type of security vehicles that were patrolling around the time that he ran?
Yes.
Did they?
Yes.
Okay. So it'd be fair to say that Mr. Jackson Bolanos ran from multiple security vehicles, from your understanding, correct?
For me,
Yes.
I have no idea why he was running.
No, not why, but from your understanding, he in fact did run from multiple security vehicles prior to 420, correct?
Not from my understanding. I can say he ran, but I have no idea
Oh,
why.
okay, fair enough. But you would agree that when he ran, security vehicles were in the vicinity. Whether or not he ran from them, security vehicles were in the vicinity that he was running from prior to 420.
They were in the area, yes.
Okay. And it would be fair to say that Mr. Jackson Bolanos, to your understanding, went to multiple different apartment complexes or structures, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And a lot of these different apartment complexes and structures had their own private security that was patrolling the area, correct?
Correct.
Mr. Jackson Bolanos also stated that he took a picture of a white Challenger, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Were you able to substantiate that he, in fact, took a picture of a white Challenger?
The picture I saw was like an old school car. I didn't see a Challenger.
Okay.
He took a picture of like an older car.
Did you ever see any type of picture of a Challenger that had Coast Guard plates on his phone?
I don't recall seeing it. No.
Oh, you don't? Now, you also told Mr. Jackson Bolanos that, in fact, you knew which car he retrieved the first white bag that he was holding from, correct? You told him that, right?
I did not tell him that.
You didn't tell him that?
No.
Borrow that HDMI cable.
This chat, Jenny?
I'm going to go to 1 hour and 7 minutes and 7 seconds. Of People's Exhibit number 107, I believe this is. Okay.
And Judge, I'm just going to object to this as being outside of the scope of correct. We called him to ask him about the second.
This cop seems like he doesn't want to be proved wrong at all.
I mean, but these are questions that he participated in on the first interview. I can't surely ask Detective Lane about questions Sergeant Ford asked. Thank you.
You didn't get a chance to cross-examine him about that video.
Thank you.
We know you didn't walk out with that bag in your hand, right? You told me on that part, right?
I'm telling you, yes, I'm not. I don't know what you're saying.
Just understand. We know exactly when.
Yeah, thank you.
We know exactly.
It's cross-examination.
Where you get that bag. I mean, where you build that bag up at.
So, Sergeant Ford, you would agree that you just heard yourself say you know exactly when you got that bag and where, correct?
I think it says where you feel that
Oh.
bag up at.
Where you
If
feel
we couldn't play it again.
Just understand. We know exactly when you got that bag. We know exactly what car you got that bag. I mean, where you build that bag up at. Rock has the
So you said, I guess you started to say which car, and then you said where you filled it up at. What did you mean by where you filled it up at?
That's where he came back. I don't know exactly what car, but that's where he filled the bag up in that area.
Okay. So you never saw any video of Mr. Jackson Bolanos coming back with that bag?
No, I saw him coming from the area with the bag already filled.
Already filled. Okay. You agree that it wasn't until much later during the review, 1 hour and 5 minutes, 40 seconds.
Yeah, she wanted it done.
18 seconds of this video, where in fact you first indicate what that you were referring to as far as these pictures coming from. Okay.
I'm not sure what you're referring to.
You would agree that it wasn't until much later into the interview that in fact you indicated that which these screenshots and pictures came.
In which interview
This
here,
interview, you see these pictures on the table?
with the MSP report, or
no, on the first interview.
this interview, so I can't.
You didn't tell him the date.
Okay, and surely as a detective, you took notes, right?
No, I did not.
You didn't take notes?
No.
Okay. Do you normally not take notes?
It's recorded.
But you said you didn't watch it, though, right?
No, it's recorded.
But you didn't watch it, correct?
No,
This was
he
7
didn't.
months ago, so
Sir,
no, I did not.
Okay. Do you normally not watch the recording?
It's recorded, so why would I? And I didn't watch it.
Yes.
Okay. But in this particular situation, you never watched the recording of this interview, right?
Correct.
You did a follow-up, right?
Oh,
Yes.
it was
You didn't
10
have
months
any
ago.
notes, nor did you review this particular video when you interviewed him the second time, right?
You expected Michael to remember something
How
he
would you
did on a date you
position
didn't
to
tell him
know
about.
what was said that could have been in contradiction from the first November 30th to the latter interview?
Few apart.
Okay.
We're talking about 7 months compared to a couple of weeks.
Okay, no, I'm not talking about whether or not you know it now. I'm talking about when you performed the second interview. How were you able to, at that second interview, know what was the first interview, or whether or not something was said differently at the second interview?
It's fresh.
Still fresh?
Yes.
Okay. This is the only case that you were investigating?
At that point, it was fresh in my mind.
Okay, my question is the only case that you were investigating.
It was not.
Do you, as a matter of course, sometimes try to write down notes so you would not mix up facts? Have you been a detective for?
13 years.
13 years. Okay. All in homicide?
Yes.
Okay. And do you typically not watch the interviews as they're conducted?
Watch them after?
Yes, after.
I may.
You can't watch them before, right? You would agree?
I may.
Okay. Now, you would agree during this interview, or the first interview, we'll say the first interview, that Mr. Jackson Bolanos repeatedly stated that he didn't see someone lying down, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Did that strike you as odd that he kept stating that particular phrase, even though you weren't asking him
Yeah, it
that
is
particular
bad.
question at that time?
It shocked us. It shocked me.
Okay.
That about him saying that someone was hurt. He would never hurt someone.
Okay, but my question was whether or not it struck you as odd that he kept saying, I didn't see someone lying down, when you did not ask that particular question at that particular time.
Well, I can't speak on that because I can't remember that whole conversation.
I mean, can you remember how you felt?
I want to say something and it's wrong.
Purpose, okay, what's the purpose of
No,
being
but
a
he asked
homicide
if he
detective
tripped
if you
over
don't
anyone.
remember
You would have
the
tripped
impressions
over.
of with your mind when you were conducting the interview?
7 months ago.
Okay. What's the purpose of being a detective? You're not writing down information, so if you do forget, a period of time passes that you can go back to your notes and infer and say, okay, this is what my impression was at that particular time.
I did not.
You keep saying 7 months. Obviously, you're acknowledging that your memory is not good enough to remember keen detail from 7 months ago. Correct?
Correct.
So if you know your memory is not that, homicide investigations take a while. Why not write down notes so you don't have to sit in front of the court, in front of the jury, and say, I don't remember?
I did not.
Do you even care about the details?
I do.
Now, at some point in time, you were presented
Woo!
a
Go, Brian!
video of somebody running from the location of Samantha Woll's apartment, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And this was around 1:24 in the a.m., correct? Yeah, I will pull up people's exhibit.
He was not running from her apartment. He was
He
running
running from the area of her apartment, correct? You'd agree to that. He was running from
the street outside of her cul-de-sac.
He was running from the street.
Yes, he was on.
You would agree that he was running from her parking lot, correct?
He was not.
He was not running from her parking lot?
No.
Okay. It's what did you person run? I'll play the video. I'm not sure where.
Oh boy.
This is off the top of my head.
Why are they laughing at me?
Record, yeah.
Wait, how old are they?
Exhibit 79. You'd agree that this camera shot that's taken from Chrysler Elementary School depicts the parking lot of the building for Samantha Woll, correct?
This guy's only been a detective for
agree to that?
13 years. He must have sucked at being a cop to not get promoted
So what do you think
for that long.
This is the street coming off of Brevard that leads down to her cul-de-sac.
Okay, but you would agree that these cars that we're seeing are in the parking lot of her building. You would agree to that, correct?
No.
Okay. Well, we'll keep playing then. Okay, we'll keep playing.
Well, okay. Then he wasn't nowhere near her building then. No, don't worry about it. He said he wasn't nowhere near her building. Back the truck up. He said no. The detective said no. Is that a juror that just put her hand up? I wonder if that was a juror. One white female juror. We know that. Maybe. I don't know. That poor dude's neck. He's going to have a neck cramp later. He's going to be like, dang it. Look at that screen. Oh. I'll have to mute it in a minute. My dog's going to realize it's lawnmower day and lose his mind.
So just for the record, you're saying this is not the apartment complex or the parking lot where guests would park. Is that what you're saying? Just to be clear.
Where guests would park or would the residents would park?
Guests would park. You would agree that this parking lot that we're seeing we're still playing. You would agree that this is the jungle gym, for lack of a better term, that is to the west of the parking lot that we just saw. You agree to that, right?
To the street parking, yes.
To the street parking.
Yeah.
And when you say street parking, are you talking about Lafayette, or what are you talking about when you say street parking? You're talking about off of Joliet, correct?
Juliet is a street.
Yes.
So you can park on Juliet. There's street parking. In order to get to her sub, you have to turn into
Street parking.
Her lot.
Okay, but you would agree that this parking lot is right next to her walkway that leads down to her apartment, correct?
Juliet. Look, it's whatever this guy wants to call it.
You would agree is directly perpendicular to the walkway that leads down in front of her apartment complex, correct?
I would agree that the street is next to her.
Okay. We'll continue to play.
Have y'all ever watched paint your head up against the wall just for the heck of it? That's what this feels like.
Now you were able to view this video, correct?
Correct.
Prior to you testifying today, correct? Okay. And we could agree that this video depicts a time around 1:24 and 42 seconds when it ends.
Yes.
Okay. And that's on October the 21st. Were you aware that the Wall's ADT system went idle at before? Did that strike you as odd that her ADT went into idle mode around the same time that you see this individual running away?
No.
That didn't? Okay. Did you ever try to read video footage from Lafayette Towers?
Which Lafayette Tower?
You would agree, okay, just back up. I'm sorry, I meant to, I'm sorry, just to be clear. You would agree that this person is running in the direction towards Lafayette Towers, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Did you ever try to go to Lafayette Towers to obtain their surveillance footage to find out where this person ran to?
I did not.
You did not?
No.
So Sergeant Sullivan testified that you were tasked with going to Lafayette Towers to retrieve the video. That lost it.
I don't think that's Pavilion. That's not Lafayette Towers.
That's not Lafayette Towers in that way? Are you
Lafayette
sure?
Towers is, I believe.
1301 Orleans. Are you sure that's not up there? Just think.
Is that the Pavilion or
No, it's
Well,
not.
it was another crew that already had extracted that video. I extracted video from 1300 Lafayette.
Okay, so you were not tasked with extracting video from 1301 Orleans, better known as Lafayette Towers, and in the to find out where this ran. Yes or no?
No.
Okay. So just to be clear, if Sergeant Sullivan testified under oath in that very same chair, and you were tasked with extracting video from Lafayette Towers in an attempt to find this individual, that'd be false?
He was mistaken, yes.
He was mistaken, okay. So let me ask you, what attempts did you personally make in order to find the identity or at least the location or next place this person would have ran from this person to be?
The one that ran the other way?
Yeah.
Away from the scene?
Yes.
He never went to the scene, so.
How do you know that?
I watched for hours.
You watched it from hours?
For hours.
Where did he put in?
He went away from the scene.
Oh, obviously went from the scene. Where did he go when he left the scene?
I can't do it. I don't know.
Okay, did you make any attempts to locate where he went to?
I can't say I did,
Yes,
but there was other attempts made, yes.
Did you personally?
No, I did not.
Okay. And you would agree that some of the evidence that you use in order to substantiate a particular location is that you use cell phone information to see what tower he went off, to see whether or not it corresponded with the surveillance camera of where he may have been at a particular time on this date. A question, correct?
Can you repeat it one more time?
You use cell phone tower information in order to basically substantiate, to confirm, or for lack of a better term, on certain places Mr. Jackson Bolanos would have been, say for instance, when he was in Harbor Town. You use cell phone information to say, okay, his cell phone is, I guess, intercept or interacting with a tower that serves this Harbor Town area, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, did you ever attempt to see what cell phone information this person would have had who was running from the scene?
Not me personally, no.
Okay. Were you presented with any cell phone information in an attempt to match it with this particular video footage from this particular time in an attempt to find out who this person may be?
No.
And it'd be fair to say that you don't know where, when the video starts, you don't know where this person comes from, correct?
He gets out the car.
He gets out.
Yes.
You saw the car pull up. Would it be fair to say that you saw the car pull up, and after you saw the car pull up, that's when the person's body was illuminated while the car was still in motion? While the car was still moving, you're able to see outside of the car while the car's still moving.
No, the car had parked.
So you're saying the car parked and somebody just got out their car and started running, huh?
You see the car come from Brevard, come straight and park next to the middle island, and he gets out the car and he walks towards the park.
And you saw a light inside the car illuminate?
Walk off the car.
So you saying
I saw a person. You're right.
Are you saying you saw the door open and somebody emerged from the car? Is that what you're saying?
I saw a person come from the area of the car, yes.
From the area of the car. You never saw a door open and somebody emerged from a car, did you?
No, it's too far away.
You know whether or not that person was standing next to a car or in the parking lot and call this individual, do you?
When the car pulled up, I didn't see anyone standing there.
My question is, you don't know whether or not this person was.
Oh my gosh, the lies.
the
Sorry.
car parked close to where they were at.
But when the
Correct?
car pulls up, it's illuminated. I would be seeing.
You voted for Joe
You
Biden,
was
didn't
there
you?
far away.
Don't you see? He pulls up with the lights on. You give somebody.
View, then they're out of view, correct?
Correct.
So you can't definitively say, oh, just because when the car pulled up, if they were there, I would have seen them. You can't say that, can you?
Correct.
Now, at some point in time, while you were tracking Mr. Jack Bolanos, were you aware that you were tracking the wrong person at a certain time?
That I was?
Yes.
No.
You were never aware of it, or you never tracked the wrong person? Which one? I want to be clear.
As far as I know,
Oh, chincha.
I was following.
Mr. Jackson Bolanos?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Jackson Bolanos walked through the parking lot of Gordon Foods. For that, from your knowledge or understanding, he was then tracked down Franklin Street, which runs perpendicular to the parking lot of Gordon Foods, right?
I'm aware of Franklin Street.
Okay, let's see. I'm going to play exhibit number.
Again, this is outside of the direct. There's no testimony that Sergeant Ford created this video compilation.
Oh, you seem to know all the streets when you was interrogating him the first time.
I mean, he indicated that he watched 600 gigs worth of video during the interview, so I should be able to ask him about what he observed or maybe didn't observe. Play or queue up first.
He sure did. I would allow it too because it's cross-examination. And he did say he watched tons and tons of video.
Okay, I will be publishing exhibit 78 starting at 38 minutes.
He said they've been tracking him. They
Now, Sergeant Ford, is your understanding that this is Mr. Jackson Bolanos, correct?
It is not.
You said it's not?
No.
That's not Mr. Bolanos? Okay.
Oh, yeah, that's it. That's him.
Are you sure? Are you sure? I want to make sure.
Can you go back?
Wait, what?
Sergeant Ford, is that or is that not Mr. Jackson Bolanos?
It is.
It is?
Yeah.
y'all, I need motion to dismiss, please,
think that's
because
him?
this is some
Okay.
crap.
So that's the wrong person then?
I'm not really aware of this video. When you say.
Okay, but you do remember watching a video from Gordon's parking lot, correct?
Ah,
Yes.
And this is Gordon's parking lot, correct?
Yeah, I didn't
What?
watch this angle though.
You didn't watch this angle?
No.
Shiva.
So just for the record, this is not Mr. Jackson Bolanos, correct?
I can't say for sure.
I can't tell. Woo! Y'all. I hope y'all are all applauding because this is too good.
Is Mr. Jackson Bolanos?
Too good. Go, Brian.
You were tracking him though,
I
right?
need to have a happy dance for Brian.
You didn't pull this video?
I hope
Have you ever seen it?
Patrick or whatever his name is on the other side is like.
So you can't say whether or not any footage that I just showed you from this exhibit is Mr. Jackson Bolanos, correct?
Correct.
I have no idea. Oh my.
Did you ever make any attempt to locate
Nikes.
any suspected car that you believe Mr. Jackson Bolanos went to in an attempt to ascertain what, if anything, was taken from the car?
I did not know.
You sat in a room and called that poor kid all kinds of names.
Now, is it common for you to use deception when you interview an individual?
Sometimes.
Sometimes? Okay. And when you're interviewing somebody, you're doing it in an attempt to gather the truth, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, based upon your experience, would it be fair to say sometimes if you're presenting somebody with clear deception and clear lies, that sometimes they just basically go into defensive mode and clam up and not say anything?
No. Either if they talk, they don't talk. If they don't, they don't.
Okay. Like if somebody hypothetically would have came across a body and you're already telling that person, we have evidence that you went into their house, could that possibly be a reason why somebody might be hesitant?
So does the question.
Now, you told Mr. Jackson Bolanos that you had, which was untrue, but you told Mr. Jackson Bolanos that you had evidence of his phone.
First of all, when you go into an interview, you don't go into it with the intent of not coming out of there with a confession.
Told Mr. Bolanos this.
That is your goal.
Statement.
Because if you go back to your boss and say, I didn't get it.
Consented to you guys searching his phone, correct?
What? That was not an untrue statement. His phone was in the area.
No. You told him that his phone crossed the threshold of her apartment, correct?
Yes.
And after you told Mr. Jackson Bolanos this untrue statement, he still consented to handing over his phone for analysis, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And this was after you explained to him about, the ability to see where his
was
phone
in her house
based upon towers and technology, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And at one point in time, he said, check my phone, correct?
I don't want to say yes or no. I'm not sure.
Okay. And he also voluntarily submitted to a buccal swab or DNA swab, correct?
Correct.
And were you present when Mr. Jackson Bolanos was photographed for any type of
injury? I don't know how old I am. I don't know what year I was born.
You were aware that happened, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And would it be fair to say if any evidence would have been, or any, scars or injuries that were found, that would have been brought to your attention, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And it'd be fair to say that nobody ever brought anything to your attention that Mr. Jackson Bolanos had any new scars or would appear to be previously healed scars, correct?
Correct.
As part of your investigation, were you able to see any of the crime scene photos?
I don't think so.
Okay. Now, you also indicated that DNA was found allegedly on the wrist and the pocket of this North Face jacket that belonged to Samantha Woll. You shared that, correct?
Yes.
That was untrue, wasn't it?
No.
So you're saying that, from your understanding, Samantha Woll's DNA was present on the pocket of that North Face jacket? Is that what you're telling us?
The inside pocket, yes.
That's what you believe, huh?
Yes.
Okay. And you also saying what you believe is that Samantha Woll's DNA was allegedly found on the wrist of that same jacket?
Yes.
Okay. And are you going that based upon your memory, or do you have something to substantiate these allegations that you're saying in open court?
I believe that's what the MSP report stated.
Okay. When's the last time you I guess, reviewed this MSP report?
7 months ago. Yes.
Several?
Yes.
Okay. So isn't it fair to say that you could be mistaken on?
I could be slightly mistaken.
Okay. And weren't you just presented that exhibit today to look at?
Yes.
Okay. And obviously you didn't read it that good if you're still confused on
Like
where that
a lot
DNA was
mistaken,
found.
because
Fair to say?
clearly
Ready to verify that.
you're just making stuff up as you go along.
It was.
But you didn't care to what type of information that particular contained for that, correct? Okay. Don't you think it would be important for you to read that if you want
Read
to
it
make
that well,
these
Brian.
allegations in court on whether or not what that particular document contained?
Well, I figure if you wanted to bring it up, I could refresh and just read it myself to the jury.
Okay. But you just read it though, right?
I just looked at it
Okay.
to verify that was the document.
Oh my goodness. This is the worst testimony yet. And this is a detective. This is who Detroit has. This is why there are so few murder cases solved in Detroit. This is terrible.
The December 10th DNA report?
Oh. Oy, oy, oy. This.
Well, approach with
Detroit's finest.
this is exhibit 102, which is that report.
How do you know he stole the bag out of a white Mercedes, Patrick?
Review the contents of that document. approach. Now, Sergeant, to be fair to say that there's nowhere in that document that would indicate that Samantha Woll's blood was found on the inner pocket or the outer pocket, for that matter, of Mr. Jackson Bolanos, correct?
Correct.
And it's also true that there was no blood or DNA that from Samantha Woll that was found on the wrist of North Face jacket, correct?
Lower sleeve. So it's lower sleeve.
That was wrist.
But I mean, that is part of the lower sleeve, the wrist.
Did it say wrist?
It said lower sleeve.
Did it,
What?
sir? Did it say wrist?
No, it did not.
Okay. Did you ever see any pictures of this jacket?
No.
Okay, so you don't know if lower sleeve meant right here, correct, or here?
Correct.
Okay. Now you were asking questions about, well, at one point in time, Mr. Jackson Bolanos admitted to going in some cars, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you made some type of statement indicating that, okay, if you go into a car, you can go into a house. You made something along those lines, correct? A statement along those lines, correct?
It's possible, yes.
Okay. And isn't it true that Mr. Jackson Bolanos emphatically, categorically denied going into a house and made a distinction between going into a car into a somebody's residence, correct?
Well, originally he denied the car and the residence.
After he admitted to going inside the cars.
After several attempts,
right.
yes.
Sergeant, please. After he admitted to going into the cars, you asked him a question about whether or not he went into a house, correct?
Correct.
And you made a statement about, to you, I guess, I don't know if you felt that way, but you said it, that there's not a difference between going into some cars versus going to a house, correct?
If it's on the video, yes, but I don't remember.
You don't remember?
No.
Okay. If you don't remember what you say to individuals, how can you remember if they're lying to you or if they said something that's untruthful if you don't remember what you said to them to elicit an answer?
7 months. 7 months.
I know. Do you just wing it while you're in there? Do you not care? I'm sorry.
This has already been argued.
Okay.
Asked before.
Okay. But not to this particular question. I'm sorry.
He already answered before that at the time of the second interview, it was only 10 days after the first interview, compared to 7 months since he's reviewed.
7 months.
Okay.
7 months.
Let's move on, please. We're at the end of the day.
It's a high-profile murder case.
Not quite. I'm almost getting there. Want to be thorough. Now, isn't it true? It was until.
Are you almost done? What? No, it's his cross.
Much later in the interview, 1 hour and 58 minutes to be precise, that in fact you finally showed Mr. Jackson Bolanos a picture of the building that Samantha Woll lived in, correct?
You're talking about the first video?
The first interview. This is all first interview questions. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I have no idea how long it was.
Okay, but you agree that it was a substantial amount of time that you finally showed Mr. Jackson Bolanos a picture of the outside of maybe not her particular unit, but her apartment complex. The area, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And a matter of fact, when you said that, you said, so there is no confusion, correct?
Did I say it or did the detective Lane say it?
I believe you said that. Do you remember saying that?
No.
Okay. But you do remember presenting a photograph, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And And would it be fair to say prior to you showing that photograph, you didn't have a photograph of the building, correct? I guess that'd be fair, right? Sure. And would it be fair to say that, is that a yes or no?
Yes, I don't know.
Okay. And you knew that Mr. Jackson Bolanos went to multiple different apartments, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And that one apartment you were asking him about running from was Harbor Town when he climbed the wall, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Would you agree that could have been a little bit confusing when you were asking which apartment complex you ran from if you repeatedly kept pointing to the photograph of the wall that belonged to the apartment structure of Harbor Town?
No.
That wasn't confusing to you?
Okay, 3:45, we're gonna break for the day. Start at 8:45 tomorrow morning. All rise for the jury. If you need to get something from the jury room, go ahead, otherwise, please head out for it.
Wow, 3:45, done for the day.
Is your client back, Mr. Winters?
Well, okay then. She said, we're done for the day. Okay. Well, that's that. This is going to be a very short week, but they're going to start, supposedly she said at 8:45 tomorrow, but that didn't happen. She was supposed to start at 8:45 today and she didn't start on time. They didn't start till after 9. But we will be back in the morning, but this was a train wreck, much like the interview or interrogation, if you want to call it that. That was a train wreck, and that was the guy that caused the train wreck, and this guy is a train wreck on the stand. So I hope that tomorrow he continues the train wreck and doesn't come back in better shape, because we need this to keep going. Oh yeah, it was late. So hopefully he'll just keep being stupid. I'm sorry, I don't have a better word for him, because he's a really bad detective, and a very bad, just very bad for the prosecution. This is terrible. So I will see y'all tomorrow. I'm gonna work on another chapter, another part about Samantha this evening. So I will see y'all tomorrow. Y'all have a good rest of your day, and I guess we'll find out. Maybe they'll do a poll and figure out whose side they were on for Karen Reed. I don't know. Just don't stop praying God's gonna blow the lid off. I mean, because that was pretty good. That was a win today for the defense. Definitely a win. So I think there's a couple of more interviews maybe with Michael, but I don't know at what point where he said, yes, I touched her body. So I haven't heard that one yet. So we'll see. But I think he's just like to the point he would say anything to get out of there, but he's not out, obviously. So, all right. I will see y'all in the morning.